wonderful YouGardeners. It's so wonderful to have your company. Adam has
Weekly
joined
hug.
me. I know. So good to have you back.
Good to see you.
We are expecting lots and lots of new viewers today. We had some exciting shows going on during the week. I hope you tuned in for them. We had Dave the Plant Man here. We had the amazing Greg Wallace here with our head gardener teaching us about grow your own and how to get the best out of it and make some really nice healthy food. We have a grow your own section, don't we?
Well, we do, big time today, yeah. Kind of vegetables and fruit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a great mix.
Lots coming up, so we've got some summer bedding going on over there. We've got our top tips, our favourites over there. A few housekeeping things we need to just run through quickly. The boring bits, but important bits that you need to know. First one is, and this one's a great one, with every single purchase that you make, we give you a free gift. It changes on a semi-regular basis, but we've actually kept our free gift from last week because it's one of the best ones. It is the gorgeous, absolutely beautiful Sarah Bernhardt peony. This is how it comes. It comes in the bag here. It's a bare root. Tell us a little bit about Sarah Bernhardt.
Well, I mean, just one of the most stunningly gorgeous peonies. Incredible colour, incredible fragrance. A peony that will last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. A peony that supports itself. And, you know, this is no ordinary peony. This is the kind of the queen, if you like, of peonies, in my opinion. It really is. It's magnificent.
Yeah, she is. She's really, really gorgeous. I mean, the usual price on this, by the way, is... It's £9.99, isn't it? We normally sell this for, but today, whenever you make a purchase, we will add this into your basket. You do need to enter a special code in order for that to be added. We'll talk to you about that in a second. I'm just getting the bare root out of the bag so that we can show you the sort of size and the quality that we are talking about here. There's so many shoots on there already, isn't there? Can you see them?
So that is actually going to start zooming away in the ground very, very soon. And, you know, once you've got this established, it's literally year after year after year of incredible flowers, cut flowers, fragrance, majesty from this, honestly. It's absolutely amazing. Doesn't look now, but oh boy, this is so going to perform.
It's amazing what that's going to turn into. You'll have so many of these flowers in your garden, and as Adam said, these are going to be for decades, and it is an absolute free gift with purchase today. So all you have to do is open a basket, place an order, and then what you need to do is enter a special code. Every single time you place an order, please enter our code. It does change on a weekly basis. Today's code is YGTV 1224, 1224. That's all you need to do, and we'll give you a basket example in a little while so you can see how easy it is to do. Another important one is, so we've got amazing offers for you on postage. If you spend under £40, you will only ever pay one postage cost, okay? So it doesn't matter if you've got 3 or 4 items in your basket that have all got a postage cost attached to them, you'll only pay that one postage cost as long as you enter the code YGTV1224, and the largest postage cost today is £6.99. But if you can get your order to over £40, we take away all of that postage.
Nothing
to pay at all. No postage whatsoever. So you could order 20 different items from our show today. As long as you enter the code YGTV1224, you won't pay any postage cost at all. Final thing to tell you about, and this one's a really big one, okay? This is our discount club. Come and be part of our club. It's one of the best ones to be involved in if you love gardening and you love to get a bargain. Because by entering this club, you pay £5. So just £5, and it's a one-off cost to enter that club. Then what happens is, for the full 12 months, every single time you place an order, you'll get 10% off every plant and accessory order. You'll get 5% off every outdoor living and gifts order. You'll also get, and I love this part of the club, you get £20 worth of garden vouchers to spend throughout the year. It breaks down to £5 every 3 months, but it's like free money. I love that idea that we can get extra discount included in there as well. Plus, if you want any expert advice, competitions, exclusive offers, those sorts of things, that's all part of the club. We have over 40,000 members in our discount club, and it's growing on a daily, weekly basis.
40,000?
So, I know. It's warm in here today, isn't it?
It is warm, yeah. Good, spring.
It's warming up. I should have put my shirt on.
Days longer than the nights now,
Yay!
so yay!
Well, it was officially spring, wasn't it? Just this last week.
Absolutely.
We have now moved into spring, so it's a really exciting time. Everything's starting to pop up in the garden. So we've done all the boring bits. Always remember the code, and if you're not a club member already, do consider joining that club, because I do believe, particularly this time of year, because we start placing bigger orders, don't we? I do believe you'll get that money back for joining the club very, very quickly.
Can I just ask you one super quick thing about the postage under 40 quid?
Go for it.
Does it make sense then to order one thing that's the cheapest P&P?
Yeah.
And then everything else is free P&P beyond that?
Oh, you pay, so you'll pay, yeah, effectively, essentially, that's exactly what it is.
Wow.
Yeah. Amazing, right?
Cool. That's good.
We're all here to give you amazing advice, bring you gorgeous plants, but also to try and make it as cost effective as we possibly can. One more final thing, let's just give you that email address because this is one of the best places to keep in touch with us. If you've got any pictures you want to send us, and please, we love seeing people's gardens, don't we?
Send loads more pictures because we love them.
Yeah.
We got loads last week. We want more and more and more.
We love seeing what's going on in your gardens, what you're looking forward to. Stuart's in the shed just outside here in the control room, and he's waiting, ready to see your email. So the details are there. If you email us at ygtv@yougarden.com, we'll give you a shout out, we'll show you pictures. If you've got any questions, any comments, anything specific you'd like to see, do message us in there. You can also message us on Facebook, and you can message us on YouTube, depending on where you're watching. Should we get on with it?
Yeah, let's
Should we
go
do some
for
summer
it.
bedding?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's going this way, not summer bedding. Sorry. Started wrong as always. We're coming to our top tip.
We have to think like we're looking in the mirror, don't we, when we hear these kind of
He tells us to go right and we have to go left.
Yeah.
We'll get used to it one day. I mean, we haven't been doing it 20 years.
I still do it when I point to pictures. So, I mean, put them up. So.
Right, good morning to Bill, good morning to Ian, good morning to Elaine. Alison, hello, nice to have your company. Oh, Alison's apparently watching us on her new 50-inch smart TV. Wow, we must be massive right now.
Yeah, I'm glad I put some face powder on this morning because it'd be a bit terrifying.
Good morning to Philip and good morning to Amanda as well. Thank you for letting us know that you are here and you're with us and you're going to enjoy some gardening from us. We both pointed this one out when we came in, didn't we?
Yeah,
this was the one that we both pointed out.
Independently as well, because Bex got in just a little bit before me, and I walked in, and out of all the pictures were up, and I saw the lupins straight away. Said, "Wow,
wow!
Everybody's going to love those lupins." Everybody loves lupins. Because lupins are so easy to grow.
They are, aren't they?
They're joyful, they're colourful. I think for a lot of people, they remind them of their childhood as well. I always remember when I was a kid being fascinated by lupins.
Yeah, they get really nice and tall, don't they?
They do.
And so many flowers, bees love them. They definitely remind me of my grandma's garden, for sure.
And the leaves, even the leaves are gorgeous as well.
interesting.
They've got those really kind of unusual sort of palmate leaves, if you like.
Yeah.
So the foliage looks great even before the flowers come.
I mean, talking about the foliage, it's interesting how they open as well. It's almost like a fern, isn't it?
It is.
The way that they open up.
Yeah.
So they start really tight like that, and then they open up to these star-shaped, like you say, palmate leaves. They're very interesting.
Look at that, yeah, just waiting, almost like a little parachute, kind of waiting to burst open. And the good thing about lupins is they always flower in the first year. These will definitely flower this year. I mean, I've even seen lupins grown from seed that flower in the first year. They're one of those kind of plants that just wants to flower. Lupins are quite good as well because they actually fix nitrogen into the soil as well, which is quite a good thing they do. Oh, goodness me, look at that. That's insane, Bex.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, look at that. All those gorgeous white fibrous roots. As soon as they get into the soil, and they're actually brilliant for pots as well. Just keep them well watered in pots.
What were you just saying about them putting nitrogen into the soil?
Yeah, they kind of fix nitrogen into the ground as well. They're kind of that sort of family that kind of fixes nitrogen into the ground. So they're like sort of pea family sort of plants. So that's kind of a little thing they do. But
that's interesting.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. It's just a little thing they do.
Nice.
And the good thing about lupins as well is they will flower for you. So you'll get a big flower spike or 2 or 3 flower spikes come up. You'll get one huge, great big central flower. And then when that fades, you get lots of little baby ones come up sort of around the main one. And then once they've finished flowering, if you trim the lupins down to about 3 or 4 inches, give them a drink, give them a feed, then they regrow and they'll give you a second flush of flowers a little later in the season. So, yeah, they're a perennial that will double flower for you in the same year.
Very good. And can you divide these in later years? I've never...
You may be able to lift the crown and sort of cut it in 2, but you could take seeds, but the only thing is you can't guarantee the seeds will come true, so they might not be exactly what the parent plant was like. You might get... because these are like hybridised ones as well. So you might have, say, a purple lupin, grow it from seed. It might turn out white, but it'll still be a lupin.
Oh, I love all that
And it'll still be gorgeous, and it's just the fun of not knowing.
Absolutely. These are labelled, by the way, because you are going to get all 3 of these different colours included. And just in case you are, colour scheming, colour coding your garden, it does say the name on there. So that one is the white one, this one is the blue one. So they are labelled so that you know exactly which ones you're going to plant where. Wow. So 5, 6 5607. Look how interesting those flowers are. They're fascinating, aren't they? 560709 is your item number. We've got a massive £15 saving on there. That one is incredible. You're saving, you know, it's basically half price is what we're saying here. And if you're in the club, you're going to get that extra 10% discount. It should be £9.99 a pot. You are getting them for £4.99 per pot as well. So really excellent savings here. Good morning to Daniel. Thank you very much for tuning in. We've got loads of new club members joining this morning. I thought we were going to get lots of new viewers today, so I'm really, really quite thrilled about that.
Well, spring as well, and you know, everybody's getting excited now. The rain's kind of stopping, and things drying out, and the magnolias and blossom trees, and driving in this morning from the Lincolnshire countryside.
Yeah,
it's gorgeous.
I know, it's wonderful driving in the flatlands, isn't it?
Yeah, big open skies. Yeah. I saw lots of hares running across the fields, pheasants. I mean, you know, and all the sort of crops are starting to grow away. And
it's so exciting.
It's gorgeous.
We have a message. It's a really important
brilliant.
one. Elaine thinks your shirt is awesome.
Oh, thanks, Elaine. Cheers.
Check that out. He always has a good shirt, does Adam, don't you?
I'm not sure they're specifically any type of flower. I think they're a stylised kind of flower.
I think they're beautiful.
Yeah, no, I do like this shirt. Yeah. Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
Elaine. Any more comments on Adam's shirt? We will welcome those. If you've got any gardening jokes, you know how much we love those. Degsy's normally the one who posts as a joke every now and then. So, Adam, I know you join in sometimes. If you want to send us any gardening jokes, then let's go for it. Right, let's move on, shall we? Because we've got another absolutely gorgeous buddleia, this one. So this one, I mean, I love buddleia. Buddleia is amazing, isn't it, for inviting... I mean, it's called the butterfly bush, but we know it traditionally as the purpled variety.
We do, yeah. And also, sometimes I cannot stand buddleias. Everyone's thinking, that's a bit of a strange thing to say. I'll tell you why. Because they get ridiculously big, they take over your garden, they seed everywhere, and they drive you insane. This one doesn't. This one only gets to 60 centimetres tall.
Absolutely perfect.
Perfect. So it's so if you've always adored buddleias, you know sometimes when you're on the train and you see buddleias growing wild all the way along the side of the train tracks, that those type of buddleias actually drive the train companies insane.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Because they've got to keep getting rid of them all the time because they just seed everywhere and they get huge and they make these massive thickets. Well, the flowers do look stunning, and quite often when you see them growing wild, you get the purple ones, and very occasionally you see a white one, and they are gorgeous, and they smell fantastic. And as you said, Bex, that the butterflies, the pollinating insects love them, but they're huge. The great thing about this one, only 60 centimetres. So again, as I always say, if you're 3 floors up and just got a balcony, you can now have all the beauty of a buddleia, but in a tiny, compact plant that's not going to take over.
This is the great thing about what we do here. Specifically what we do here at YouGarden TV, at YouGarden in general. Our tagline is gardening for everyone.
Indeed.
And we 100% are behind that message, because it doesn't matter if you've got acres of land or if you've got, as you say, a balcony 3 floors up, or you've got what most of us have got, modern gardens, you know, which are much smaller these days than they used to be. We do have something for everybody. And as you said, if you've always loved buddleia, like I do, I love buddleias. I love the size of the flowers. You get millions of them. I love that butterflies are so attracted to them. But I don't want a buddleia in my garden. I just don't have the space for it.
Me neither.
But this one I can absolutely grow.
Yeah, this one you could grow on your patio table. I mean, literally it is that compact. When it's flowering, you could put it on your patio table and it wouldn't be too big. And you can enjoy those gorgeous, gorgeous flowers. If you look into them, and actually they smell really lovely as well. They've got a really lovely sweet fragrance to them. And if you look into the centres of them, you can see the little yellow stamens in the middle there as well, which again are really, really gorgeous. And that is such a lovely colour, isn't it? And wow, I mean, look at that plum. That is just coming out of winter dormancy now. So a few weeks ago, that had been just very uninspiring bare stems, but you can see all these shoots now that are starting to buzz away. And you know what? Almost, I can't guarantee, but I would pretty much say nearly all of those stems will produce a flower for you this year, because buddleias flower on new wood, so that wood will flower for you this year. And sometimes after buddleias have flowered, you can trim them back, and then they regrow and they'll give you a second flush of flower as well. If you keep deadheading them, buddleias can keep flowering right into the autumn.
Yeah, they really are long-lasting, aren't they? And they'll just keep coming back for you
year
after year.
Daft tough.
It's really hard to kill a buddleia. I don't know anyone that's actually ever done it. It's really, really tricky to kill a buddleia. So this definitely falls under our winter hardy category. Anything that's got the winter hardy stamp on the website when you're looking at your orders, if it's got that little badge that says winter hardy, it's the shape like a snowflake, it means that it comes with our lifetime guarantee as well, which means that if it does fail, if it does die, all you have to do is get in touch with our customer services team, explain to them what's happened, and we will replace it for you free of charge. All you have to do is cover any postage cost for it to come out to you, but we will replace it. And I love our winter hardy guarantee. I think it gives us real peace of mind in order to be able to shop. And of course, with every single order that you're placing today, do remember that there is a free gift included, our gorgeous Sarah Bernhardt peony. We were bringing it to you as an item just recently, normally £9.99, but not today. Absolutely free with purchase. I know, Elaine, thank you so much for letting us know. You received your free gift this week when you ordered your compost. Who else? William? Neil. I don't know where I got William from, you're absolutely right. Neil received his this week as well, so brilliant. I can't wait to see the pictures in the coming years of how beautiful those are going to be. All you have to do when you place an order is enter that code that you can see on the screen there, YGTV1224. We will show you how to do that once we've finished these few items, so we'll show you exactly how easy it is to place that order.
And that's per every order, isn't it?
Every order, not one per customer.
Because sometimes you say do the compost, and then do another order, so then you'll get 2.
Yeah, love that idea. If you can place 2 separate orders. What we want to try and do is make it the most cost-effective way. So if you're trying to get over the £40, maybe you want to add the compost in, because that's a great way to get you over the £40. Maybe you want to do an order for the compost on its own, because there's no postage included on that one anyway. Get your free gift, and then place another order to get another free gift. There's a couple of ways you can do it. You just got to play around with your basket.
I need to take you shopping with me, because I think you'd save me a few bob, to be honest.
Find the best way to do it. Good morning to you, Olwen. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We are here until 2 o'clock. We've got so many items to show you. Just a quick one as well. If you do have to nip off anyway, you have to disappear, you can't stay for the full 4 hours, completely understand. The show will be uploaded onto the website later on, or you can watch back on YouTube at any time as well. So we love it when you join us live. But if you need to go back and watch again, then you absolutely can. What was that one, Stu? If you come back to us before 2 o'clock, if you come back before 2 o'clock, before we finish, you can actually just rewind the show and then start from there. That's good, isn't it?
It is technology for you, see.
That's amazing stuff. All right, we need to loop back to the Lupins. Sounds like this one is a popular one. Yes, we have 3 of these included, 560, 709. You will get one of each of the colours with a massive £15 saving here today. £13.47 if you're in the club, because you get the extra 10% discount. Now we have a question from Neil. Are they small or are they tall?
These are compact lupins, these ones, so they're very unlikely to need staking unless you're in quite a windy position. But no, these are the nice compact ones. Again, I think they're about sort of 40, 50 centimetres, so they don't, they're not those ones that get up sort of waist height or chest height and then flop over. These have been bred to be low-growing, compact, lovely, sturdy stems.
That's the gallery series, isn't it? That's the gallery bit.
So, but I mean, these plants, in a word, joy. That's what these plants are. They're just joy. Look at that bi-coloured one there, white and purple.
So pretty. And as you say, it's that contrast as well between the foliage, isn't it? Sometimes when you grow something, it's all about the flower, but actually, this is very much the contrast between the flower and the foliage as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is that contrast. The foliage is absolutely almost like a sort of palm leaves, aren't they? Really, some of those, and it's just great when you see those flowers just starting to open at the base as well, and you see that first bit of colour, and then bang, within a few days you've got these wonderful spires or spikes of gorgeous colours.
Beautiful. 560-709. Amanda, you've also received your free gift as well. Are you going to go for another free gift today? I think you should. You should definitely get more than one. 100% you need more than one of those. Just remember with that peony when you get it home, don't plant it too deep. Peonies like to be planted shallow, so just a couple of inches. 2 inches, right? Yeah, no more than that below the top of the soil. All right, let's move on to sedum. This is something that I have got in my garden, planted last year. This is great for ground cover, isn't it? Rockeries, front of borders. This is a plant that will take punishment at the end of the day, honestly. This is a plant that will grow in the most ridiculously hot, dry situation. You can grow this in crevices, in walls. You can grow this in rock gardens. You can grow these in scree gardens. Super drought tolerant, mega frost tolerant, wind tolerant.
I think, if I remember rightly, it was the Chelsea Flower Show Plant of the Year. I think it was in 2019. So,
oh yes, I think you're right.
I think it was 2019, but it definitely was Chelsea Flower Show Plant of the Year. So that's a fantastic accolade, and it's got all the attributes. Again, it flowers as well, but it's evergreen.
Yeah.
So, and it's not only just evergreen; it's ever other colours as well, because it's kind of a variegated plant.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at that one, but then also look at this one next to it, because you've got,
that's got a bit of pink.
Different and unusual colours going on, and it does just seem to keep changing throughout the seasons as well.
It's almost like a chameleon, isn't it? This really, and as the kind of foliage gets to different maturities, then that's when the colour changes. The new foliage coming through that much more yellowy colour, and then as you know, and you get the little pink flush come through. Then as it matures, you get the that distinct green and yellow, and then you get these wonderful heads of little yellow flowers. This is like called a stone crop, and I'll tell you how drought tolerant these are. Sometimes if you've gone down to the West Country, Scotland, Wales, somewhere like that, and you see or up into Yorkshire and Cumbria, you see the stone walls, you actually see the stone crops growing on the tops of stone walls. Barely any soil, getting super baked, but they love it. That's what they love. These plants, don't put these in shade, don't put them in damp soil. Put these in the most awful rubbish soil that you can find. Really stony soil, sandy soil, gravelly soil. As long as they've got full sun, brilliant drainage, these will thrive, and they spread, make a nice little sort of ground cover, but they look glorious on rockeries, fabulous in pots. And sometimes people plant up sinks, the old sinks, and they do like a little miniature rock garden.
Yeah.
Look great in that as well.
Yeah, they're gorgeous. They're really quite versatile, as you say, all those different places. Mine are literally just in the front of a border because they're nice and low, and they just sort of cover and soften the edges of the front of the border. But as a feature on its own in a pot somewhere, or as you say, in those little cracks and places, they're really quite versatile.
Between paving stones, if you wanted to, if you've got little gaps between paving stones or somewhere like that, or sometimes between your house and the patio you have that little strip of gravel. Sometimes you could even pop a few in there. They'd love that little place there. As long as it's super sunny, they'll love it. Easy.
Amazing. All right, so you are going to get all three of those included. Another huge saving for you here today. We're saving £17 on the price there. It's just £12.97. £4.33 per plant we're talking about there. Plus, remember, if you are in the club, and we've got loads of new club members just joining. Stuart was telling me this morning we've had several new club members place their order this morning. They placed their order before the show, so obviously they're getting ready for what we're bringing them. So you will get that extra 10% discount if you are a member of our club, and that club membership lasts you for a full 12 months. It costs just £5 to join. You will, I think, make that money back in your first order. If not in your first order, definitely within the first couple. Now, if you haven't seen us in the potting shed before, if this is your new, you're brand new to us and your first time viewing, we're here until 2 o'clock. We have 36 items, I think it is, that we're going to be showing you today. So do stick around. We've got double up deals. We've got massive discounts for you. We've got everything that you need for all types of garden. Doesn't matter, small garden, big garden, allotments. You just want a bit of summer bedding going on. We've got so much coming up for you.
The great thing, Bex, isn't it, about having that 4 hours as well, is we don't just have to rush through everything. We can really talk you through the plant. We can really tell you about all the details of the plant, where it will grow, what it likes, how you can enjoy it. Whether you can use it for cut flowers. So
absolutely.
It's a kind of reciprocated relationship. We kind of want to share our passion and knowledge with you, so that then you can have the best plant for where you want it in your garden. Well,
it's a very interactive show, and we very much are encouraging that. That's why you can contact us in various different places. The email address has just been popped up on the bottom of the screen there, ygtv@yougarden.com. If you want to send us any questions through there, you're absolutely welcome to. If you just want to send us any pictures so we can have a little spy of your gardens, we absolutely adore that. We've had our first email of the day, thank you. Or you can just pop questions into the YouTube chat or the Facebook chat. We will try and answer those for you. A lot of the time, our amazing viewers answer them for you as well, because it's a real lovely community that we've got here at YGTV. Right, let's move on. Calibrachoa, because these are gorgeous. This is the doubles as well, isn't it? So these are like mini petunias, aren't they?
These are absolutely knockout. I mean, petunias come in such different ranges. I mean, we're going to go some ruffles one later that are really bold and bright. brash. But these, you know, these are just so sweet and gorgeous. Hundreds of flowers on one plant. And when they first come out, they're almost like a rose, like a little tiny miniature rose flower opening up. Some of these have got bicoloured flowers as well, so that's like a solid red there. Some have got a mixture of colours in them. I think we're bringing you six different colours in the mix, isn't it?
Yeah, 6 different colours, absolutely.
And look at the bottom, that bottom left one there, that's sort of the red and yellow.
Yeah.
And then you've got the one that's purple and white, which is great. I think that's my favourite, actually, the purple and white one. Although I do quite like the yellow one. Oh, I like all of them.
It's all right, you don't have to choose. You're getting all 6 of these.
Yeah,
so you don't have to choose.
Those top 3, they're all good. But it's difficult. It really is.
I've got a top 6.
I grew those about 2 or 3 years ago, and just such delicate but stunning and intricate and pretty and interesting little flowers, but so many of them, and they kind of slightly trail a little bit as well. Great for hanging baskets, great for pots, troughs, practically anywhere, as long as they're sort of bright and sunny
so
and
they'll
well drained.
sort of tumble and trail, will they?
Yeah,
over the sides of boxes.
Yeah, I mean, they're not like
pots.
Saphinias.
No,
but
we've got those coming up later if that's what you want.
Yeah, so these will sort of gently trail and sort of tumble down. So if you've got, for instance, at the side of my garage, I've got like a raised trough, about that kind of that high, probably 8 inches, 2 foot off the ground. They look great along the edge of there, for example, because it's south-facing. They'll all just tumble over. And then for month after month after month, just loads of these gorgeous, gorgeous, tiny, but really impactful flowers.
Yeah, because you get lots of them, don't you?
You do, yeah.
And deadheading?
You can deadhead them. I mean, if you keep deadheading them, obviously that will keep more flowers coming. But generally, I don't think I bother deadheading mine, but you can if you want to.
They're quite easy to. I quite enjoy deadheading petunias. I just really enjoy that job for some reason. Even if they don't need it, I just enjoy it. So
yeah, it can be quite therapeutic, can't it? Really,
just
I mean, sometimes if I do them, I've got like a little tiny pair of what I call nail scissors, and I just use them just to cut off each little flower, you know, as they're finished flowering.
It's my morning job. I love going out with a cup of I was going to say cup of tea. What am I kidding? It's coffee all the way. Cup of coffee in the morning and just deadheading a few of those.
It's a nice thing to do. But you'll love these. Easy to grow, great for kids as well.
Sunny spot.
Yeah, sunny. Yeah, they love sun, and also they're bred for summer conditions in the UK. So we never know what we're going to get, do we? But these perform whatever summer we get, and right into the autumn, up into the frosts as well. They'll keep going.
Amazing. So this is how they are delivered to you. Okay, so this is the mini greenhouse that they are delivered in. And what I want to point out to you is that there is a label on the front there. Can you see? So if you are going for a specific colour scheme, they are labelled. Can you see in the bottom there? There's those letters that are highlighted at the bottom. So that matches to this label here, so that you can see which colour is which. That's important if you are doing your colour scheme. Now, your plants will need a bit of attention when you get them home in the post, because obviously we do our absolute level best to get these packaged. They're well watered and everything, but then they'll have been in the post for a couple of days. So they'll be in a box, they'll be dark. So they do need a bit of attention, don't they, when you get them home? Open that little box up, give them a little water, put them on a windowsill, let them have a little light, just let them sit there for a couple of hours. Then you can go and do what you need to do with them, because they will bounce back very, very quickly after being in the dark for a couple of days. So 410563 is your item number. You do not need to choose which colour. You are getting all 6 of those included. Little saving on there for you. So £2 saving, £12.99 is your price. But of course, if you're in the club, you're going to get an extra 10% discount on there, and it'll just be £3.49. £11.69. What are you saying? Oh, we changed. Sorry, I was reading the wrong details. Let's start again, shall we? It's 401563 for your Calibro collection item number. It is £12.99 or £11.69 if you are in the club. Do make sure you always enter the code. Our special voucher code, which is YGTV1224. That's what's going to give you your discount. That's what's going to give you your double up deal. That's what's going to get rid of any postage cost if you get your order to over £40. Okay? Moving on. Oh, were you watching on Wednesday? Wednesday was a really interesting show, actually, because we had our special guest in, which was Dave the Plant Man. If you're on Instagram. He's on Facebook as well, actually. So if you've been on Instagram and Facebook, you'll probably have seen Dave the Plant Man. Interesting fact is his catchphrase, and he was here in the potting shed with Sean on Wednesday doing an amazing show. You can watch that show back, by the way, if you want to, and I will be watching it back myself. They also went out and about on the nursery, and this is one of the plants that they saw. Are we going to see that? Let's have a look.
Well, I'm really sorry I can't be here on Sunday's show. I'm at QVC at 5 in the afternoon, so I hope you can join me then. But I am here with Dave the Plant Man. Hello, Dave.
Hello.
Now, this is a stunning rhododendron. It's been around decades, this one, hasn't it?
Yeah, this is one of the old winners from the past. When I first started in the nursery industry, we always used to import Rhododendron Nova Zembla. So really, it's been going a long time. Now, what this is a hybrid rhododendron. So it's the one with the really big flowers, and it can get quite tall. It can grow 2 metres easily, this one, because it's a hybrid. And then you've got these really big flowers. It's a ericaceous plant, which means...
I've only just learned to spell that, by the way.
Well, I can't spell it. It's an ericaceous plant, so it likes to be planted in an acid soil. They're shallow rooting. They will live in... Because they've got big, thick, leathery green leaves, they can stand quite a bit of shade as well. So...
Do they need to avoid... I'm always unsure about this, but do they need to avoid the hot afternoon sun, Dave, or...?
Not really.
No?
They live in sunshine, and they live in shade. They're a tough plant, very tough plant. It's like everything, they just don't like drying out. You can put this into a pot, but it will get too big in about, I'd say, depends on the size of the pot, but it will get too big for a pot eventually. It's a big grower. This is a back of the border rhododendron, or you keep it in a pot for so many years.
And the flowers, they're so bright on this one, aren't they?
Oh, massive big red flowers on it, pinky red flowers.
And there's loads, you can see, there's loads of buds coming.
Oh yeah, and these pointy things here, these are the big fat flower buds that are going to burst and send up all the colour.
And I'm just counting here, there must be at least 30 on there.
Yeah. Some of these smaller ones might be leaf buds. Now, interesting fact about these
here we go.
Is that as soon as it's finished flowering, crack the flower off and make sure there's no seed heads left on, because that way it will produce more shoots and more leaves and better flowers
and
next
more flowers, yeah.
Instead of wasting its energy growing seed. So you should always crack off and deadhead rhododendrons after they've flowered. Interesting fact.
Interesting fact! I love him. Honestly, he's quite funny. He definitely knows loads of stuff. So yeah, I found it really fascinating. I only managed to see about 40 minutes because I got chucked out of my hotel room, so I couldn't watch anymore. So I'm going to go back and watch it all. It was a really, really interesting show.
I couldn't watch. I was working down in Swindon, so
bless you. You were actually gardening, weren't you?
Yeah. I was actually gardening.
Actually gardening.
Yeah.
All right, so that is our rhododendron, the Nova Zembla Red. £5 saving here, which is incredible, really, because this is about to just burst into bloom, isn't it, Adam?
It is, and one of the main features of this particular rhododendron is you can grow this in hot, sunny positions.
Yeah, most of them want a bit of shade, don't they?
Most rhodies, quite often rhodies in their natural environment grow up in mountain areas, or they're kind of woodlandy kind of plants that grow under the other trees in sort of quite dappled shade. This one, you can have this on a patio in full sun, south facing. It'll still flower for you, it will still grow, it will still thrive. Just make sure you've got ericaceous compost.
Oh yes, of course.
If you in your garden, rhodies and stuff grow pretty all right generally, azaleas and so on, you could put it straight into the garden. But if you haven't got that acid soil, grow this in a pot. Rhodies are absolutely fantastically happy in pots, but use our ericaceous compost to plant it in. Yeah,
if you need some, it is available on the website for you. Just type in Eric in the search bar and it will come up for you. 511096 for that amazing, I mean, the flowers on a rhododendron, I just think they're some of the most stunning flowers. They look like silk. They don't look real because they look so amazing. So yes, do grab that because we've got a £5 saving on there. Think about joining the club if you're not already a club member. Now, you do need your ericaceous compost for your rhododendron, but the majority of everything else that we've got on the show today, probably bar the blueberries and the azaleas. So we've got blueberries, azaleas and rhododendrons on the show today.
And your
Those
camellia.
are the ones... Oh, camellia likes a bit of
femme
ericaceous,
fatale.
doesn't it? So they like a little bit of ericaceous, but everything else that we've got on the show is going to want this compost. We've taken out of all of the confusion for you. There are basically 2 types of compost that you need, not 6 million like you would be led to believe if you went to a garden centre. You either need ericaceous compost or you need this amazing premium professional compost.
That's about it as well, because this is pH balances compost as well, so this isn't too acidic or too alkaline. It's called neutral. That means practically all plants will grow in this.
Yeah.
And I pretty much say, if it green and I'm getting tongue-tied today.
You are
if it grows and it's green, it will like this compost.
Absolutely.
But
I'm not green and I like it.
Yeah, well, I mean, when it was on, I think it was last week's Bex, I think I said last weekend I sowed lots of seeds.
Yes, you did,
They're up already. Not all of them.
They?
Yeah, yep. I've got my first cucumber come through,
Amazing.
my first little tomato plant come through, grown in this compost, my ageratums, my helichrysums, what else has come up? I won't bore you with all of them, but within a week, they're already coming up in this compost, and on my status as well, and they're looking fantastic. Yeah. And that's because they're not in that compost when you water it, it goes all hard and crusty, and the poor little seedlings can't break through. You know, they're trying to get through a concrete floor to grow through. This compost has just got everything, even a little tiny seed needs to sustain it. So you've got that peat element in there, but a massively reduced peat element that holds on to the moisture. Then you've got the composted wood fibre. That keeps the compost nice and open. It lets the water percolate. Critically as well, it lets the air, the oxygen get to the roots of your plants. And also, it just lets the water percolate through in such a way that the compost is never too wet, it's never too dry. You've always got that perfect balance. We've got that slow release fertiliser there. Look, you can see some little there's a couple of
little green balls.
Little green balls there. There's a couple there, just hiding on the top. This will give you up to 6 months slow release feed as well on this. So not one big whoosh of energy for your plant and then nothing to sustain them after that. There's a wetting agent in here as well, and that makes your compost super absorbent, like kitchen towel. You know, in the past when you've had your hanging baskets, your pots dry out, and you've gone to water them and the water runs straight off all over you, generally. This compost, when you want to water this, it's much more likely to immediately absorb that moisture, so rehydrating your plants really, really quickly. And as we said, everything from a seedling to from a seed to a seedling to a cutting, roses, bedding plants, perennials, when you plant your trees, house plants, goodness me, you name it. Pretty much everything thrives in this compost.
Yeah, genuinely, we've taken all the confusion out. I used to get really confused when you go to the garden centre and they've all got different numbers on the bags and it's got added something and added something else, and you know, which one's the best one to go for? And generally you end up going for either the most expensive because you think that's got to be the right one, or you go for the one that's on offer because you think that's the right one. This has been formulated by experts. This has been formulated by people who've worked in the horticulture business for their entire lives, and they've really perfected the recipe that they use in order to make this. Every single time you buy a bag of this, you are guaranteed of getting the same fantastic quality. It's made on a regular basis as well. It's not like we've got pallets of these sat for months on end. It's made regularly. It's delivered into the nursery here regularly, ready to be delivered out to you. It comes in 2 plain white plastic bags for you. It's also delivered boxed as well, which makes it really easy for storage and being able to stack these up. 2 50-litre bags you are going to get here, rather than one 100-litre bag, because that'd be a bit heavy to try and hump around your garden, wouldn't it? And it is just £24.98 for the 2, £22.48 if you are in the club. I do want to break down that cost just a little bit for you, because we're not the cheapest when it comes to compost, and we don't apologise for that, because we are still incredible value. When you think that every single order you place, you're going to get that gorgeous Sarah Bernhardt peony, absolute free gift as long as you enter the code YGTV1224. Their root Sarah Bernhardt peony will be delivered to you, normally £9.99, so let's take that off the price. Plus it is delivered direct to your door, and let's not underestimate how great that is.
Yeah, because
rather than getting in the car, going to the garden centre, picking up the trolley with the dodgy wheel,
that's it. Yeah.
Getting it off the top on the trolley in the car, it's a pain in the backside, isn't it, basically? So this gets delivered direct to your door, no postage cost included, and it is premium professional compost. This is the compost that we use at the nursery.
And when you go to countries like the Netherlands,
Yeah.
Spain, Italy, some of the biggest growing plant countries on earth that grow billions of plants, this is the sort of compost they will use to start their plants, to grow their plants, to sustain their plants, to keep their plants in for always. Because, as you said, Bex, it's got everything that plants need. And is it Graham who's got about 300 bags? Well, no, I exaggerate, about 26
I bet
bags.
he's used a lot of that.
Yeah.
He'd stockpiled a load. He sent us a picture. There was loads in his garage. I bet he's used a lot of them.
Yeah.
Amanda's healthy cucumbers.
Oh, grown in this.
She's grown them in these.
Oh, cool. Well,
and they've started to come through.
Have we got a picture? Oh, let's have a picture, because it's exactly what I've I've got 6 cucumbers, and I've used an egg carton to sow them in. So I put this compost in the egg carton. When I came out this morning, 1 out of 6 was already just starting to poke through the top of the compost, so which is really, really great. And I've only had to water that compost once when I first put the seeds in last Saturday, and it stayed lovely and moist throughout the whole week. Because
do you know, it is amazing, because mine are in the conservatory, baking conservatory, particularly now because the days are longer, it's getting warmer. But I don't have to go in and constantly water. It is incredible at holding on to that moisture.
Yeah, this really, really does hold on to the moisture for a long, long time, and that's the great thing, because you don't need, because if you keep watering seedlings too much, you can get something called damping off, where they all go mildewy and mouldy and all die. Yeah. So to give them a good drink and then to have that moisture sustained in that compost for the whole week or a couple of weeks till the seeds start to germinate is fantastic.
Okay, so 100125 is the item number for your compost. Maybe this is the one you want to place an order just for the compost. Enter the code YGTV1224 and get your free gift, and then place a second order in order to get a second free gift. Or maybe it's that you want to get your order to over the £40 mark so that you can get your free gift plus the free postage. The compost might be the job for you to add that into your basket. Now, we've had a question. Lisa, she has got a question about transplant shock. She's transplanted a rose. I'm assuming she's done it recently.
Right.
And it's looking a bit sad, it's wilted.
Yeah, now don't worry about that, because if you'd have done that about a month or so ago, it'd have been absolutely fine, because roses, they're early this year. Everything is growing much, much earlier than it should be. Roses in my garden have already got 6, 7, 8 inches of growth on. So what's happened is, where you've dug that rose out of the ground, you've actually separated some of the little kind of fibrous roots from the soil. And those are the roots that the rose draws moisture on. Yeah. And because it's growing actively now, it's really drawing on that moisture. When you've transplanted it, all of a sudden, for a little while, those roots are cut off from the soil around them. Give them a week or so to re-establish. They'll start to draw that moisture back in, and that rose will revive. What you might find is, those stems initially, they droop, and then they will revive, and they might have a little funny kink in them after a week or two where they've started to regrow, but that rose will be fine. Just make sure you keep it moist, leave it, be patient. I guarantee a couple of weeks from now it will start to regrow and it'll be absolutely fine.
Wonderful. All right, Lisa, well, keep in touch with us. Let us know. Let's hope that that actually is the case. Just be a little bit patient and see what happens in another couple of weeks. We are going to move on to our summer bedding collection now. This is a riot of colour on this table. Check out all the colours on here. This is amazing.
Well,
should we go to the end?
Again, when we walked in this morning, it was, I mean, the colour was just wow, wasn't it?
I love it.
Just so much colour. Yeah.
We're going to start off with our hydrangea. This is the paniculata, called Diamond Rouge. I think it's a beautiful colour, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is an absolute stonking hydrangea. This one, those great big conical heads of flower that kind of start off this amazing kind of pink colour, which is really, really different, really unusual. And the great thing about this type of hydrangea as well, this is one of the paniculata hydrangeas, so it means you can prune it right down in spring. You don't need to worry about when to prune it, because it flowers on new growth. Okay. So if, for instance, you've already had one of these in for a couple of years and it's got a bit too tall, right now you can take it down to kind of even 5, 6, 7, 8 inches tall if you want to, just above some nice healthy buds, and all those new shoots that come back will give you flowers this year. So really easy to look after. Make sure you plant it somewhere sunny, where there's a reasonable amount of moisture in the ground, but this will just make the most spectacular statement plant, with these wonderful kind of red heads. I think they red, then they turn to white. Sometimes I get it the wrong way around, but yeah, they start off red and then they will fade to white as they mature. But goodness me, and sometimes if you've got these in an acid soil, the colour can be slightly different, but generally you will get this, this sort of transition from one colour to another.
I love that with the hydrangea, particularly the paniculatas, I think. I mean, the mopheads do it as well, don't they? But the paniculata range, I think because the flowers are so big, so imposing.
Bold, yeah.
Yeah, big and bold, and that's a compliment, me saying that, by the way. The fact that you get that wonderful colour changing thing happening, that's what really gives it that extra added interest, I think, on here. And they last such a long time, don't they? On the plant, but also as cut flowers.
Yeah, great for cut flowers as well. And each of these are on really rigid stems as well. So even when the weather's wet and windy, sometimes when it's wet and windy, you'll see the flowers kind of lean over to the side a bit. And then once they dry out, they pop straight back upright again. These make a great hedge. If you want a really kind of informal hedge, not clipped, but something that's going to give you a riot of colour. And also, towards the end of the season, you can leave the flower heads on.
Yeah, I really like that. I know a lot of people like to tidy up their garden at the end of the, autumn and stuff and make it look all neat and tidy. But actually, I think hydrangeas look super interesting when the flowers are faded, and leave those on over the winter. They look really nice, and you don't have to worry about that with the pruning, do you?
Sometimes you get that like a hoarfrost or something, and they're just absolutely smothered in that frost, and then you get the low winter sunlight coming through the back of the flower. They can look absolutely amazing.
Can't they?
And I don't know what they find, but I've always found when you leave those flower heads on, even in the depths of winter, the little robins, the blue tits, the wrens always seem to find a little
Something
insect or some little morsel hiding in those flower heads. It's probably sort of insects that have laid eggs in that flower head, and then you're sustaining nature as well, leaving those flower heads on. You're giving yourself interest, and then when you get to the spring and you start to see those little shoots at the base, cut them down to those really vibrant shoots, and then you'll get this explosion of bloom all the way through the summer again into autumn.
Yeah, that's a beautiful take on the hydrangea there. The hydrangea paniculata, the diamond rouge. 3 of those pots included. It's £19.97, £10 saving here today on YGTV. And of course, if you are in the club, you will get an extra 10% discount on there. So it'll be £17.97 for all 3 of those. Just a quick one, how big are they going to get?
These are going to get probably to about sort of 1 metre to 1.2 metres high.
Perfect.
So not huge.
3 of those, if you want to create like an informal hedge type thing, plant those together, that look great, wouldn't it?
Or you could plant them as like a triangle in a round bed in the middle of a lawn or somewhere as well. Yeah, and get a really big, bold display.
Okay, so that's the hydrangea paniculata. 511421 is your item number. By the way, you place your orders. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook and you're thinking, well, how do I place an order? You need to go onto our website, which is YouGarden.com, and that's where you can go in and you can place your order. We will do a basket example very soon. We meant to do that before, so we'll do it very soon for you. Or our phone lines are actually open at the weekends now as well. And they're open until 4 o'clock. The phone number is just down the bottom of the screen there, so you can place your order over the phone as well. Just do make sure you tell the operator that you've got a code to use, YGTV1224. We don't want you to miss out on any of the savings or the double up deals or any of those things. Now then, love a fuchsia, absolutely adore a fuchsia. I just think it's so obviously a fuchsia. You can't mistake a fuchsia flower, but these are jumbo fuchsias.
Yeah, these are the American type fuchsias. Huge, great big flowers on these as well. Really spectacular, really bold. 4 types here. We've got Swing Time with its bright red and white flowers. We've got Deep Purple, which is purple with a hint of magenta. We've got Bella, Rosella, deep pink, and then we've got Voodoo. I love that one, Voodoo. Purple centres and red sepals. So, yeah, really great colour range. Months and months of flowers. And just the way they hang down and just so simply create colour for so long. And they deadhead themselves as well, don't they, these? They just drop off.
They do, indeed. You don't really need to do much to these. These are wonderful pictures sent in by one of our regular viewers, Eleanor. Thank you so much for sending these. I hope you're watching this morning. Look at the size of the flowers that we are talking about. When we say jumbo fuchsias, we really do mean jumbo fuchsias. Now, you tend to get slightly less jumbo fuchsia flowers on the jumbo plants, but their size makes up for it, doesn't it?
I mean, they're dramatic, aren't they? I mean, almost hand-sized, palm-sized flowers on these. So, I would say the best thing with these is to have them in a hanging basket or somewhere up high where you can kind of look into the flower and see the sort of the drama of the flower kind of be below the flowers. But, you could put these in tom-tom pots, you could put these in raised beds. Sometimes some people have a garden that's on sort of 2 levels.
Yeah.
So you have that little wall between with a planting area in the middle. Look great in somewhere like that.
Just tumbling over the edges.
Tumbling over, looking really gorgeous. Plant them somewhere sunny and well drained. If you've got them in baskets or pots or troughs, feed them. Use our feed or use tomato feed or seaweed, liquid seaweed.
Yeah, they're hungry, aren't they, fuchsias?
Yeah.
They do like a decent amount of feed.
And these ones are hardy as well. These are hardy fuchsias, these ones as well. So,
fabulous.
Yeah, so they'll come back year after year. They should have a little lifetime guarantee symbol on them. But yeah, absolutely brilliant range of fuchsias here.
Yeah, amazing. So you are going to get 3 of each, right? Because it's 12 plug plants, so and we've got 4 varieties. You should get 3 of each of those. Again, in those little greenhouses. That's how they arrive to you. They will have labels on as well, so that you'll know which one is which when you open it up. Just in case you're colour coding, just in case you want to plant specific ones in specific areas, you can absolutely do that because they are fully labelled. £14.99. We've got a £5 saving on that one. And of course, if you are in the club, it's just £13.49 because you get that 10% discount. If you are one of our new viewers, I know we've got lots of you joining us today, then do please consider joining the club. There's a little box when you place your order and it says, do you want to save an extra amount? Just press yes to that, because what it will do is it will cost you £5 to join the club. Admittedly, it costs that £5, but that £5 is your cost for the entire year. So £5 to join to then get 10% off every single plant and accessory order, 5% off your outdoor living and gifts orders, £20 of vouchers to spend throughout the year as well, breaks down to £5 every 3 months. And often we try and hide the small print, but I want you to read the small print on the green box there, because what that tells you is that if we put the cost of the membership up at any point in the future, yours, if you get the auto renewal, will remain £5. Just don't cancel it, and you will always pay £5 on a yearly basis in order to be a member of that club. The savings that you can make from joining that club, I promise you, you will not be disappointed. Over 40,000 members of that club, so I think they're enjoying it. Right, let's move on to one of my favourites. Absolutely adore the purple sensation alliums. These are your quintessential alliums. I mean, there's lots of different varieties of alliums, and I've planted all of them this year, but this was the one I started off with because these are just... it blew my mind that these can grow the way that they grow. These balls, these really dense, thick balls of purple on top of really tall, strong stems.
That's what I like about the stems on these. Even though you've got these big heads of flower, I mean, they're probably the size of a tennis ball, aren't they? Those
huge.
Sort of flower heads.
They can be really big.
Really, really big flower heads. But despite that, they've got these really strong, rigid stems that almost never, ever need support. In fact, I've never seen anybody stake alliums. They just stand up on their own.
No, I didn't stake any.
They flower about May time into June. They're always a stalwart at Chelsea because that's the time they're flowering. So the easiest thing to do is use what's flowering at the time.
Absolutely.
And Purple Sensation probably is the most popular, the most loved, the most widely grown allium of all. And alliums are so easy and simple to grow. They're actually members of the onion family.
Don't eat them.
No, don't eat them. But they do smell like onions, the bulbs, when you get them. They have an oniony kind of smell. These ones are one step further because we're not sending you bulbs, we're actually sending you plants that are actually already grown from the bulbs. And the great thing about when you plant bulbs is I always say you plant a promise, because in the middle of every bulb, there's already a little tiny embryonic flower in the middle of that bulb. So once you plant that bulb and nature does what nature does, eventually that flower bud will come through. The ones at the moment are just showing leaf, but we're only into March, third week of March. As we get into April and towards May, then you'll see that flower head start to come through. And
it grows really quickly.
Once they get going.
Once you start, once you see the shoot coming through and you're like, that's where the flower's going to come from, it's amazing. Like, literally, you go out the next day and it's grown probably 5 inches. Yeah, it's incredible how quick they
do grow quick, don't they,
That's exactly what mine are looking like right now. So I think I planted... I don't know, 6 different types of alliums, and I've all got them in individual pots. I haven't mixed them up together, I've kept them separated. And my Purple Sensations are looking exactly like this right now. So they're in a pot. I planted them as bulbs last year, and that is exactly what they're looking like. Oh. Bless you.
That happened last week when I was standing here. Allergy corner, this for me. But... yeah, and what you'll find is you'll see that stem come up, and initially that flower bud's probably about marble size, isn't it? You know, a lot of people think, what are marbles? I'm showing my age. But like about marble size. And And then, as it gets up, and eventually the bud sort of
sort of unfurls
conker size,
as
then
well.
it just splits open, doesn't it?
amazing.
And it's like a firework. You get this explosion of flower. And even after the flowers are faded, leave them in, because the actual finished flower looks great in itself.
Well, we often talked about this last year, myself and Sean. We were talking about like alliums, because so this, look, can you see this? These are all lots of individual flowers at the ends.
Yeah.
So when those flowers fade, it is super interesting,
A
just
real
on its
structure
own.
to it, isn't it?
So you could leave them on the flower, leave them on the plant. You have that lovely interest going on. But a lot of people were actually making dried displays with these. So taking the faded flower, drying them, and creating lovely indoor dried displays. I think it looks absolutely beautiful. You are getting 2 of those included today. There is is that a £10 saving I can see there? Wow, £10 saving, just £9.98 or £8.98 if you are in the club. The best price on the website is £12.97. So this is why you need to come direct to us at YGTV. You are saving more money if you use our code YGTV1224. And do remember that with every single purchase that you make today, it's not 1 per customer, it's 1 per order. You will get a free gift. It's our Sarah Bernhardt peony. In fact, we're going to show you on the website now how to build a basket, how to get the most out of it, where to enter the code, how to join the club, all of those things. So what we're going to put in our basket this morning, Stu? Oh, we've got Calabricoa in there. We've got the Lupin Gallery series in there, and we've got the Allium Purple Sensation in there. Now, we haven't got a free gift. We're not saving a huge amount so far. We're spending £52.93. We're saving, is that £19? And we've got £6.99 postage. So let's enter the code, YGTV1224. Press apply and look at what happens. Those have come down by a £5. Those have come down by another £3. We've got a free gift included. Our postage has that come down a little bit anyway? Yes, so the price is still under 40, so do we need to get the price over 40? We're only a couple of quid off getting that order to over £40. What should we add in there, Adam?
Oh, should we put the rhododendron in? Because that's stunning.
Yeah, what's it called? Nova Zembla, that's the one. Should we add the rhododendron in as well? Because that is really pretty. That's ready to burst into bloom as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's going to be
any
incredible.
week now.
So let's add that one in. £14.99 to our YGTV viewers. Added that one in, and now look, the delivery cost has gone. Now this is where you can enter the club as well. The colour in there is incredible. You're right, Stu. See there where it says save a further £5 and whatever it was. Just click it. It enters that in to your basket. All you need to do is create a password if you're not already a club member. But that then gives you your 10% discount every single time you place an order from now for the next 12 months. See? We're all about giving you as many savings as we possibly can, genuinely.
That is a lot of plants.
It's a lot
for
of colour.
that amount of money.
Isn't
Honestly, it's incredible. Because that rhododendron, for example, I can see garden centres easily charging $19.99, even $24.99, because rhodies are really expensive. I don't know why, but they are. So, yeah, that's just incredible.
Yeah, so thank you so much for coming and joining us. I'm just hearing how many people are actually watching. It does sound like it's going to be one of our busiest Sundays for a while, so that's really exciting. It's great to have your company. Excuse me, do let us know if
there's allergy corner, this one.
Do let us know if there's anything that you want to see. If you go onto the website and you go into the show page on the website, you can actually scroll down and you can see all of the plants that we have got ready to show you today. If there's something specific that you want to see, if you want to jump ahead, if you're like, do you know what, I've got to go and do something, can we have a look at that? Send Stu a message either on ygtv@yougarden.com, that's the email, or put a message in the chat on Facebook or on YouTube, and do you know what, we'll bring it forward for you. That's how breezy we are about stuff.
Well, that's
it's
a great thing.
interactive here at YGTV.
That's because of where we are. We're right at the nursery. We're our own bosses here. We've got a fantastic head gardener, Peter McDermott, who's kind of just so dedicated to what he's doing here as well.
He is, isn't he?
And he just gives us the opportunity to just come here and just share our passion, talk to you about all the wonderful plants, share all our knowledge, tell you how to grow them, and then of course you're sending your pictures and questions and results to us as well. So this is such a completely different way of not even just buying plants really, but just enjoying gardening together and just having a great Sunday talking about plants and things we're passionate about.
Absolutely, Sunday's the best day to do it as well. Right, let's move on. We've got our beautiful Tumbelina Ruffles collection. This is 18 plug plants included here. £16.99 if you're in the club, £17.99 if you're not. So it works out as about a pound each, basically, for each of those, for something that's just going to flower for so long.
And they're like can-can skirts, aren't they? That's what they remind me of. They kind of got that look to them. Just magnificent. I mean, so multi-layered petals on those as well. Incredible colours as well. And you've got the sort of the bi-colours on there, which is fantastic. So you've got the purple and white, you've got the pink and white. You've just got such depth of flower on these, and these are going to flower for month after month after month. Again, these slightly tumble, perhaps to about 12, 15 inches. They're not like the Saphinias, which we're going to move on to at some point. But if you just want glamour, if you want colour, if you want a plant, a bedding plant that's unashamedly bold and out there and really doesn't care, these are the ones. These look great in hanging baskets. They look good in pots, troughs. You can grow these in beds and borders. They will flower for month after month after month after month, and you can just enjoy them with minimum amount of input on those as well. Just water them, feed them occasionally, deadhead them, even if it's a manky summer. And these particular ones actually were bred not far from Cambridge. So these have actually been bred in the UK to deal with UK weather and UK conditions, so that if we have a horrible, wet, windy, cool summer, please don't let's have one of those summers.
No, please.
Please not after this winter. If we have a hot, dry summer, these are going to perform. Just going to give you that drama all the time.
Now, we're just going to go to our website for a second. Stu's going to say, OK, so what we're going to look at, is this item. Tumbelina Ruffles. OK, he's going to try and show me something. Right, so we've got 12 plug plants, £19.99. Look at this! But 18 plug plants is £17.99. That doesn't make sense at all, does it? It's because we've got our code. Our code has already been entered in. So this is a typical example of how you can get the best savings by shopping with us, not just at YouGarden, but at YouGarden TV. Just always enter the code. It's a different code on a weekly basis. We do change it. On YouGarden TV, we are cheaper for 18 plug plants than it is to buy 12 of the plug plants. So this is why it's really important hopefully you can come and join us all the time here. We're here on a Sunday 10 till 2. We do Wednesday and Thursday shows from 10 o'clock as well. We try and bring you different things all the time. We try and bring you a really good selection of, your firm favourites, your summer bedding, but also perennials, also grow your owns, also hardware, like our heavy duty black pots. We've got amazing deals of pots coming up as well. So we'll be able to talk to you about those too. 400458 is your item number. Make sure you get the 18 of those for that amazing price, just £16.99 if you are in the club. Now then, let's tell you about Sophinia Petunia, the designer brand of Sophinias, of petunias. The first true trailing petunia that trail ridiculously, that are so tolerant of wet weather, because petunias do seem to struggle sometimes, don't they? But not if they're a Sophinia. No,
and pretty much all the varieties we've got to you today have been bred to that point now where they will deal with bad summers if we get them in this country. But Sophinians, come on, look at these. I mean, this is just absolutely super crazy, isn't it? I mean, these huge, amazing balls of colour, and these petunias can tumble down to a metre to a metre and a half. In fact, probably in a 12-inch or 18-inch hanging basket, you'd only need, perhaps in a 12-inch, you'd put about 3 of these in. Perhaps in an 18-inch hanging basket, you'd put about 5 of these in. You've got that incredible colour range there as well. So you've got the purple, you've got the pinks, and also on these, you have got fragrance. Now, I'm not saying it's a really overwhelming fragrance like Lily of the Valley or Jasmine or something like that, but they do have quite a sweet fragrance, and options is there. I mean, you can mix the colours if you want to. I quite like a mix because I'm one of these people that doesn't really care about colour coordination or anything like that. Just have a riot of colour. I'm not bothered. Let them all clash and argue with each other. I love it. Just bring it on. But you might just want specific colours in a specific basket. And remember, these will all be labelled for you as well, so you'll know in that little greenhouse there which is which. So you can do that mix and match, or you can do separately if you want to. But Bex, these just will give hundreds, if not thousands, of flowers all the way through the summer, right into the autumn, right up until the frosts.
Yeah, they really are amazing plants, aren't they? And now, Sophinia petunias, these are the ones, okay, that you will see in those professional displays.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that you see, like, down the centre of high streets or...
Pubs, outside
exactly,
pubs.
outside pubs, those sorts of things. Those beautiful, great, big, trailing displays that you will see. It's the Sophinia petunia that's been used in those, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the petunia that every petunia wants to be.
Well, look at that. I mean, that's not Photoshop. These are real, genuine photographs, of petunias, Sophinia petunias that somebody has grown. 30 years of Sophinias. Now, they've not been around for 30 years because they're naff. Nobody liked them. They've been around for 30 years because they're spectacular, because they perform, because they're gorgeous, because people recommend them, because people want to grow them year after year after year, because they're easy, simple, full of impact, fragrant, pretty much self-deadhead, need minimal attention as well. I mean, just feed them occasionally, obviously keep them watered if they're in baskets or troughs. But other than that, just sit back and enjoy.
That's what I love. I like that clash of colour.
Yeah.
I love all of that, just mixture of colour, riot of colour all going on. Of course, we all garden differently, and you have the option to do exactly whatever it is that you like to do. Personally, I like the riot of colour.
I do, yeah, just let them battle it out together and enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then if you want, separate colours, it's up to you. They're all labelled. It's dead clear which colour's which, so whatever floats your boat, you go with at the end of the day.
Yeah, and these are really healthy plug plants as well. Look at those roots. We've got those lovely white fibrous roots on there. All of the hard work has been done. Our expert growers have grown these on for you. They are...
That's stunning. I mean, look how many stems on that one already. There's already 2 or 3, 4 little stems on there. So each one of those is going to make its own trail and produce its own flowers. And flowers all the way down the stem as well, not just on the ends.
Are we planting these out now, or are we growing them on a bit?
No, don't put them out quite yet. This year, things outside are a long way ahead of where they should be. I mean, I can't believe the magnolias are in full flower.
Well, they're about to go over, aren't they?
We're only in the 3rd week of March. So get these home now, but just keep them somewhere warm and frost-free for another couple of 2 or 3 weeks or so until the risk of frost has passed. And then, so you could just pop them on into little 9-centimetre pots, keep them on a windowsill or in a greenhouse or somewhere that doesn't get too cold at night. And then nearer the time, you can do what's called hardening them off. So that basically means initially put them outside during the day, somewhere sunny, then bring them in at night and do that for a week to 10 days. Then you can start to leave them out day and night, and then once you think frost has completely gone, just plant them up.
Very, very easy to do, and months of gorgeous colour. I mean, could you imagine if you've got the Sophinia petunias and you've got your hanging baskets out the front, your house is going to be the one in the street that everyone's like, she's got a good hanging basket, hasn't she?
Well, I tell you,
why don't mine look like
exactly.
hers?
I mean, and that's the sort of thing, because you do drive around, don't you? You always think, how have they achieved that?
Ones?
Yeah, because they've used Sophinias. And if any of you have got any pictures of your Sophinia hanging baskets from last year, it'd be great to see those as well.
Let us know. I'm doing. I really want to do Sophinia hanging baskets now, but I'm doing.
You're doing too much, Bex, already. You need to buy a few more acres of garden.
I'm doing begonias this year. Maybe I'll do Sophinias.
You're doing your calla lilies?
Or I'll just get my husband to put up 2 new hanging baskets at the back of the house. Maybe that's what I'll do. Yeah. I'll just get him to put some more up. Be fine, right? Right, let's move on. So the first of our Grow Your Own section. I'm just going to stick a little mint in my mouth. First of our Grow Your Own selection, and this is a killer deal, is basically what we're bringing you here. But this is an apple tree that we're bringing. I'm just going to bring that around to the side so you can see exactly what it is you're getting. It's an £18 saving on this one. £18 saving. You are saving more than you're spending for this one. It's £16.99, but it's £15.29 if you are in the club. 5-litre pots are really nicely established. You can see all the green shoots coming off here. There's a red bit coming off the end of this one.
They are all the flower buds. They're literally, every one of these is a flower bud.
You can see them,
So,
can't you?
yeah, you can already see the flower buds on there.
That is going to be absolutely incredible. Tell us about this particular variety then.
You know what, I was a bit cynical about these kind of apples until last year, and I'm racking my brains and I can't think exactly where it was, but I went to see a customer last year and they had one of these column type apples in a pot, and it had about 15 apples on it, literally all down the stem, almost mature size apples. And it was the first time I'd seen for myself in real life that a tree this compact can grow those full-size apples.
So it's going to grow in this lovely column shape that we're looking at
because
here.
This hasn't been pruned to be in this shape and then it's going to grow into a huge tree. It's been bred to just have these, what they call spurs, these little side shoots, what they call the fruiting spurs. So it's been bred to have this habit of being tall but narrow.
Wow, look at that with the blossom. That is so interesting, just for the blossom.
Yeah, that's going to be any week now. So initially you get the gorgeous fragrance of apple blossom, and then of course you'll get the bees, the pollinating insects that all adore that. And then later in the year, once the fruit is set, you will get full-size apples. This is like a sort of a red and green kind of skinned apple, really sweet, delicious, super crisp, crunchy apple, and it will be all the way down the stem. I mean, once it matures, this probably gets to about a metre and a half eventually. And if I just tilt it forward a little bit, look, you can see the flowers, the little flowers already coming right in the middle there. So this one, look at that. You can see that. You can see the little red on that one on the other side there, little red. So that is already a little flower bloom there. So any day now, within a week, they're actually going to physically start to flower.
So we're going to get apples this year?
Yeah, you will get apples this year. This will actually, this will be pollinated. This is self-fertile, so it will be pollinated by other apple trees in the area, because there's so many apple trees around anyway.
Unless you're living sort of literally in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. So
I mean, even if you're in the middle of nowhere, you're in the countryside, so chances are there's free pollen everywhere.
Yeah, and the bees are going to be buzzing about and they're doing their thing. So, yeah, this year on the ones we send you out, you will get apples this year because you've got flowers on there this year. And again, I know I throw this example out all the time, but it really, really is important because I've got customers who've got acres of garden, but there are people that live in tower blocks, there are people that live in flats, there are people live in apartments, and you've just got a balcony.
Yeah.
You can even grow your own homegrown, incredibly gorgeous apples 3 floors up now on a little balcony, because this is so compact, this is upright, this is easy to grow. You've got the fantastic flower in spring. Then you've got the apples, and apple trees also have really lovely yellow, butter yellow colouring in the autumn, so even the leaves look gorgeous at the end of the season. And it's only ever going to get to about a metre and a half tall, but it will never get more than about that wide. So
that's incredible, isn't it?
So even on a balcony where, a balcony might be 6 foot wide, 9 foot wide, you could still find space for this just at the end, and enjoy your own apples.
You get 5 of them, it'd be absolutely fine. It's not going to take up that much space. I love that idea.
And you could leave that in this pot. This would be all right in this pot just for this year. You don't need to repot this. If you don't want to, don't repot it this year. You might not like this pot because this is obviously just a pot that's in for growing. It's not a particularly attractive pot, but if you wanted to pop it out of that into another pot, don't put it into a pot too much bigger straight away. I'd only go for a pot slightly bigger than that. Because it needs to fill the root space first. If you put it in too big a pot, then it'll take ages to fill the root space.
It's a mistake people make, isn't it? They go, I want it in that pot, and they go too big too quick.
Too big, yeah, and then the tree won't grow until it's actually colonised that root space. So just go slightly bigger. We'll see if there's some pots on our website that might be slightly good for this, real slightly bigger. But yeah, if you don't want to do that, leave it in this. Keep it well watered, feed it, and hopefully, I can't see why not. The flower buds equals apples at the end of this year.
I love this idea. So if you are somebody who's got a smaller space and you think, I want to grow some apples or I want to grow a fruit tree, but you've never been able to because you just don't have the space, this is absolutely the one to go for.
It's perfect.
But even if you've got big space and you've already got a bit of a mini orchard and thing going on, why not have something that's just a little bit unusual? Because I think that'll be a massive talking point. I am so tempted with this one now myself, even though I've got a full garden. I'm sure I can find space for something else. 300292 is the item number. This is our Stuart's top tip for the show, because this one just has such an amazing saving. £18 saving on this one. You are saving more than you are spending, and particularly if you're in the club, because you're going to get that extra 10% discount as well. Do please consider joining that club. £5 to join, and then 10% discount on every single order that you place for the next 12 months. 40,000 members, over 40,000 members we have in that club, and loads of people joining the club today. Well, I know we are very, very busy. Stuart's just telling me how many viewers we are getting right now, so I'm so pleased to have your company. We're here every single week. We do a Sunday show. We're here from 10 until 2 o'clock every Sunday. We also do shows throughout the week. Currently it's Wednesday and Thursday, 10 until 1-ish. We might change those around during the week and during the season, but we will let you know. If you ever want to know what time our shows are on, you can go onto our website, YouGarden.com. If you give us a little follow on our social media pages, I'll always post and let you know what's going on with those as well. Mine's Rebecca Bex Edwards or Rebecca Edwards. Check on Facebook and Instagram. You'll be able to find us there. Right, we're going to move on to, you loved this.
Yeah, well,
you were excited about this one when we came in this morning.
Walking this way, our producer with this, I was like, oh my goodness me. That
is fascinating, isn't it?
It is fascinating.
It's the shape.
Yeah, well, it's a rosemary. So
incredible.
Yeah, I mean it's a rosemary, but it's what they call now I must get this word right. It's a prostrate rosemary. So it has this kind of habit of kind of growing downwards and just tumbling down like this one here.
I love it because you've got some of this upright growth.
I'm hooked on the apple tree.
You've got some of this upright growth, but then you've got this beautiful trailing thing going on down the bottom.
Yeah, and I'm not sure they're all going to be like this, but it's even got a spiraled stem as well, which I find quite fascinating. So it's got that kind of spiraled stem on it. And, oh, goodness, you know what? How many things is there to say about this? First of all, let's rub the foliage, because you've got that... You've got that super. So you were talking about roast chicken. When
yeah,
roast
I'm going to do roast chicken tonight. I'm going to do roast chicken.
I'm thinking of Paxo.
Yeah, that's it.
Like, it's the minute I smell that Paxo stuffing balls, it's got to be done.
I'm totally doing a roast chicken tonight. I will be going cutting some of the rosemary from my garden in order to add to my roast dinner. And that's the beautiful thing about growing something like this. Not only is it beautiful, it's in that gorgeous standard shape as well, which I just think is really sort of desirable, quite elegant, but it's also functional.
It is functional because you can actually use this rosemary in cooking. There's no reason why not. You know, rosemary is a rosemary, so
one of the most used herbs in the country.
I couldn't believe it because it's just adds such fabulous flavour to so many different meals. Great on pizzas and things like that, for example, as well. But so you've got foliage that is fragrant. You've got foliage that is evergreen.
Yes.
You've got foliage that you can eat. Then you've got purple flowers. And
it wants to be in a sunny spot, really, but it can cope with a bit of shade as well,
can't it? As long as it gets some sun during the day. It won't want to be in permanent shade, but yeah, I mean, if you get some afternoon sun or some morning sun.
So I'm thinking about, I had a question once about, I've got a north-facing front door and I want some standards to go either side of that front door. I would have suggested potentially rosemary because it's going to get a few hours in the morning and then not much for the rest of the day. So it would probably do okay there. It's not the ideal spot, but it'd do okay, wouldn't it?
Especially in the summer months, in the spring and summer months. I mean, in the winter time, I'd probably bring it round to a more southerly facing position.
Totally.
But yeah, I mean, even somewhere north facing, if it's open to the sky and there's quite a lot of light coming down, it'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. But I mean, this is just so elegant. It's so unusual.
It is, isn't it?
And the weird thing about this, I was saying to Bex earlier on, it's a garden I've looked after for years and years and years, and they've got a raised planting area at the side of their swimming pool, and then it drops down onto a patio. And years ago, I planted some of these rosemaries at the top of that bed, and they've been there for donkey's years. And what really kind of makes me laugh is sometimes I might turn up there in January to do some winter gardening work, and it's still got the odd flower on it. Yeah. I mean, this seems to flower pretty much on and off all throughout the year. They don't seem to have a specific time.
I think they're so pretty.
That's such a lovely purple, isn't it?
It's a gorgeous, gorgeous colour, the flowers that you get on rosemary. I think they're absolutely beautiful. Now, the item number you need is 511534. We are saving £10 for something that is really, really quite a talking point, really elegant, really beautiful. If you were watching during the week, on Wednesday we had special shows both days. On Wednesday we we had Dave the Plant Man here with our lovely Sean Ryan. On Thursday, we had our head gardener, Peter McDermott, in with Greg Wallace. They were doing a whole grow your own and how to cook it and how to make it absolutely amazing. You're eating the rosemary?
Yeah, I've just tried the rosemary. It's lovely.
Here is Dave the Plant Man and Sean from earlier in the week. They went out onto the nursery floor just outside these doors and took a little look at our standard rosemary tree.
Well, I'm sorry I'm not here. Well, I'm sorry I'm not here this Sunday with Bex. I'm actually at QVC at 5 o'clock this afternoon with our oleander. Amazing big deal. But I am here with Dave the Plant Man.
How do you do?
How do you do? And he's been wandering around with me, just spotting things he likes, basically. Now, I love this standard rosemary, but you've found one that's even more kind of exotic looking. Now, maybe that's the wrong word, but it's really unusual, isn't it?
Well, they're both rosemary officinale, so they're both the edible rosemaries that you can eat. As long as you don't spray them with any nasty chemicals, you can just keep taking some of this out, put it in with your lamb, not a problem. But this one's called prostrata. Now, prostrata means it grows prostrate across the ground. So normally, when this would be in the ground, it would be a flat one. But what somebody's done, they've grafted it, or they've grown a stem up, and then let it bush from the top. And so you've now got a weeping, pendulous rosemary with lots and lots of flowers, and it'll just keep growing and growing. It'll make an amazing plant. Loves a really sunny, dry position. It'll stand quite a bit of neglect because if you look very close at a rosemary leaf, if you look underneath, it's rolled and it's got like fur inside. And the reason it's all rolled and furry is because it's to stop it from transpirating or giving off moisture. So it's a way of keeping it. So you know, if you get anything like that, it will stand living in a pot in a dry, sunny patio.
Oh, well, I've forecast
and you can neglect it.
Well, I've forecast a very dry, hot summer as it happens. We've had that much rain. It's got to stop sometime. It's really attractive, but obviously just as edible, just as delicious.
It's an officinale, so it's the same as that one. This is just a prostrata. Just a flat one.
But have you seen it grown as a standard before, Dave?
I have, yes, but it's mainly grown as a ground cover.
Yeah, I think it looks gorgeous.
But look at the length of these weeping branches. It's amazing.
Really beautiful. Well, thank you from Dave, the Plant Man.
Interesting fact.
Interesting fact. Thank you, Dave. It's wonderful to have had his company this week. Sean, I think he started putting that clip telling you he's on QVC. He is on QVC later on this evening, not until 5 o'clock though. So you can stay with us if you want to, but then tune in later on and have a little watch of our lovely Sean Ryan on QVC at 5 o'clock this evening. So it is just a £10 saving for that rosemary. 511, just a £10 saving. A massive £10 saving. 511 at 534 is your item number for that one. We really love it. We think it's a bit unusual. Right, let's give you a little show of everything that you've seen so far while Adam changes over everything so we can see some more items for you. So get your pens and papers, make your little list of everything that you want to place an order for. We're going to start with that Lupin deal. It was our top tip, wasn't it, right from the start? You're getting 3 of the Lupin Gallery Collection items here. So you're going to get 3 different colours. The beautiful purple, you get that lovely sort of creamy white colour, and you get that gorgeous red as well. Slightly shorter, this is what the Gallery Collection is all about with Lupin. So we're only talking maybe about 2 feet in height rather than the 3 or potentially 4 feet that other Lupins can get to. But you are still going to get those lovely sort of tall spikes of flowers opening in succession. Amazing foliage display as well that those flowers raise up out the bottom of. Great saving here too, £15 saving, just £14.97 or £13.47 if you are in the club. Please have a think about joining that club today. Costs you just £5 and you'll get 10% discount off everything that you order, nearly everything. Right, moving on to our buddleia. This is just a bit unusual, a bit different to the normal type of buddleia that you might recognise. I always saw buddleia as that beautiful purple one, the butterfly bush, amazing at inviting all those pollinators into our gardens. It's definitely a good one to get those butterflies in, but this one's just that little bit different because we've got the lovely ruby pink colour going on with this one, and it's a bit more compact. You might have thought about growing a buddleia in the past and just thought, I don't have the room, because they're quite vigorous. They grow very quickly. They set loads of seeds everywhere. This one stays nice and compact, not growing more than about a couple of feet in height. So if you have got that smaller space, if you do always think, I want a buddleia but have never planted one, this could be a really good option for you. And you have a double up deal available. You can get 2 of these for £14.98, or just the one for £8.99 if you want. If you're going for the double up deal, when you place your order, you put 2 in your basket. If you put 2 in your basket and enter the code, that's where the savings will come. If you just want the 1, that's absolutely fine. Just enter 1 into your basket. But do enter the code, because then you will get your free gift included. If you double up, you still get 10% off, by the way, of that £14.98. Next, we're moving on to our sedum, the Atlantis. I think this is a fantastic plant for all gardens, really. Great if you've got a rockery, because it's a nice low growing. It kind of spreads outwards, so it does fill in those gaps. It doesn't need, loads of soil. In fact, Adam was telling us, put it in the poorest soil. It doesn't even need that much. Cracks in pavings, this will grow beautifully. I've got it at the front of my borders in order to just sort of soften the edges of the borders. It grows out over the sort of slates that I've got edging the borders, and it looks absolutely beautiful. Variegated leaves on there, loads of different colour changing properties. You do get these lovely kind of little yellow flowers on there as well throughout the season, but it's evergreen, so it's always going to look fantastic as well, and you are getting 3 of those. Another amazing saving here. You're going to get £17 saving. That is a huge discount on the price. Just £11.67 if you are in the club. 560609 is the item number you need. Just make sure you enter that code YGTV1224. There's a little offer code box when you place your order. That's where you put that code. The next collection we've got is our gorgeous Calibrachoa. So Calibrachoa are like mini petunias. They're small, slightly smaller flowers than a petunia, but the added interest you've got with this particular Calibrachoa is that it's a double flower. So you've got those lovely double petals going on in there. We've got, bi-colour blooms in there. We've got single colour blooms in there, but you are going to get all 6 colours included. Excuse me. Just £12.99, £11.69 if you're in the club, 1 of each colour, and they're all going to arrive to you in those lovely greenhouses that we send them out in. So they are packaged really carefully so that they reach to you in the best possible condition, ready for you to grow on and then plant out as and when you feel that the weather is suitable to do that. 401563 is your item number. Now, proving to be one of the absolute favourites of the show so far, and we are, an hour and a half in. We've still got another 2.5 hours going. We saw Sean and Dave having a little look at this in the nursery. Look at how beautiful those flowers are, and this is so ready to burst into bloom. I can see all of the buds here where those flowers are going to come from, and this is what we love about rhododendron. First of all, lovely, glossy, evergreen leaves, but it's those flowers. They look like silk flowers. They don't look real. They look like somebody has made them. I guess Mother Nature made them. Just £14.99 or £13.49 if you're in the club. It's a really nicely established rhodie as well. We're talking in a 17cm pot, so it's a really good size. Bit of a, you were saying, Adam, this one doesn't mind being in the baking sun. Other rhodies do mind. Yeah,
this one is actually good for full sun and hot positions as well. So yeah, so you've got a south-facing patio or deck area, you can grow that rhodie in that position.
Yeah, absolutely. So slightly different take on rhododendrons as we know them. Some of the others like a bit more shade. This one, stick it in a full sun position, it's not going to have a problem at all. 511096 is your item number. £13.49 in the club. Now then, we're going to talk about our summer bedding. So we've got our, well, this one isn't quite bedding, is it? But anyway, late summer flowers is what we're talking about here. Hydrangea paniculata, the diamond rouge. You're getting 3 of the 9cm pots here with a £10 saving, so £17.97 if you are in the club. This is the paniculata variety, so you're getting those great big, densely packed panicles of flowers, those lovely ice cream cone shaped flowers on there. They're incredibly drought tolerant not hydrangeas, sorry, what am I talking about? Losing my brain. Hydrangea, hydrate. That is the tip with these. Make sure you keep them watered. They look fantastic in pots, you know, as feature plants on patios. They also look great if you want to put them into your borders as well. And the flowers themselves, they last a long time on the plant, but they also make great cut flower displays to have indoors as well. In fact, you see a lot of hydrangeas used in wedding displays, you know, on tables and things, because they are such big flowers. You get a lot of flower for your money, don't you, with those? 511421 is your item number. £10 saving there, just £17.97 if you have joined our amazing discount club. Next we have, these are the mega jumbo flowered collection of fuchsias. Eleanor, thank you so much for sending in your flowers pictures a few weeks ago to us. This is what we're talking about with jumbo fuchsias. They are such a big size. They're so dramatic. You cannot mistake a fuchsia flower. And I think every garden should have some fuchsias somewhere, whether it's the hardy varieties or more of the bedding varieties. You are going to get 4 different varieties included in here. So you've got those lovely mixtures of colours. Voodoo, Swingtime, Bella Rosella, and totally forgotten the 4th one. But you're getting all 4 included, and they are going to come to you labelled, so you know which one is which when you get them out of the packaging.
Deep purple.
Deep purple, thank you, Adam. Yes, deep purple, Voodoo, Bella Rosella, and Swingtime are the varieties. 12 plug plants included, £5 saving, £13.49. You will get less fuchsia flowers with your jumbo collection, but the size of them makes up for it. They're a little bit hungry, so they do want a decent amount of feed, but those will give you some of the best summer displays this year. Next we've got our Tumbelina Ruffles collection. Gorgeous ruffles of flowers, layer upon layer of petal included in there. 18 plug plants included with a £7 saving. Lovely bicolour blooms in there as well. £16.99 is your price if you are in the club. Please do make sure you use the code YGTV1224. That is what will activate that saving for you. If you don't put that code in, you will be paying £24.99, and we don't want you to pay that. We want to make sure you get the lowest price possible. Plus, we also want you to get hold of the free gift, which is our beautiful Sarah Bernhardt peony. It comes to you as a bare root, but it will be absolutely free with every single purchase you make today. So if you place 3 orders and you put the code in, you'll get 3 of those bare root peonies in your basket. 400458 is your item number for the Tumbelina Ruffles collection. Next we have, the Saphinia petunia. This one is one of the, excuse me, one of the favourites every single year. Our customers absolutely go mad for the Saphinia petunias. And the reason that they do is because I think you get a lovely range of colours included, but it's their vigour. It's how much they trail. I mean, you can get 3 feet of trail off a Saphinia petunia if you put it in the right place and you look after it. 3 feet of trail from these. These are the petunias that are used in professional displays. These are the ones that you see down the centre of a gorgeous, you know, shopping high street, and you see those beautiful trailing displays. It's Saphinia petunias that they're using. They're bred for their vigour, the amount of trail, and their weather resistance, because other petunias can really suffer if we have a wet summer. They can be really, they just don't like it too wet. They want watering, but they don't want their roots to be sat in water. Saphinias have been bred to be able to be tolerant of those. You can create those displays. You genuinely can create those displays, particularly if you've got one of our, our easy fill hanging baskets. That display is so easy for you to create at home. 400881 is your item number, and you are going to get 18 of those plug plants with a £10 saving. Just £13.48 if you are in the club. Please do think about joining the club if you're not already a club member. If you're a gardener, if you shop for gardening related items more than 3 or 4 times a year, I promise you that club membership is going to pay dividend to you. It costs just £5 to join the club, and you're going to get 10% off every single order that you place, including our premium professional compost. 10% every single time you place an order for the next 12 months. And that auto-renews. You can cancel it at any time if you want to, but that club membership will auto-renew. It will always stay at £5. Even if we put the price up, it will stay at £5 as long as you don't cancel your membership. Right, so I talked about the
put Sarah out
compost.
the way. Down there a minute.
Put Sarah down, yeah. The compost is included in that 10% discount, so every time you place an order for your compost, if you place 2 orders for compost here today, you've pretty much paid for your club membership in 1 order. That's how quick and easy you can get your money back.
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it? I mean, the thing is as well, I always say as well, if if I came onto the show today and I'd set myself a budget of, I don't know, say £50, and then I could save £20, I'd still spend £50. I'd just buy more plants.
Yeah, exactly. That's my kind of shopping. That's my kind of maths.
That's what I would do.
I love it.
In my mentality, it'd be like, whoa, I've actually got. I've got loads more than I thought I was going to get to start with. So, although I've not kind of physically saved the money, I've actually got loads more for it than I thought I was going to get originally.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So yeah, this might be your way, if you're placing an order for your compost, this might be a way of you getting to the £40. It's because we have a free postage offer. If you get to over £40 and you enter the code YGTV1224, you will not pay any postage whatsoever. If you're not getting to the £40, that's absolutely fine. We have an offer there included as well. If you've got, say, 4 items in your basket and each one of them has a postage cost attached, you will only pay 1 postage cost, just the one, and the highest postage we have on the show today is £6.99.
And we get
a free peony.
We get a free peony.
We get a free peony. And it's not just any old peony. This is probably one of the most beautiful peonies that you can get. This is the Sarah Bernhardt peony. It was named the Sarah Bernhardt peony because Sarah was a famous French actress. She was renowned for her beauty. And that's why this beautiful peony has been called Sarah Bernhardt.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, when you get a giveaway or a freebie, it's something just quite ordinary, what I call lazy sometimes. But
this one's not lazy.
This one's not lazy. This is one of the most loved, revered, planted, used, grown peonies in the world. I mean, it is such a stunningly beautiful peony. You've got height, you've got structure, you've got those amazing flowers, the sort of things that like Monet would have painted. They're kind of like water lilies, but on the end of peony stems. I mean, they really are magnificent. You've got fragrance with these as well. Makes a great cut flower. A flower or a plant that's going to last 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And as you were saying earlier on, and I can never kind of quite get this in my head, not just kind of one and that's it. 1 per order as well. So every time you put in a separate order, you will get a Sarah Bernhardt peony with that order.
And our regulars absolutely do know this. We've had people with us right from the beginning of when we started broadcasting YGTV, and they've understood there are certain gifts that they want to get multiples of. So they will make sure that they place multiple orders throughout the week while we're offering that particular free gift. Every week we do try to bring you a free gift, a special offer of some kind, and we've maintained that right from when we first started broadcasting our YGTV shows from the potting shed here. So not only are we giving you great discounts, lovely advice, plants for every kind of aspect in your garden, grow your own, all the rest of it. I'm hearing you're all giving each other advice in the chat. I love that. That's exactly what we're doing here. It's all about building this community.
Well, that's a great thing about the gardening community.
That warms my cockles.
Sharing, isn't it? Gardeners are brilliant at sharing. I mean, how often is it if you share a lot, you're on a sort of an allotment site, or if you've got gardening friends, so often people will bring you around cuttings. They'll say, I've got I've grown too many of these seedlings, and would you like?
Do you want some of these?
Do you want some of these? And then later in the year, it's I've got too many cabbages or cucumbers. So all the time as gardeners, we're sharing knowledge, we're sharing plants, flowers, vegetables, fruit, and basically what we're doing on this show. And we're just kind of sharing the love for gardening. That's what this is about, sharing our passion. You're sending us your pictures. We're giving you the benefit of our experience and knowledge and excitement. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Apparently we've got lots of pictures to show. Stu is just formatting them and doing all the technical bit behind the scenes there, so we're going to be showing them to you very soon. What we'd like to share with you now is probably one of the toppest tips that we can give in order for you to get the best results. Maybe you're new to gardening, and it can be, when you when you've just got into gardening, it can be a bit of a confusing space, can't it?
It can, yeah.
We're here to simplify that for you if you are brand new to it, and particularly when it comes to compost, because when I first got into gardening, this frustrated me. I didn't understand, well, why do I need all these different types? And then, so I'd buy that bag, but I'm only using half of that bag because then apparently I need this other bag for something else, and then you end up with a load of wasted compost.
It's like being told you need hyaluronic acid and peptides.
Yeah, it's all that beauty stuff,
like,
isn't it?
Really, isn't there just one product out there that can do it all for me? Do I need a kind of go on a course to understand how to use this?
Well, pretty much that's what we've done here at YouGarden. So we've got 2 types of compost. This one is the one that you're going to use for the majority of the plants that you have, both in your garden and in your home, because this is great for houseplants. The other would be our ericaceous compost. And there's a couple of plants on the show today. Blueberries, the rhododendron, the azaleas, and the camellia likes a bit of ericaceous compost. There's 2 types that you need, and that is what we are bringing you here. So the premium professional compost, I'm going to say probably for 98% of everything you grow in your garden and in your home, this is what you need.
Unless what we're going to do is we're going to do the kind of the sommelier thing.
Oh my God, it smells so good, doesn't it?
It does, because that's like, look at that. I mean, that just smells fresh.
It's fresh.
There's no...
Yeah, it doesn't smell dank
mildewy or mouldy, does it?
It's fresh.
Yeah, it just smells really fresh. And sometimes you open some bags of compost and it's like, well, yeah, I told you the other week, and I bought some a little while back and opened it up, and it just literally smelled like poo. I mean, there's no kind of... What's the word? Kind of sugarcoating it. It just stank. It was offensive. It was horrible. Sometimes you can open bags of compost and it's got a mildewy kind of damp sort of smell to it. And straight away you think, oh, is that going to be good? Sometimes you find bits of twig, like big bits of twig. I've even found bits of string, plastic.
Yeah, I find that very frustrating. When I have been and bought another bag of compost, you run out of this. I know I've done it in the past. And can we change the details, Stu? Let's give you the details of the compost on there. I have done it before when I've run out of this compost, and then I've nipped down to the garden centre and bought the cheapest bag or whatever. And you get great big lumps and chunks in it. And I mean, for anything to grow in that's frustrating, but particularly if you've got little plug plants or little seeds that you're trying to get started, those great big chunks are not going to work.
Because sometimes they say to you, with some seeds, you just leave on the surface, but some seeds, they say, just put a little fine coating of, just literally covering them.
How do you do that when it's got loads of chunks? With this, look.
Yeah, I mean, look at that.
Look at how fine.
It really is, isn't it? But the good thing as well is we can see where this composted wood fibre and stuff comes as well, because you and I, we do this thing where we try and compact this, so we really, really give it some to kind of, and we do get it to squeeze together.
Yeah, look, I've made a ball.
But then just literally the slightest kind of, and it just, look.
It's this lovely texture, and that allows for seeds to be able to break through. It allows for roots to get in there, to spread, to reach for their nutrients, to reach for their water. It's so important, isn't it, that root structure?
I mean, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? Because, the minute you say you put a little plug plant or a little seed in there, I mean, I started my seeds last Saturday because I'm going to grow all my embedding plants this year, and already, I said here, when I've got a cucumber up, my tomatoes are coming up, my ageratums, my statis, my helichrysums. A week yesterday I put them in, and it was in this compost, and I only needed to water that compost once, and a week on, there's still enough moisture in that compost to sustain those seedlings. And that's quite important, because sometimes when seedlings are really, really small, if you have to keep watering them all the time and the humidity is too much, you can get something called dampening off. And basically what that means is all of a sudden, all the little seedlings just collapse and die. That's because they've got like a little kind of fungal infection that's kind of wiped them out. Because this holds on to the moisture, those plants have got that moisture that they need to sustain them for a long period of time. Also, slow-release fertiliser in here that will last up to 6 weeks, 6 months.
6 months.
6 months. So plants aren't getting a huge rush of feed, and then that's it, it's gone. So if it's house plants, if it's cuttings, if it's seedlings, if it's plug plants, they've got that moisture they can draw on all that time. You've got the wetting agent to keep this wet all the time. It wants to absorb moisture, not repel it. You've got the pH balance there as well, so it's not too acid, not too alkaline. If it's green and it grows, you can pretty much use this compost for it.
Absolutely, and it is our premium professional compost. This is the compost that we use here at the nursery, and that really should tell you something. We've been in business for 2 decades. This is the business that grows plants, basically. If we use inferior compost, we are not going to get the results from our plants. We do not use inferior compost. We use the best compost, and that is exactly what you will get if you place your order for this today. Comes to you in those 2 50-litre bags that you can see there. So it's 100 litres in total, split into 2 bags to make it much easier for you to transport around your garden. Just £22.48 if you are in the club, £24.98 if you are not.
And
well
no
worth joining the club.
fussy bags, because it's not going anywhere else apart from us to you.
You can only get it from us here, and it is 100% the best compost. If you're watching, if you are one of our new viewers today, and you're like, it's just dirt, what are you talking about? Please do ask the chat.
That's a swear word.
Apparently, I know, I'm sorry. Olwen's already apparently in the chat. Thank you so much, Olwen. I think it's Olwen who always says she calls it a gold star product, like so many gold medal product. Over the years that we've been bringing this compost, and we have been doing it for a long time, definitely over a decade, in various different shopping channel forums and things. People constantly review this for us. If you go onto our website, for example, there's hundreds of reviews on there. Over the years, thousands of reviews we've had on this product. If you are struggling with certain plants and you're thinking, what am I doing wrong? Give this a go. Really do give this a go, because it will turn you into a green-fingered, amazing gardener overnight. I genuinely believe that. 100125 is your item number. We are getting lots and lots of emails, so thank you so much. We did ask you to send us emails, so thank you very much for sending them. ygtv@yougarden.com. Pippa, the joy seed can bring... Oh!
Look at that.
That is... absolutely beautiful. Is that now? That can't be now.
No, that would be last
it would have
year.
Been, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you see, this is where sometimes when I say who needs to worry about colour coordinating, throw the seeds down, let nature does what it wants to do. Look at that.
I absolutely adore that lovely wildflower look. That is absolutely gorgeous. I'll bet you had so many pollinators into the garden. That is absolutely beautiful. I adore that. Love that raised bed as well. I wonder what you're growing over those trellises. That's going to be nice. Oh, Ian, he's taken the covers off the garden furniture. He's got an amazing bar in his garden. Were you here when he sent the picture of his bar?
No.
We all wanted to go round and have a drink in Ian's garden. So he's taken the covers off.
That is impressive.
The time is now, isn't it? We are ready for spring. That is looking absolutely gorgeous. Oh, while he was doing that, he noticed his Caribbean lily, the Scilla peruviana.
Do you know what? They are... I am dead jealous now because they're so unusual. Very few people grow them. So that's an amazing result he's got there.
That is incredible,
that's
isn't
going to
it?
look, in a few weeks' time, that lovely sort of spike of blue flowers is just going to look absolutely amazing.
Oh, I'm jealous. I wish I'd planted mine now. Okay, Amanda, she sent us pictures of the cucumbers. Ah,
hey.
Look, they're in our compost. Look, you can see those lovely little shoots coming up. Other things going on in Amanda's garden.
Oh, that's lovely.
Ooh,
that
what
gorgeous.
is that?
That's a daffodil. That's
Is that a daff?
Yeah, that's a super duper.
That's the...
I wouldn't know the exact variety of that, but that's a super double daffodil.
It has got a name, and I've totally forgotten the name of it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. It'll come to me.
I can't think of that one off the top of my head.
Oh, the
That's
tulip's
nice.
looking lovely. I think Amanda's been sending me pictures on Messenger.
We've got some daffodils, we've got
lovely.
some narcissus, we've got winter flowering
these are the pictures
pansies.
that she sent me the other day. They're so pretty.
How happy are they? That's a pot of joy there, isn't it? A pot of happiness. Kind of there.
Love the little faces. Sometimes you get little grumpy faces on it as well. I like the grumpy faces. They make me happy.
A great colour mix.
That's gorgeous. Right. Are we... Oh, my word. OK. Graham's greenhouse is... Oh, look at Graham's greenhouse.
Is this the same Graham with the compost?
This is the same Graham with the compost, yeah. He never runs... You see a bag down the bottom there, look. Look at Graham's greenhouse. Look at all the stuff he's got growing.
Look at that. Everything just bursting into growth there. I mean,
that looks amazing.
Look at those geraniums.
Wow.
They're gorgeous. Wonderful little geraniums. I guess he might be taking cuttings. They're probably his stock plants that it's... Oh, look at the grass already. That lawn. Wow. It looks like a carpet.
Graham is on it. It looks like he is on it all the time. His acers, look, they're starting to burst. And I know he has hostas around there as well, all the pictures from last year. He had hostas growing near them. They look beautiful.
Oh, look at the skimia.
Tulips. Wow.
That is, look at the colour already.
Oh, I mean, Graham, I want to come and have a wander around your garden now.
So much interest. Look at that. I mean, that is a small space, but so much interest and colour and different things. And that skimia down at the bottom there, just above where it says potting.
Yep.
The fragrance on that will be knockout because skimia smell absolutely gorgeous. Really sweet, fragrant smell. Yeah, wow. Brilliant.
Oh, Graham, that's looking fantastic. Your garden's going to be absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's already looking beautiful. Olwyn's already cut some flowers and brought them in.
Oh, look at those.
That's
Again,
lovely.
Double daffodils there, the double pink daffodils there. They're quite recent as well. Probably 20, 30 years ago, you wouldn't have seen those, but now they're bred daffodils. They have those pink centres to them. Some are singles, some are doubles. Gorgeous, stunning.
Thank you so much, Olwyn. We're thinking of you. Really appreciate you sending those pictures in. Thank you very much. Any more coming, Stu? Oh, Amanda. What's Amanda sending us? Oh, she's done some honey. Oh, yes, we were talking about honeyberries, weren't we, Amanda? Because I've got the honeyberry growing, and she's got the honeyberry growing. We're looking forward to being able to pick the honeyberries later on this year. That's fantastic. Are we getting any pictures? Hey. Oh, there it is, look.
That's what my other half's got in the front. I'm going to take a picture of ours. My other half, John, he's got that in our front garden.
Yeah.
Smothered in flowers. I think it's a member of the Lonicera family. It's the same family as the honeysuckle.
That's it.
Yeah.
I've got two, so I planted two next to each other, but they were the tiny baby ones. I don't know why I was worried, because they're hardy, but I was a bit worried that they were dead, but they're not. They've got loads of green, they're looking like that.
Yeah, in the middle of the winter, they just look like sticks.
They do.
They can look a bit like they've given up the ghost.
I always think that when I planted something. I know it's deciduous, but for some reason in my brain I'm like, oh, it's dead, but it's not.
Confidence, you just have confidence and trust.
What was that, Dave? Here's Dave's garden. That's the Crown Imperial Fritillaria.
Yes, yeah.
Oh my word!
Looking absolutely magnificent.
Mine has not come up yet, unless I'm just missing something.
It should be. Well, hopefully, Bex, yours will come up because they are flowering about now. Again, they're a little bit earlier this year than they normally are.
Oh, that looks amazing.
Fritillaria imperialis, an absolute stunning bowl with that
looks like a blueberry.
Pineapple kind of growth at the top.
Blueberry there.
Look at the flowers on
with
there.
Some daffs. Oh, those tulips. I'm pretty sure those are the tulips I've got coming up. I can't remember which tulips I planted where. I was having a debate with somebody. Was it Amanda? Amanda and I were messaging each other. I was like, I think these are the peach ones. No, they're the tulip Red Riding Hoods. We're not sure.
I don't worry in the end.
They definitely weren't apricot fox, were they, Stu? They weren't.
I think I got some from YouGarden called Purple Sensation.
Yes.
And they're the mixed colours, and I've just got
with the fimbriata edges as well.
Yeah. I've got some of those just starting to flower now.
Yeah, I'm sure I've got those too.
Oh look, more honeyberries.
And Adam's been in touch. My friend in clay soil. He wants to show us his rosemary and lavender. Oh wow. I'm coming round. Hang on, I need to look closer at the picture. Oh yeah, looking good.
Look at the mix of evergreen there as well.
Looking very good. Thank you so much for sending all your pictures in. Genuinely, every week we really enjoy seeing those pictures. We love seeing the progress in your gardens. We love seeing, we just love spying at people's gardens, don't we?
It's nice, isn't it? It's just nice to see what other people are doing. It's reassuring sometimes as well, because it's nice to see that other people are getting results, and sometimes you might be worrying about something in your garden and you see it in somebody else's garden. It's like, it'll be fine. I just need to wait. I just need to be patient.
Absolutely. I was asking Adam this morning because I've got viburnum beetle. It's decimating my viburnum at the moment, so I'm going to have a little look at how to get rid of that. If you've got any tips, by all means, send your messages in.
We'll send that little beetle pack in.
You were going to send the beetle pack in. Right, so we're going to start our sort of grow your own journey here. We've got lots and lots of different items for you. So we're going to start with our potato tubers, 3 varieties that you're going to get here. You do get the 3 grow bags included, plus you get the fertiliser as well. 350063 is the item number. £13.46 if you are in the club. If you want the grow bags, which are these, by the way, this is exactly what I grew my potatoes in last year. You can get 3 of those for £12.99. They're excellent grow bags. They're great for potatoes, great for strawberries, great for so many different things. Really hard wearing and tough as well. So that's £12.99. If you think about that, £12.99 for 3 of the grow bags. And let's add in, shall we now, for the potato collection, 3 bags of premium quality seed potatoes. It's 18 seed potatoes in total, 3 varieties, plus the big bag, and it is, I was going to say it's a kilo, it is a kilo. Let's just see the price. Just £14.95. It's only a couple of quid more, basically, or 2-3 quid more, and you're going to get all of your seed potatoes and you're going to get your fertiliser included in there as well. £13.46 if you're in the club. And these are so easy to grow. I did this last year, so I'm going to take over from you a little bit.
Go for it.
No digging involved at all, and that is my favourite thing to say with this, because normally with growing potatoes, there's lots of digging, isn't there? You've got to turn the ground over, you've got to create the mounds, you've got to... It's just too much. There's no digging involved in this. Right, I'll shut up.
So you go for it, because, you know, as you say, no digging involved. I was just sort of opening this bag up because look at those. I mean,
yeah, they're quality, aren't they?
Sometimes you can. I've been to garden centres or places where they've had these for too long and they've started to shrivel up and go really soft.
And you can see, because they do start to go a bit wrinkly.
Yeah, they do.
They feel soft.
I mean, these seed potatoes are so high quality, which is absolutely amazing. And then you can, on this one, you can just see little tiny kind of little eyes on the top there. That's called like the rose end on the potato. So what you need to do with these now is called chitting, chitting, chitting. So just get some old egg boxes, for example, and sit those in the egg boxes with those little eyes pointing upwards on a nice bright place, and then in a few weeks you'll get lovely little shoots come up on those, and they'll just give your potatoes that extra quick start. You'll get potatoes more quickly if you actually chip them. The great thing about this, Bex, as well, is this offer here. We've got 3 fantastic varieties here. We've got the Charlotte, which is the gorgeous sort of salad. I can't talk today. Salad potato. Nice sort of firm, waxy kind of potato, isn't it? Which is really nice.
Yeah, and I think that one's got the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit
yeah,
as well.
I believe so on that one.
I think there's 2 in here. I think it's the Charlotte and the Desiree. They've both got that Award of Garden Merit, which means proven performers, basically.
You can't go wrong, can
confidence.
You? And then with the sort of the Pentland, Javelin and the Desiree as well, you've got 2 different potatoes. They're sort of more later kind of crop potatoes that are going to give you potatoes that are great for mashing, for roasting, for kind of doing all those different things. So in that range, really, you've got a full range of varieties of potatoes there, from salad to chipping to roasting, so the whole thing really, isn't it? So, I mean, I know you're absolutely gagging for like a chicken roast later on today. So like the Desiree or something. I mean, Desiree make fantastic, gorgeous roast potatoes. I love
Desiree potatoes because I think they're quite versatile. You've got that lovely red flesh, the kind of, you know, creamy, red skins, but then you get this lovely kind of creamy yellow flesh in there. So I think for roasting, amazing, chipping, brilliant, mashing is absolutely amazing.
They're great, aren't they?
If you want to get a bit fancy and do some dauphinoise or some Hasselback potatoes, they work great for that too. There's so many different things you can do with a Desiree potato. And what I loved about this particular sort of collection is that you can grow these potatoes in the smallest of spaces.
Well, again, as I say, same example, 3 floors up on a balcony, you know, you're just looking down onto the city, onto the roads, onto the cars below. No reason you can't have potatoes grown on your balcony, because these bags are just ridiculously lightweight. So there's no weight issue there. Use our compost as well. Our compost is lightweight. It's not a heavy compost. It's not a soil-based compost. And then just start, as we show on the picture there, you just need a layer of compost at the bottom, lay your seed potatoes onto that first layer of compost. As they start to grow, you just chase the growth up to the top of the bag.
You bury it, don't you? So it feels a bit alien. When it's the green growth comes through, you bury the growth.
Yeah, just leave the very top of the leaves each time sort of sticking out. Because what you always need to do is exclude the light from the little tubers, the little potatoes that are growing further down. So if you keep excluding the light, they won't turn green. And then eventually, once you get to the top of the bag, obviously you can't fill it any further. Let the potatoes flower. Sometimes they have gorgeous purple flowers, white flowers. And then after a while, the foliage will turn yellow and die off. And once it gets to that point, that's when you know your potatoes are ready for harvesting. But another thing you can do with some potatoes, you could try this with the Charlotte potato if you wanted to, especially if you put them in a little bit later, is you could then chop that growth off, put that bag somewhere dry and cool, like in a garage somewhere, and you could probably save those potatoes till Christmas time.
Yeah, you can store them quite well.
Yeah, and actually then empty them out on Christmas Eve and have your own homegrown potatoes for Christmas dinner. But the good thing about them being in bags like this as well, potatoes like quite a nice sunny position and a warm position to grow. So when they're in the bags, you can actually just lift the bag up and take it to that nice sunny part of the garden where the potatoes are really going to thrive, really going to get going and get growing. But the fun, well, Bex, you talk about this bit because your kids, they've grown potatoes,
I got them totally into it. So just to show you, I folded the bag down. That's how I started mine off. So I didn't have the sides completely up. I folded the bags down, started it off like that. And then as I filled it, I then, lifted the sides up.
Yeah. Because that lets the light get to the potatoes as they grow, doesn't it?
Just as they're growing. So that's just an idea for you. The kids got into it, one of them more than the other. There's my youngest, digging out the potatoes there. And it was great, you could see the bag in the background there. All we did was tip that bag out into that, I hate those plastic containers, but anyway.
Handles always snap from those.
Tipped them out into those plastic containers there, and then he just spent 20 minutes digging through and getting a collection of those potatoes out. We got loads of them.
Was that the first time your children had grown potatoes?
Yeah.
And what was his reaction when he saw that's where potatoes come from?
There was that, oh wow, this is amazing, and it was great to get him out there in the fresh air, digging around in the dirt. Look, he genuinely thought it was interesting. But what I was then,
that looks like Desiree, that one.
He holds them up now and says butt cheeks. I didn't teach him that, but he just held them up together and went butt cheeks because he thought.
You can see that. But,
he's very cute. Anyway,
it's a kid thing.
I was able to then get them involved in the cooking of the potatoes, and they ate them and they weren't chipped, which is always a win as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Children, your grandchildren grow the potatoes, and then suddenly there's a whole new level of interest, isn't there? Because it's not like, they've just come home in a plastic bag, you empty them out.
They got into it.
Yeah.
And you know what? They taste so good. Anything that you grow yourself, I just think it has that amazing, great flavour because you know that you've put the work in. And when I say work, I mean very little work when it comes to this particular collection because there's very little work.
It's just topping up with the compost regularly and watering and obviously incorporating the organic based feed as well, which I like as well.
All the details are on the back. It tells you specific measurements, all the rest of it.
NPKs in it, nitrogen,
to be honest,
phosphorus,
I just
potassium.
sprinkled a bit in.
Yeah, I think that's. I think it's based on chicken pelleted manure as well, which is absolutely brilliant for garden plants, everything.
Yeah, so do remember here, the bags on their own, if you want to go for those 3 bags, which are brilliant, by the way, really hard wearing, you use them time and time again, it's £12.99 for those 3 bags. There's one there and 2 down there. For £1.96 more, you can go for the entire collection, which includes the 3 bags, the 3 different varieties of seed potatoes, 6 in each, so 18 in total, plus the 1 kilogram bag of your potato fertiliser. 350063 is your item number. Thank you to everybody out there. We are very much enjoying the love that you are sending us in the chat and everything. I'm hearing that you really enjoyed it when we did the photo section of everybody's gardens, and we loved it too. That's why we always ask you to send us your pictures. ygtv@yougarden.com is our email address if you want to send any more in. Right, we're going to go on to growing peaches. So this is the crimson patio tree. I think this is really interesting because you can grow full-size peaches but on a miniature tree.
And you could probably grow that peach in one of these bags as well.
Oh, you probably could, couldn't you?
You could, yeah. There's no reason why not, because it's a container and then you can move your peach around.
Yeah.
I mean, this is incredible peach. This is bare root peach as well. And it's one of those varieties, again, it doesn't get too big. It's a compact plant. So if you're thinking about, I can't grow a peach tree because it's going to take loads and loads of space, this one won't. You've got purple foliage on this. The foliage is just...
It's so interesting. It's really long as well, isn't it?
So different foliage on this. I mean, just that bronzy purple foliage. And to think that late in the summer you can have your own super delicious chin-dribbling peaches is just incredible. I mean, I remember...
Oh, that painted a picture right there, didn't it?
I mean, I remember
That
when I was a
looks like
kid
butt cheeks.
being forced... It does. We've got a thing going on. But I remember when I was a kid being made to eat tinned peaches.
Yes,
and
they're not the same, are
I
they?
hated them. They
No.
they were hard. They were crunchy.
Yeah.
They were covered in this sweet goo, and I thought peaches are disgusting. When I grow up and I don't have to eat peaches, I'm never eating a peach again because they're foul. And then, you know, later in life you grow your own peaches, you try a fresh peach that's just perfectly ripe and you think, oh my goodness me, this peach, it tastes sublime. I mean, there's not a fruit like it. Once you take the skin off and you've got that sweet, soft, juicy, wonderful flesh. Yeah.
I want to eat a peach.
And some of them, I think this may be possibly a freestone variety as well, which means that the flesh pulls away from the stone very easily in the middle. Some of them you've got to fight to get, and then you end up squidging the whole peach trying to get it off the stone. You could even try and grow the stone if you wanted to for a bit of fun. But this one, if you grow this in a pot, which you can because it's a very, very compact variety, that means when it's flowering, and by the way, peach blossom, knockout.
Oh, it's really pretty, isn't it?
Really stunning, fragrant, pink, gorgeous, gorgeous flowers. Because they flower very, very early in the season, sometimes there's a risk the blossom might get caught by frost.
Yes.
And then you're going to lose your peaches. If you grow this in a pot or indeed in one of these grow bags, you can just put the peach somewhere out the way from frost to protect the bloom. And also, if you can keep it out of the rain for the first sort of 3 or 4 weeks of flowering through to when the fruit sets, you avoid something called what's coming up my head now? The leaf curl, the peach leaf curl.
Yeah.
That doesn't occur either. And then, rest of the summer, keep it outside, put it in a really sunny shelter position, and you will have your own amazing peaches.
Yeah, absolutely. So Amanda is getting in touch. Amanda's got, is it this variety? She's saying she's got this variety and she's starting to get side shoots growing. Should she leave them or should she cut them?
Now, this would have been grafted. So basically, this is what's called the rootstock, and this is the top bits to scion. This would have been grafted onto this stem, and occasionally you'll get shoots come out from the stem that won't be the same peach as on the top. So just literally
snip them.
Take them off. Yeah, if you can, it's best to pull them off rather than cut them off. Yeah, because sometimes if you cut them off, they'll regrow. So sometimes if you can just pull them off gently, don't try and peel off too much bark, but yeah, if you can kind of pull them off, then they won't come back.
Oh, I like that.
Whereas
There's a top tip
if you cut them off, they'll try and regrow.
Yeah. So what you're doing by taking them away is obviously re-diverting the energy, because it's going to put energy into those side shoots. We don't want the energy in the side shoots. We want the energy in the fruit production.
This stem is literally, this is the standard stem, which is literally just there to support the growth on the top. So yeah, you don't want anything growing out that stem, and it's quite normal and natural for that to happen. Sometimes when you see standard roses, you get like what people call the suckers coming out the rose stem. If you grow the flamingo willow, for example, the pink willow, sometimes you see little suckers coming out of those stems. The best thing is when you first start seeing them, just rub them off with your thumb off the stems, and then they're gone. They won't come back.
Okay, we're getting a question about raspberry canes, new shoots shooting out the side. Leave it or pinch it.
That's exactly what they do. So they are your new growth. Leave those on. Yeah, that's good. That's brilliant.
Raspberries grow on last year's growth, don't they?
Yeah,
or does it depend
depends.
on the variety?
Primer cane varieties, raspberries will fruit on the same year's growth.
Right.
Most varieties of raspberry flower on the previous year's growth.
Yeah. So basically what you do is after it's flowered, pruned back.
Yeah, what will happen is...
after it's fruited.
Yeah, all your raspberry canes you've got this year will fruit. Once they're finished fruiting, cut all those ones down to ground level at the end of the season, and all those new canes, those lovely fresh green ones that come up, leave those. And then once you've cut this year's ones down, tie those new ones in to your supports, and they will give you fruit for the following year.
There you go. All right, now if you do want a pot to go with your patio crimson peach tree, Bearing in mind that your peach tree is a buy one, get one free, you might want to go for a double up deal on the Diablo planter, the brown, 36 centimetres square. That's about the right size for that, isn't it?
That's brilliant. That's good for that.
Perfect size. It is a double up deal, so you can get 2 for £27.99. Do remember that you still get the club discount if you go for the double up deal. And these are, I adore these. I kind of want to get these myself because I've got a few things that need repotting. And I just think that these are incredibly attractive. You've got that lovely kind of hammered metal looking finish up at the top, and then what looks like this gorgeous kind of stone finish at the bottom here. But these are actually made of plastic. They are UV stabilized, frost resistant plastic. So even though these have the look and finish of a much more expensive pot, these are not. These are lightweight, they're durable, they're long lasting. If you accidentally drop them, they're not going to crack, they're not going to break, they're not going to become a very expensive way of adding drainage into other pots.
Pile of crocs on the floor.
Exactly.
That's it. Yeah.
No, they really do last a long time. And I went out looking just a couple of weeks ago into one of my local garden centres, because we always say, don't we, about how amazing our plastic pots are, how good they look, how they don't look like plastic pots. And I just thought, do you know what? I haven't been to a garden centre for a while. I'm going to go and check them out. So I went and had a look at the plastic pots in the garden centre. And I stand by what we say here in the potting shed. Our plastic pots are incredibly good looking. Because honestly, the ones I saw, you could tell they were plastic. They just didn't have any kind of beauty to them.
Well, I'm always honest, you know, when I talk to folk at home, and I used to hate plastic pots.
Yeah, me too.
I was a real plastic pot snob. For me, it had to be terracotta, had to be glazed pots, would never have plastic pots. Now they look so amazing, so convincing, and I think, well, why not? There's nothing about them now I can criticise.
No.
It's just my own attitude. That was the problem.
Once you can get over that, it's fine.
Once you get past that, even main door plants now. Weirdly, funnily enough, I ordered, you know, that online company that's named after that big jungle place. I did order a couple of white pots from them, and I thought they were white ceramic pots. And when they turned up, the box was really, really light.
And you're thinking these are ceramic.
I opened them up, and they were plastic, but I kept them in the end because when I put them next to the others, you couldn't tell the difference.
Absolutely.
It looked stunning.
So yes, it is a double up deal. With a double up deal, you put 2 into your basket. Let's show you how to do it, shall we, on the website. You go to YouGarden.com in order to place your order. So we've got the Diablo square planter. We've got 1 in the basket at the moment. We've got our Patio peach. We've got 1 in. We're going to enter the code. But I think you need to enter 2 Diablos because it's a double up. Oh, he's going to do it in a minute. I'm getting shouted at. Put your code in, press apply. And as you can see, we've entered in the second Crimson Peach Tree because it's a buy one, get one free. With a buy one, get one free, you put 1 in your basket. The second one has appeared. Our free gift has appeared. But, and we're currently not paying any postage. $22.99 each for the Diablo, but put a second one in. Now we can see, look, the price is £14 each, not £22.99, because we've already entered our code. That's why that happened. If you're not seeing those savings appear, enter the code. YGTV1224 is the one you need. There's a little box there. Can you see it's got a red box around it? Save a further £6.50 by becoming a YouGarden discount club member. Cost you £5 to join. So in this order, you're making a £1.50 saving. But every time you place an order in the next 12 months, you'll take 10% off the majority of the things that you buy from us. It's a great club to be a part of. Plus, you get £20 worth of vouchers actually to spend throughout the year on anything of your choice, really. So it works out £5 every 3 months. There's so many reasons to join that club, honestly. Right, we're carrying on with our Grow Your Own section. We've done... what did we do first off?
We've done peach, haven't we? Apples.
It was the apple. It was the
apple.
amazing apple tree. So we've done the apple tree. We've done our beautiful peach. We've done our Grow Your Own potatoes. Now we're going to move on to, we've got Tayberries, black currants, red currants, and a blueberry collection. We're going to start off with this really beautifully established Tayberry plant here. Now, Tayberries, these are interesting, aren't they?
Yeah, because...
You don't see these for sale very many places.
No, you don't. And I don't know why not, because these are actually a cross between a raspberry and a blackberry. So, yeah, we've ended up kind of with the attributes of both, really, because sometimes blackberries can be a little bit tart, can't they?
Yeah.
Unless they're super, super ripe. And raspberries' fruit can be slightly smaller than blackberries. So now... you've got a plant, so it's like a whopping great big kind of raspberry blackberry thing. So you've got great big size fruit, and you've got sweetness as well, which is a fantastic thing there. And to have kind of that sweetness of the raspberries, but those big berries like you get on blackberries is fantastic. And these are easy to grow. Grow them somewhere sunny, well drained. You can train these on trellis work, you can train these on wires, you can train these up on fences. The foliage in itself is very attractive. And then you have the flowers, which are sort of like buttercup flowers, but white. And they're really attractive in their own right. And oh, look at this. Something you're going to see in a minute. Bex has just taken it out of the pot. We've got an amazing root system on this as well. Fabulous root system, and look at all the new shoots coming from the base there as well.
Loads of new shoots coming out the base there.
So this new growth, this growth here, look, flower buds already on the top.
Oh yeah.
So this growth here will be your fruit for this year, and then once those canes are spent, the growth that comes up from the base, that will be your fruiting growth for next year, and that's kind of how the process goes on.
There's the flower bud right there.
And both raspberries and blackberries are sort of what they call like cane fruits. They grow on these kind of long canes or spurs, and what tends to happen with those, once they're fruited that year, then they're pretty much over for that year. You remove them, and then the new ones that come up during the same time, keep those, because they'll give you fruit the following year.
If you chop it all down, you've got to wait another 2 years before you get any fruits.
Absolutely, but it's really, really simple to do. In fact, there's, what you can do with things like Tayberries, for example, you can, if you want to, you can have one piece of trellis or wires. You can train the current year's growth to the right-hand side, and then the New Year's growth to the left-hand side. So
you're always working. That's a good idea.
Yeah, and then just alternate it from year to year.
So does it need something to climb up?
Yeah, they need support. So again, just wires or a lovely piece of trellis, for example, or a wall.
Could it grow on a tower pot?
Yeah, you could grow those on a tower pot. You could put those in a tower pot. Yeah, why not? That would work. That would work well, actually.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of our tower pots. In fact, I just put some in the car because I placed my order for them the other day. So I put my tower pots in my car today because I'm going to go home and plant my sweet peas this afternoon. That's going to be my job.
They're gagging to get in the ground, aren't they? Sweet peas, they really are.
So I'm a real big fan of our tower pots. I've already got two. I've got a wisteria and I've got a jasmine growing in the two that I've got, and I've just put two more in my car to take home. There's my wisteria. That picture was taken in September last year. Can't wait for all the foliage to start appearing on there again. But yeah, I've got two more to take home because I'm going to put my sweet peas in, and I'm going to try and get my Gloriosa flame lily to sprout, and that'll be going into the other one. We've got a double up deal on our tower planter. These are great, aren't they, for anything that climbs?
Yeah, I mean, well, I like them just as they are to begin with.
Yeah, they look pretty, don't they?
They do, because sometimes you buy structures for things to climb up, and on their own they look ugly. They're very utilitarian. This looks great in its own right. It comes in 3 separate sections as well, so you can build up the height as you go. So you
this bit clips on here.
Yeah. So if, for example, with the Tayberry here, when you put that in to start with, you probably only need section 1 and tie section 1 in. And then as it grows a bit higher, you can put section 2 on and so on, which is great. But what is really good about that, especially for things that cling, like sweet peas, for example, is there's just so many bits on that for them to grip onto, isn't there? Again, I've seen so-called plant supports, but these plant supports sometimes can be very sparse, and you see this poor sweet pea blowing about in the wind with his little tendrils trying to find something to grip onto, and there's nothing there. There's so much. So if you've got the Boulevard clematis, which we're going to get to, they'd be brilliant on that as well, because so much support on that, and because there is so much support, you can get that 360 degree of colour on that, which is great.
This is one of the best things about this. So sometimes when you've got a climber, it's literally just that
flat,
sort of 2D, that's what you're looking at. With this, you get a 360 degree display. So if you've got this in the middle somewhere, if you're looking at it from this side of the garden, it looks great. If you're looking at it from that side of the garden, it looks great. Also, excuse me, if you ever move, you can pick it up and take it with you because it's made of plastic, it's lightweight, so it's easy to move. You don't have to leave your plants behind, you can take them with you. If something is starting to look a bit iffy, it's gone over, it's done its job for that particular season, you can take it and you can hide it somewhere. It's not pride of place. Or if it's looking great, you can move it into pride of place. This is one of the reasons I love these particular tower pots.
I know with yourself, you told me this before, you like pots and things. You like to keep changing changing the look,
I like
don't
changing
you?
everything
Moving
over.
things about.
Absolutely.
And I think more and more people are doing that now as well. And I think possibly in small gardens, it's good that you don't have things fixed in one space, because you say if you've got a small garden and you've got a plant that is glorious for just 6 weeks and then it's permanently in that place, the rest of the year it's not glorious, is it? If you've got something like the tower pot, you can always keep moving them about and keep that colour wherever you want it all through the year.
Yeah, so it's fantastic that we've got that double up deal. I do recommend going for a couple, because I think if you get one, you'll realise how amazing it is, and then you'll want to get another one. You know, because there's so many things that climb in our gardens, you will definitely want to do this. So double up deal. It is just £39.98 if you go for that double up deal. Remember, you're going to put 2 in your basket for a double up deal. Enter the code, and that's where you'll see those magic savings drop off.
Is that will that fade, or is that UV stable?
No, it's UV stabilised, so it always looks like this.
So
mine looks amazing still.
So year after year after year.
2 years now,
Brilliant.
3 years.
That's good.
And it still looks absolutely fantastic. Right, so we've got some more clearance deals. If you want to top your basket, oh, is that? Our red currant and our black currant are on a clearance deal. So if you're looking at ways to get your basket over £40, then maybe I have not seen the price and I've just seen it. Wow, okay. So this is a fantastic way to get your basket to over that £40. So if you're within £6.99 of your £40, you can either choose to pay the £6.99 or you can tip your basket just over that £40 mark and get rid of that £6.99 and then still have some plants to put into your garden. We're talking about 2 here for £6.99. We've got 1 pot on here for you. You can go for 1 if you want to, £4.99, £4.49 if you're in the club. But if you double up and put 2 in your basket, you'll get 2 of these for £6.99. And the black currants that you will get from here, they will be so sweet and so juicy, won't they?
And they will. I'm going to be straight up with you now as well, because I've been gardening for 37 years, but there's always a million new things to learn. Until very recently, I did not know about this variety of blackcurrant. It's a variety I discovered very, very recently.
Right.
And looking into it, obviously, I need to talk to the folk at home about it, and I was interested in my own right. What I found really extraordinary about this one is the individual fruits almost get to the size of blueberries.
Yeah.
So
they get nice size.
Yeah. When we got onto the red currant, you kind of pick the whole bunch, if you like, the whole.
Love that.
But these, you can pick these individually, like blueberries. And I thought, oh my goodness me! Imagine getting that pop of black currant flavour from your own homegrown black currants, but in fruit that are that size. I mean, that's brilliant, isn't it?
That is absolutely incredible. Yeah.
Stick it on your Weetabix in the morning, mix it in with your yogurt.
Make a smoothie.
Put it in a smoothie, put it in those really fancy cocktails if you want to kind of make them look really, really nice.
Yeah.
And I always remember, throwing names in there, Ribena, because that's made from black currants, isn't it? Loved that drink when I was a kid. I mean, just that, it's addictive, isn't it, that flavour? It's so, black currant flavour is so nice. But these are really, really sweet as well. So sometimes, in the olden days, older varieties of black currants and red currants are a little bit, kind of a bit sharpened. But these are sweet, these are tangy, these are delicious. These are bursting with vitamins and minerals, easy to grow. You can grow this one in a pot if you want to. Obviously, grow it out in the garden.
How big is it going to
get? These get to about sort of 2 or 3 foot tall, so they're not, they don't get
massive.
really, really huge plants.
Yeah.
Very easy to look after. All you need to do with black currants fruit on new wood. So all you do each year is take about 1/3 away of the old wood. And do that over a 3-year period.
Just encourage that new growth to come through.
Yeah, and then you keep getting fruit year after year. You're going to get fruit on this for a long, long time. But I think, that's the thing about these. Like normally with black currants, you pick the whole bunch.
Yes.
The whole lot. But these, you don't need to.
Pick the individuals.
You can actually pick individual ones.
This is exactly the plant, and we've talked about this a lot, haven't we, with tomatoes and strawberries and things like that. When you're out gardening, you're pottering around, this isn't going to make it into the house, is it? It's just going to go up to the plant. That was going to be my next thing. Yeah. My next thing was, you and I, we think we've become like Siamese twins now in the gardening world. We've kind of joined our minds together gardening-wise. But these are the kind of black currants that I almost kind of challenge you to actually make these. Make them into the house.
Make them into the house.
Totally.
Yeah.
All right, so look, it's a double up deal. It's just a killer price basically here. It's clearance price, so you can double up for £6.99. I do recommend you go for 2 of those if you can. Obviously, it's £4.99 if you just want to go for one of those. 310124 is the item number. Similar story with our red currant. We've got the summer pearls here as well, so it's a double up deal. £6.99 for 2, £4.99 if you want to go for 1. So just for a couple of quid more, double up on this one. Put 2 in your basket and enter the code YGTV1224. Similar growth, similar area, similar size?
Yeah, I mean, couple of differences. These are red currants, they're a different colour. It's a black currant. These are smaller fruit, but many, many, many more fruit. So you're still going to get great big bowls of fruits on those. Still, you can use these in cooking, in flans and tarts and pies and things like that if you want to. Mix them in with fruit salads.
A summer salad, maybe.
Yeah,
that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
I guess you could even use these in things like tagines and things, and kind of use them in sort of savoury cooking as well, if you want to get that kind of fruit element in there.
Yeah.
But easy to grow them somewhere open and sunny. Doesn't have to be full sun, because black currants and red currants are what they call woodland fruit. So in their natural environment, they will grow on the edge of woodland where they get that dappled shade.
Perfect.
They like moisture. They like to have quite a humus-rich soil. So definitely use our compost. But yeah, homegrown blackberries, blueberries, gorgeous.
That's amazing. All right, 310152 is the item number. Double up deal. Put 2 in your basket. Make sure you enter the code to get the savings, but also you will get a free gift with every single purchase that you make with us at YGTV. It's something we do regularly, weekly basis. We give a free gift with every single purchase. It's not 1 per customer, it's 1 per order. And today's free gift is the most beautiful bare root peony, and it's called Sarah Bernhardt. She is absolutely gorgeous. Right, we have also our blueberry collection. I adore this collection because we've got 3 different varieties, a late, a mid and an early cropper. I said that the wrong way around, didn't I? But basically it extends your blueberry cropping season. Rather than getting a big glut all in one go, you've got 3 different cropping seasons here. So you get blueberries for months. Let's have a listen to our lovely head gardener, Peter McDermott, and the fantastic Greg Wallace, who was in here just a couple of days ago talking about grow your own and how to get the most out of the food that you grow yourself.
You're not going to tell me. You're not going to tell me that soft fruit's easy to grow, are you?
It is. This is really blueberries. So blueberries are, in terms of winter hardiness, ridiculously hardy. So these are grown extensively in Eastern Europe, where the winter temperatures get so low. So these are going to be great anywhere in the UK, even up to Scotland. In fact, Scotland has become a really big area for blueberry production.
Well, I know that raspberries, because I've got a Scottish raspberry recipe later, and contrary to popular belief, tell me, because you're the gardener expert, actually soft fruit doesn't necessarily want heat.
No.
What it wants is lots of sunshine.
Lots of sunshine, or high light levels, actually.
That's right.
High light levels, and actually relatively cool overnight temperatures. So the reason the UK is so good for fruit production, you know, Kent and Worcestershire have traditionally been, you know, massive big fruit production areas in the UK, because our climate is so good for it, because it's got those long, cool, you know, relatively high humidity evenings, and that's what fruit love. But you've got an early, a mid and a late season cropper here, so it covers our collection that we sell covers the longest period that you can get harvests of blueberries. So instead of getting like a massive glut in 1 week or two or 3 weeks, you're getting a successive crop over time, a bit like we were with the potatoes.
I've got 2 nice tips on preserving soft fruit, okay, if you wouldn't mind. When we freeze them, we put them in bags and then they all stick together.
Yes.
All right, you know this because I know you know this. When you freeze them, don't put them all in a bag together. Put them on a tray, not touching.
Yeah.
Let them freeze first. Let them get hard first, any berries. Then, once they're hard, you can put them in a bag together, and they won't stick.
You had said that, but I couldn't remember. But no, it makes absolute sense.
And I've got one more tip. All right, it's a grown-up tip. All right, you get a Kilner jar or any jar. All right, wash it out. Wash your fruit. And then put all your fruit in whole in the jar, and then fill it with your favourite alcohol. Ooh. And then get that back out a year later. Don't give it to the kids.
No.
All right, do not give it to the kids.
Don't give it to the kids.
Now, right, you're not going to get much fruit off of that.
Well, how many flowers can you see on that blueberry?
About 22, I reckon.
No, loads more than that. There's loads. But every one of these little bell-shaped flowers has the potential to turn into a berry.
Unless the frost gets to them.
No, these flower a bit later, and they're totally winter hardy. So it's unlikely because of the timing of when blueberry. Yeah, so. The first of these varieties crops in June, so it's going to flower around about now when there's a possible chance of frost at this point. The later varieties obviously flower a bit later because they can flower later.
But hang on a minute, what? That won't stay in that pot for very long.
No.
Right.
So what we would recommend is when you get them home, whip them out of the little pots they come in, and then put them either. You've got two choices. You could put them into bigger pots. I would generally in this country recommend growing blueberries in pots for one simple reason. When we were talking about compost earlier, they love a slightly acidic soil or acidic compost. So if you've got things like rhododendrons and azaleas and things like that growing in the soil in your garden, plant blueberries in your garden, they'll be absolutely fine.
Okay.
If things like that don't grow in your garden and you can't see them in any of your neighbours' gardens, the probability is you haven't got an acidic soil anywhere near you, so grow them in pots, but in an ericaceous compost, and then they'll reward you. But they flower early.
Ericaceous compost is one that's slightly more acidic.
Correct.
I'm listening.
There we are.
You do. I'm learning.
By the end of it, there will be a test between 3 and 4 o'clock. It's like one of those speed awareness courses. There's a little test at the end to make sure you've been listening.
I am listening.
So the great thing about these is they flower. The flowers are fragrant. You get a crop anywhere between June and August, depending on the variety. We give you 3 varieties that we get that long span. Then, believe it or not, in the autumn, you get the most incredible bronze, like when you see acers in North America in the autumn. The foliage gives you the most amazing autumn colour as well. So then they're just sitting there, like sticks all over the winter, and you think, well, that's okay. Most trees do that. Deciduous trees do that. But you do get that blaze of autumn foliage in the autumn.
From a cook's point of view, can I just urge everybody not to stick your fruit in the fridge, please?
Oh.
Okay. Refrigeration of the fruit just kills it. Leave it out in the sunshine. They don't have to look perfect to be beautiful eating quality. Leave them in the sunshine. Let them go a little bit softer.
Just before you eat them?
Yeah, the sweetness. Well, no, just don't put them in the fridge at all.
Yeah.
Leave them on the plant.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're going to eat them in a couple of days, take them out. But just leave them on the side. Yeah. Don't put them in the fridge. Listen, if soft fruit was meant to be cold, Eskimos would grow really good ones. All right? They don't want to be cold. Refrigerating fruit just kills its flavour. Kills its flavour. But this is lovely. So you don't have to eat imported berries flown in from South America at huge cost, having a prawn sandwich watching the in-flight movie. You can grow your own. Because they're delicate. Potatoes I get, right? Pears and apples I get. They're hardy. These are delicate little.
These are not delicate. They are rock hard in terms of wintry hardiness. They are really, really, really hardy. And each one of these plants over the next 5 years will grow to be about 1 metre tall. And which is 3 foot, give or take, and about 2 foot, so 60, 70 centimetres across. And they would give you anywhere up to 5 kilograms of fruit per bush per season.
What?
Once they're fully mature. So again, and these will live for decades.
5 kilos per bush.
Exactly. So on a
berry.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So and then it comes what you said before.
That's about 40 punnets.
Exactly. So if you work out the cost of buying a few plants and growing them yourself versus going to the supermarket week after week and buying blueberries, and your tip about freezing them, so you can freeze these and
or in a jar of booze.
Or in a jar.
So that was our head gardener, Peter McDermott, and the fantastic Greg Wallace. That was a special guest appearance that we had earlier on this week. We had 2 special shows this week, one with Greg Wallace and one with Dave the Plant Man. If you want to watch those back, by the way, you absolutely can. They are on the website, YouGarden.com, and they are also on YouTube as well. If you go to the YouGarden page on YouTube, it's right up at the top of there, so you can't really miss it. It's well worth watching those back. I was only able to watch a few little bits, so I'm going to be going back and watching those myself as well. Hopefully we'll have loads more of those things coming up in the future too. Apparently we're going to add the recipes from the show with Greg Wallace. We're going to add those recipes to the website later on this week, so keep an eye out for those if you're interested. I watched the bit where they were doing, it was the patatas bravas. That looked absolutely delicious.
I also like the little. I was talking to Stuart, our producer, just now, and he was saying that really great idea about freezing fruit separately as well. Because I'd put it in one bag, and then you go to get it out, and it's just going to be one lump, like frozen peas.
Yeah.
makes much more sense if they're all separate, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So there's loads of little top tips and things that we try and bring you them in these shows as well, but they certainly were happening in those lovely special shows we had earlier on in the week as well. So you can go back and watch those. We keep all of our shows on there for as long as we possibly can. Those blueberries, love that collection. Remember, it is an early, a mid and a late cropping blueberry that you're getting in there. So you really are going to extend that blueberry cropping season. Rather than getting all your fruit sort of cropping in one go, you will extend it right the way through the summer there. It works out as, what was it, £1? £4.33 each. Obviously, if you're in the club, you're going to get an extra 10% discount on there as well. 310022 is the item number. We're going back to where we started, to what we really picked as our top tip, wasn't it, for the show? We thought that you would love these. It's the Lupin Gallery collection. You're getting all 3 varieties, and these are slightly shorter lupins than you might be used to, which it could be a really good thing for a lot of gardens.
Yeah, these ones are about sort of 50, 60 centimetres. So they're quite stout, compact lupins with really nice, thick stems. You know, years and years ago, lupins could be quite tall, gawky kind of things. It was still stunning, but yeah, if we got winds or heavy rain, or they got lots of flowers, they would flop over. These are much more compact, especially if you plant them somewhere really nice and sunny. Great plants, look at those. Even the leaves are gorgeous.
I love the foliage on here.
Yeah, there's something really fascinating
really
about the leaves. The leaves are absolutely gorgeous, and the good thing about lupins is these lupins will flower for you this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I've actually seen lupins growing from seed flower in the very first year. They're the sort of plants that they just really want to flower. They just love throwing out as many flowers as they can. And what you'll get a great big couple of stems, or even 2 or 3 stems come up, and you'll get a central flower spike. And then once that central flower spike has finished flowering, you can chop that central flower off, and you get like 3 or 4 little baby kind of lupin spikes come up.
Very good.
But that's not the end of it either, because once they're finished, then you can cut the plant down to about 3 or 4 inches, give it a feed and a water. Then you get a whole lot of new regrowth, and you should, if you're lucky, in fact pretty much guaranteed, you'll get a second lot of stems come up, and they'll give you another flush of lupin flower a little later in the season. So you get a double flowering season on these. But look at that, Bex. I mean, that's just so beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, they're really interesting. I love the way the flowers sort of open in succession along there. They last quite a long time as well. You know, they're absolutely beautiful. Eleanor's messaging in. She's saying that she loves the lupins, but quite rightly, she's pointed out, so do the slugs.
Oh, but then slugs hate Strolch, so there you go. So we've got the answer.
Absolutely, we've got the answer for you. We have and it's a revelation, this stuff. Once you use Strolch in your garden, you're like, how did I ever not have this in my garden? We do still have the twin pack, but shh, nobody's noticed. We're not supposed to still have the twin pack available. Oh, one of them's fallen down. Never mind. You can get a twin pack of the Strolch mineralised straw. That's 2 9-kilogram bags. That's going to cover a really large area for you. Strolch has multiple uses. The main reason you're probably going to want to go for it right now is we've got loads of new growth coming up, haven't we? We've got loads of baby growth, and it's like all-you-can-eat buffet, isn't it, for the slugs and the snails?
Yeah, like what's that word? Smorgasbord, kind of. Smorgasbord, yeah. And I saw my hostas coming through this morning, which again is insane because it's only the 3rd week of March. And it's been really wet, hasn't it, as well? So you've got hostas, you've got new lupins, you've got damp, you've got warmth coming. You can have slugs and snails like coming out of your ears. Well, hopefully not, but you know. And this stuff really, really does work. Again, I was a bit cynical about it. I got introduced to Strolch a couple of years ago. I've got a raised bed in my garden with hostas in, and I was at the point where the hostas had already been making inroads on my hostas. The slugs and snails were making inroads. I started cutting the outside leaves off that were already damaged, but I put the Strolch down. First few nights, I still had a little bit of nibbles and stuff, but after 2 or 3 nights, that was it.
Yeah, they
stopped.
They don't like going anywhere near it, okay? But it's a nice environmentally sort of organic way of looking after your garden, because there's no poisons, there's no pellets in here, and actually we want the slugs and snails in our gardens. You know, they're great for one, just a great food source for hedgehogs and for birds.
Yeah, birds love them.
Toads, you know. So we want them in our gardens. We just don't want them munching on the fresh new growth of things or our hosta leaves when they start coming up. They just don't go anywhere near it. They don't like it. They won't slime over it. And it's and it's a British made product as well, which is great. Slugs and snails, it's brilliant for. Also,
considering how wet it's been recently, if you've got heavy soils, and that picture we showed you just there with all the straws in between, you can walk between your plants without all the mud sticking to your boots or your feet.
You mentioned that last time you were here, and I think that's a really good idea.
Which is great as well. Again, if you've got borders coming to the sides of your patios or something, when we get the heavy rain, it stops that rain splash all over your paths and everywhere as well. In the winter, it will protect delicate roots. Like if you've left your dahlias in and you don't want the frost getting down, it acts like a duvet, so it stops the frost getting right down.
Yeah, it's a mulch.
But also in the summer, it will protect the roots from being overheated. So if you've got clematis or lilies that want cool roots, it will protect, but it also keep the moisture in, so the moisture doesn't evaporate away.
It's so clever, isn't it?
It breaks down gradually over 2 or 3 years, and it adds organic material to the soil as it does so. So it's a multiple faceted product, to be honest.
I love a thing that'll do more than one job. So that is a brilliant one, and you are going to get 2 bags. We are saving £16 here on this particular deal. 2 9-kilogram bags delivered direct to your door with multiple uses. All the practical uses, but it also makes your borders just look really pretty and neat as well. So 100149 is the item number that you need. And just in case we didn't quite wrap up on the Lupin details, here they are for you. 560709. It's the gallery collection, slightly shorter variety of Lupin, but still absolutely beautiful flowers. 3 different colours included, that glorious kind of deep pinky red colour, the creamy white, and the beautiful purple. There it is, just disappearing off your screen. 560709, a £15 saving on that one for you. Do remember to enter the code YGTV1224. That is the code that will unlock all the savings, all the buy one get one frees, all the discounts, the double up deals, but it'll also enter into your basket our beautiful free gift for this week, which is our bare root Sarah Bernhardt peony. Right, we're going to move on. We've got a beautiful buddleia for you, a compact buddleia, a beautiful colour buddleia, the butterfly bush. Let's get those butterflies into our garden.
Yeah.
Best way to do it is to plant a buddleia.
And that word compact is the all-important word, because again, in 37 years of being self-employed, I have cut down some monster-sized buddleias. I mean, I've cut down buddleias with trunks as wide as the top of your arm, to be honest. I mean, and they're 8, 9, 10, 12 foot tall. Yeah. They've sprawled everywhere. They've cut all the light out. They've got too big to prune. They've still got the stunningly beautiful fragrant flowers, but they're massive. Well, that's all gone now. Well, they haven't gone, they're out there. But, if you want a buddleia that doesn't do that, but has the fabulous flowers, has the fragrance, attracts all the pollinating insects, this type of buddleia, this variety of buddleia is a super compact plant. Again, about 50, 60 centimetres tall. So you could even grow this in a pot, in a large pot, actually on your patio table if you wanted to, outside your patio doors, on your balcony. You saying, Bex, your front door you absolutely hate. You don't like your front door.
I don't like it. It's boring. It's plain.
So 2 pots, one of these buddleias either side of the front door, flowering away, because again, buddleias are very, sunny's where they grow normally, but I've seen them growing in all sorts of places, to be honest. They're not that bothered.
They're not fussy.
But these, the compact word is the really important word, because you can enjoy the colour, the flower shape, the pollinating insects, the butterflies, the bees, all those sorts of things, but you haven't got that worry now of some buddleia that is going to go berserk and take over your whole garden. Yeah,
it's fantastic if you've got a smaller garden, smaller space, you've always wanted a buddleia but just thought, I can't put a buddleia in my garden, I don't have the room for it. This is a much more compact variety, so maybe now is the time to give that buddleia a go. 511280 is the item code. You go to YouGarden.com in order to place your orders, by the way. The phone lines are also open now, currently on a weekend, up until 4 o'clock. So if you would prefer to place your order over the phone, you absolutely can. Just make sure that you tell the operator, I have a code to use, YGTV1224. Ian has been in the chat, apparently, or he's been in touch. Just giving Strolch the thumbs up. He uses it all over the place. And he sent us pictures of his garden earlier on, and it looked absolutely beautiful. So it's a recommendation for one of our regular viewers there as well as us here in the potting shed.
And they don't claim this for this product, but anecdotally, we put Strolch in our front garden, and it was an area where cats kept doing lots of doo-doos.
Yeah, you were saying about this.
Yeah, and we actually found it
reduced.
Again, I don't think the cats kind of like the feel of it when they start to dig or walk on it. So, yeah, I can't promise to do that, but it's something we did notice. Yeah, personally.
Very good. All right, so that is your details for the twin pack of Stroughts, but we're going to move on now to our sedum, the Atlantis variety. I think these are brilliant. Yes, you're right, Stuart. It was a plant of the year, a Chelsea one, but something like 2019.
I think it was 2019. Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
and it's not surprising because, you know, when they talk about, you know, giving that plant that kind of attribute, then they're looking at a plant that's got so many different facets to it. And this one has. It's evergreen, it's variegated, it flowers, it's drought tolerant, it's frost tolerant, it will grow in really, really poor soils. It's a plant that just looks good all the year through, but just needs minimum input. And what is even more bizarre, I mean, looking at the picture there, you would think that's 2 or 3 different plants in one pot.
It's
because
not though, is it?
the foliage colour is so different, but it all depends on the maturity of the foliage.
Yeah.
So eventually it will become this uniform green with the yellow variegation around the edge. But then when you think, well, that's it, there's not to be any more, oh, there is. Lovely heads of yellow flowers. And these, their common name is stone crops. And stone crops, there are some native types of stone crop that grow in the UK. And when you see where these grow, oh, it's crazy. They grow on really old stone walls. They grow on sort of crevices in rocks. They grow in the driest, hottest, most inhospitable
Yeah, where there's very
place.
little soil or
Very little
compost
soil,
or anything,
yeah.
and they're just happy.
Yeah, and they get frozen to death in the wintertime,
Yeah.
rock solid. They get baked in the summertime, but they thrive, and that's what this plant wants. You can see where it's planted there in that little bowl with the little rocks and gravel around it.
Love
if
it.
you've got one of those planted sinks, if you've got an alpine garden, if you've got a rockery, if you've got a place that's super, super sunny, that's really baked and dry, and everything else really struggles to establish, these sedums, they'll love that kind of position. They'll grow there really, really happily. Again, one caveat with all of these things when I say these, obviously you've got to get them established to begin with.
Yeah.
So water them in to start with. But once they're established, they will cope with really, really tough conditions.
Fabulous. All right, you are going to get 3 of those 9 centimetre pots there. I planted those last year, basically. This size, planted them last year. Absolutely no issues whatsoever, and they look beautiful. They looked beautiful all winter, and they're looking even better now as well. Now they're getting even more established. So a huge saving on here for something that's going to be in your garden for many, many years as well. £17 saving, just £12.97. Obviously, if you're in the club, you will get that extra 10% discount as well. Make sure you enter the code. They offer code, the voucher code YGTV1224. That's where the savings happen. That's where the free gift gets entered into your basket as well. Free postage over £40, for example. That will come off as long as you use that code. Right, we're moving on to our Calibrachoa. Calibrachoa are like mini petunias, but these are the double flowered collection that we've got here. 6 of them, 1 of each of them. I mean, I think they are, we're struggling to pick favourites. We're not picking favourites because you're going to get 1 of each of these. You're going to get all 6, aren't you?
You are getting all 6 different types. Some are a solid colour like that, solid deep red there. Some are a bicolour. You can see the purple and white, and then you can see the yellow and red. These are exquisite. I think that's the word to describe these. I grew Calibrachoa a few years back, and when the tiny flowers popped out, they are so perfectly formed. They are so sweet, so dainty,
Yeah, they are,
so
aren't they?
unusual. Yeah, get your children or your grandchildren to grow these in a little pot or a hanging basket or a little trough. Great for window boxes, and similar to kind of the sedum we were just talking about. These will grow in very hot, dry, sunny positions as well. You know, some bedding plants like busy lizzies, they wilt, don't they, in really hot sun, or some the bedding begonias might. But if you've got a south-facing garden and you struggle to keep other things alive in your hanging baskets, Calibrachoa are really happy in those hot, punishing, sunny situations. And even if they do get droughted for a few days, they'll recover, they'll come back. Some plants in hanging baskets won't. These will. You will get hundreds and hundreds of flowers on these, and they just very gently tumble. Hot summer, dry summer, windy, wet summer, they'll do their thing. But what I like about them is, I mean, I like all kinds of petunias, and later on we're going to talk about possibly again one called ruffles. It's the other end of the scale. It's kind of big and bold and brash. These are kind of small and beautiful and exquisite and perfectly shaped. But when you get a mass of these come out,
and you do get a mass of them, don't you? You
Yeah.
get lots of them.
Yeah, it's kind of it's that weird thing. We always love puppies, don't we, and kittens, because they're like they're like baby versions of kind of the adult. And I think that's what I like about these. They're like kind of baby flowers of petunias, and there's just something really cute and sweet and just charming and beguiling about them, to be honest.
Look, his softer side is coming out here talking about the flowers.
Really
they come to you, by the way, in our mini greenhouses. I'm just going to pick this one up to show you, because we've spent a lot of time, money, effort on making sure that we get exactly the right packaging for you. Because obviously, if you think about all the different plants that we sent out, there's different sizes, shapes, all the rest of it. So a lot of money has been spent on this. It's all, by the way, fully recyclable packaging. But this is how these are going to arrive to you. There is a label on the front there. They are named. So if you look down the bottom here, can you see the letters on there? Those letters correspond to the label that you've got on here. So if you are thinking about colour coordinating your gardens, planting the right colour in the right space, you can do that because it matches up here, like so. When you get them home, give them a bit of love. They will have been in the dark, obviously, for a couple of days getting out to you. We try and get things to you within about a week. Sometimes I've had a next day delivery. That's always nice when that happens. We can't guarantee it, but sometimes it happens. So do show them a little bit of love, open them up, give them a little bit of water, put them on a windowsill, show them some light, and give them a few hours, and then plant them out when you're ready to.
It's such a lovely feeling when you open the box, don't it? I love it when plants arrive and you open up that cardboard box and then you open up inside. And with us, you know you're going to get quality plants. I've had bad experience in the past where I've expected something to be a certain size or a certain quality, and I've opened it up and they're small, they're yellow, they look like they've been in the box for weeks. With our products, when they arrive, they always look so fresh, so happy.
Yeah, they do. And do you know what? If there is ever an issue, if for some reason something comes out to you and it doesn't look like you expected it to, then please do get in touch with us. We will always want to remedy any situation. But every delivery I've ever had, I've been perfectly happy.
Well, stuff goes out of here so quick, so fast. I mean, we were walking around this morning, and I wish you could join us, because the beauty and the explosion of life around this place at the moment, out in the beds and borders, is incredible.
Right, we need to say hello to a few people on, is it on Facebook? Someone called Sean Rian, Presenti Plant Man. Never heard of him.
Never heard of him, no.
Good morning, Sean. It's our lovely Sean Ryan. He is probably watching us from a hotel room somewhere. I think he's going to be on QVC at 5 o'clock this evening. He's often, obviously, here in the potting sheds. But today, he is going to be on QVC main channel 5 p.m, which is on Freeview channel 16. I think he's got the... Has he got the full hour, or has he got part of the hour? I can't remember. Maybe he'll let us know in the chat. He's got some oleanders on there, which we weren't allowed for our show because he's got them on QVC. So if you're looking for oleanders, maybe tune into QVC later on. Hello, Sean. Nice to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Lynn apparently has some evergreens that need planting out, but she's scared that they might get affected by frost. Hydrangea, azalea, escalonia.
They're all fine. Yeah, Lynn, wasn't it? Lynn, you could plant those out now. They're absolutely fine. Yeah, just put them outside. The worst that can happen, if they've been kept under glass for a little while and you put them outside and we get a bad frost, you might get a little bit of leaf damage, but they're not going to die. They are definitely not going to die. Get them out in the garden now. The days are longer than the nights. The soil's starting to warm up. They want to be outside in the ground now.
Yeah,
so plant
absolutely.
them.
Yeah, get those planted out. If you've got any questions, by all means, do message in. We're all here for you. We're happy to answer any questions. Between us, we should know the answer. Certainly, Adam should be very good. Our head gardener, I believe he was joining us in the chat earlier, so he might still be watching. And if we do ever struggle to answer any questions, we'll always find out the answer for you.
And don't forget Sean. He's another.
Sean. Right, if he's still in the chat, I'm sure he'll help
like
us out as well.
Stunning gardener, brilliant gardener.
What was he saying? He said he's liking the Calabricoa. I know he loves those, doesn't he? If you've got any questions or anything, you can email us in the potting shed. ygtv@yougarden.com is the email address. That's also the place you send us all of your photos. Please do use this email address, ygtv@yougarden.com. Stu can only keep his eye on so many things. He's got lots of things to do in his control shed out there. So if you could email us at ygtv@yougarden.com, that would be fantastic. Thank you. And also you can message us on Facebook and on YouTube as well. Join in the chat. I had a little look while we were on one of those little videos. There's loads of messages going on in there. It's exciting. Right, this one's been really popular today. And I think, do you know what? It's about to burst into bloom. We're about to head into rhododendron season, aren't we? Rhododendrons, once these flower, oh my Lord, they are beautiful, aren't they?
They are amazing. I've got a pink flowered one in a pot in my back garden that I rescued from somewhere a couple of years ago. And the year before last, it just had 3 measly little flowers on it.
Right.
Because it had been kept in a pot, it hadn't been watered, it was really sad. I put it into ericaceous compost. I've loved it. There's probably 200 or 300 flower buds on this rhododendron now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be
This is the beautiful thing about rhododendron, though, isn't it? Because you've got the lovely evergreen leaves.
Yep.
You've got foliage in just all year round. But it's when it's in bloom, it does almost cover that. You get so many flowers.
Spectacular. I always remember when I was a kid and the first time my mum and dad took me to Kew Gardens, and it was about May time, and they've got an area there called the Rhododendron Dell.
Wow.
And they took me, do you know what, I still, in fact, I could get emotional talking about it even to this day, because I remember turning up and I was blown away by this explosion of colour on all these different rhododendrons. Some were massive, some were huge. They are just absolutely incredibly beautiful plants, and this is such a super healthy plant. You've got the lovely glossy leaves, and these fat buds are flower buds.
I love a fat bud.
Fat bud, yeah. Fat buds are always good when it comes to gardening. So these will definitely flower for you this year. Rhododendrons are super hardy. They come from China, Korea, those kind of parts of the world, Japan. Quite often they grow at very high elevations.
Yes.
In the Himalayas, so where there's really cold frosts. So you don't need to worry about these being spoilt in the wintertime. You might find on really cold days, the leaves are all pointing down in the frost, but as soon as it warms up, the leaves pop up again. But what we all love is the flowers. So in another 4 to 6 weeks' time, you'll gradually see these buds get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then that explosion of sort of crimsony pink flowers that will last for a good 2 or 3 weeks. Just magnificent, absolutely magnificent. And then after they're flowered, you can just deadhead them afterwards. And a little tip for deadheading is, trying to show you on one of these. Yeah, so basically, when the flower head dies,
yeah,
you will see just below the flower head little side buds coming out.
Okay, yeah.
So what you need to do with your thumb and your index finger, just pinch that dead flower head out, but only so you just take it out above those little side shoots, because those side shoots will be your flowering shoots for next year. And if you take those flowers, dead flower heads off, what happens is, rather than the rhododendron then putting lots of energy into producing seeds, it will make the energy go into creating more flower buds for next year.
It's all about diverting the energy, isn't it?
Exactly.
And with everything that we're growing, it is about making sure the energy is going in the right direction.
Well, all any plant wants to do is set seed. That's its whole reason for being. So if you then prevent the seed production, it will then put its effort into something else. In this case, with the rhodies, creating more buds for next year. And another little quick tip with rhodies as well is, if you've got them in a pot, for example, always make sure from mid-June onwards you keep them really well watered, because a bit like camellias, that is the time when they start to really form the buds for the following spring. And if they get really droughted or dry, they might abort those buds, and then you won't have flowers the following year. But generally, really easy to grow rhododendron, super hardy, evergreen, stunning flowers, easy to deadhead. You can grow them straight into the garden if you've got soil where azaleas and rhodies grow already, but if you want them in a pot, use ericaceous compost, and they're absolutely adore being in pots as well.
Yeah, so this is one of the items that is not going to work in our premium professional compost that we're coming up to next. What you need is the ericaceous compost. It's on our website. Just type Eric into the search bar and it will come up for you. 511096 is the item code that you need. £5 saving on that one, and that is one of our most popular items from the show today. So £13.49 if you're in the club. Do make sure you enter that code though, YGTV1224. That is what is going to activate that saving for you. We don't want you to pay full price. We want you to pay the YGTV price. And by entering the code, that's how you do that. Not only do you get the savings, but you also get a free gift entered into your basket as well, which is the absolutely stunningly beautiful bare root peony called Sarah Bernhardt. She's pink, she's floriferous, she's gorgeous. She'll last you for decades. You'll get so many flowers from this bare root. It'll be absolutely incredible. And it is free. Every time you place an order, you'll get one of these. It's not one per customer. If you place 4 orders, you'll get 4 of these. Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Look at that.
You'd have so many for displays in your garden, but also to be able to use these as cut flowers. If you've ever bought a cut flower peony, I bet you had a little fainting fit after you paid for it, because it'd be so expensive.
Yeah, and I can understand why they're expensive, because obviously they only flower at one period of the year, don't they?
I say short. They have a short flowering period, but it's highly anticipated. We love peony flowering season.
They pack a lot of drama into that one flowering time as well. And also, a peony will last 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. I mean, even they can outlive a human, to be honest. They really do live a long, long time.
I'll be lucky if I get another 50 years. 580033 is the item number. You don't actually need to remember that item number. Apologies. Don't even write it down. Just use the code down there, YGTV1224. If you put that in, the peony will be added into your basket. Now, this might be a way of getting one of the free gifts, because your premium professional compost, it's 100 litres, 2 50-litre bags, has postage included. There is no postage to pay on this one. So maybe you want to place a separate order just for your compost, enter the code, and then you'll get your peony delivered in there as well, and then place a separate order for all of the other items, so you get a second bare root peony included in your order. 100125 is your item code for your compost. But Adam, please tell us about the compost. Why is this so good?
Well, first of all, I'm going to do what I often do, is I'm just going to go in with the nose, because
yeah, give it a smell.
That smells fresh.
I put my face in it the other day and put compost all over me. You could make a pillow out of it. It's so soft.
You turned into a human mole.
Honestly,
almost,
I love it. I could make a bed out of it.
I tell you what, on a hot summer's day, it'd be nice to lay there.
It'd be really nice, wouldn't it?
It's nice and cool.
Get a bathtub of this and just lay in it.
Yeah, you just see, because it's got that nice, cool kind of feeling
it's so
to it.
Nice.
And the reason it's got that cool feeling to it as well is because it's always holding the moisture. So it's a kind of evaporating the heat away with that moisture there. Great for things like clematis and lilies and things like that, like a nice cool root run. But this is a hugely peat-reduced compost as well. And the elements that are in it actually hold on to the moisture, but you don't want stuff becoming waterlogged, do you? You don't want a compost that gets really heavy and wet and claggy. So we've got that composted wood fibre in there as well, letting the air penetrate down to the roots, letting the water percolate through, but also keeping this compost really nice and open. So even that dust-sized little seed can germinate and start to get its little root down into that compost.
So important. And if you bought inferior compost, now I believe all composts are inferior compared to this, and that's not just because I'm paid to stand here. I genuinely use this and absolutely love it. If you bought that inferior compost, you'll have been as frustrated as I am when you open the bag and you get that horrible kind of dank smell, or that layer of white something or other, or the great big chunks. I mean, I pulled one out from a bag I bought a while ago. I mean, massive, great big chunk. It was that thick. It was this long.
You're doing all this, aren't you?
Trying to out all the bits.
Yeah, trying to break it up.
So frustrating. You never get that with this.
No. I mean, again, we do this thing where we try and squeeze this into a ball. So, we're really trying to compact this. Look, you can see white knuckles there. I'm squeezing this so hard, but once I let go and I just put the slightest pressure on there, and look, it just falls back into that.
That's what I love, actually. And you know what you were saying about some seeds want just a fine covering. They don't want burying, they just want fine covering.
Literally just a covering.
This is how fine that is. You get this lovely fine dusting of compost over the top, if that's what you want. Whereas if you want to bury something slightly deeper, you can do exactly the same thing as well, can't you?
And if you've got that stuff with sticks and big chunky bits in, it's like dropping a rock onto that tiny seed, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then you expect that little kind of dust particle-sized seed to try and push up through that. It's not going to happen with this. Only last Saturday, I went outside in my greenhouse. I sowed all my seeds. I've got them on my spare bedroom windowsill, and already about 6 or 7 of the trays are germinating, including my cucumbers. Cucumber Socrates I'm growing, and I'm growing tomatoes as well. They're starting to come through. Modus, tomato modus.
I'm so excited about growing tomatoes again this year.
But the good thing is, I just know, I mean, my seeds have come up and they look so healthy, so green, so vigorous already because they're in this compost.
Yeah.
immediately those roots have tapped into that slow release fertiliser, so they're getting a feed straight away, up to 6 months. They're getting the air and the oxygen down at the roots that they need, because those roots are only tiny, and they're not having to battle their way into that compost, those roots. They can just so easily get down there and form those fibrous root systems. It gives them this kind of best
finish.
chance.
Absolutely, and this is exactly the sort of results that we're talking about, giving your plants the absolute best start and the best continued life. Strong root system, in its simplest terms, bigger, better, healthier plants. Plants that can deal with changing weather conditions, plants that can, deal with pests and diseases, some kind of pests and disease that might have wiped that plant out. If it's got a healthy root structure, it's got a chance of being able to survive that.
Yeah, they're like the veins and arteries in our body. If you've got a great vascular system in your body, a healthy vascular system, you're going to be a healthy person. If you've got that incredible root system as a plant, you are going to be a healthy, happy plant.
Absolutely. It's not just dirt. I promise you. I promise you. There is a lot of science going on behind the composition of soil, of compost, in order for you to get the best out of it. And so please do a little bit of research, have a little look at the reviews on this particular compost, because I think you'll be blown away by the amount of people that say how amazing this is. 2 bags delivered to your door, 2 50-litre bags, making up 100 litres in total. It comes boxed as well, so if you're multi-ordering, you can stack then store those boxes ready for when you are ready to use them. This is the item that we sell the most of here at YouGarden. I think it always has been. Obviously, everything we sell needs some compost to go with it. And I was going to make a point, and I've completely forgotten what it was.
If you don't believe us, go around Graham's.
Go around Graham's house. He's got loads of them.
Because Graham has got bags and bags of his compost, and he's got the results in the plants to prove as well.
100125 is your item number. If you've not joined our club yet, can I please suggest that when you're placing your order for your compost, now is the time to do it? Because, for example, if you placed 2 orders of compost, your club membership costs you £5. You will pretty much make back the cost of your club membership just by placing 2 orders of compost today. £5 lasts you for the full 12 years. You remember, for the full 12 years. It's on auto renewal, so it will automatically renew at that price every single year that you remain a club member for. 10% off every plant and accessory order is what you get from that. 5% off your outdoor living and gifts orders. £20 of YouGarden vouchers to use throughout the year. It's £5 every 3 months. You get that in your welcome pack that gets sent out to you. Plus you get all sorts of exclusive offers, competitions, expert advice. The biggest thing is 10% discount off every single plant and accessory order. And if you place 2 or 3 orders in the year, you'll gain that £5 back very quickly. If you place more orders than that, you're going to make loads of money. So if you've got your compost, what are you going to plant in it? What are you going to put in your compost? Let's give you some options, shall we? Get your pens and papers ready. This is where I'm going to review some of the items that we've seen already and give you item numbers. What about our beautiful jumbo fuchsia collection? 12 plug plants included, 4 different varieties, and these are seriously jumbo flowers. You'll get less flowers on these particular plants, but the size, the sheer size of these jumbo fuchsia flowers will be just mind-blowing, honestly. People will be staggered at the size of the fuchsias you get here. Deep Purple, Voodoo, Bella Rosella and Swingtime are the 4 different varieties. £5 saving here, £13.49. If you are in the club, do make sure you use that code, YGTV1224. You want that £5 saving, and you want that extra 10% from being in the club. Another one for you for your summer flowering displays. 30 years of Sophinia petunia. This is the beautiful collection that we've got for you. 18 plug plants included and a huge £10 saving here. £13.48 if you are in the club. Honestly, this is the best value you will get for Sophinia petunias. Right here, direct at YGTV. This is the original. This is the best. This is the variety that every petunia wants to be. It's the pedigree flower. It's the Levi jeans queens of the flower world. Honestly, every petunia wants to be a Sophinia petunia. They've been bred for, you know, disease resistance, weather tolerance, to be trailing. Up to 3 feet of trail you can get from these. And those professional displays, the ones you see down the centre of a high street, you know, where you get massive, great big trails from the petunia plants, it's Sophinias that are planted there. You can create that look right outside your front house. Put those in your hanging baskets, you'll be absolutely amazed. 400 881 is your item number. On to our Tumbelina ruffles collection here. I love how many, I mean, look at the ruffles of the petals that you're getting in there. Loads of those, 18 plug plants, £7 saving, just £16.99 if you're in the club. The code you need in order to access those savings is YGTV1224. I know I say it lots, I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure that you do get all of the savings that we have available for you. YouGarden.com is the place you go to place your order, or you can phone us on the phone line up until 4 o'clock. 0844 502 0050 is the phone number. What was the next? Alliums. Oh, I love these. I did get a bit obsessed with alliums last year. I'm going to get obsessed with them again this year. I planted all the alliums. I've got the allium purple sensation planted. They are just so pretty. You get these lovely, dense, perfect balls of flowers up at and hundreds of flowers per allium stem that comes up as well. Bees adore these. They're used a lot in sort of designer gardens. They're very Instagrammable gardens, those. You know, you see those a lot. Strong, sturdy stems, very architectural. They can get up to purple sensation, I'm going to say they can get up to a good metre in height, actually. And with those strong stems, it's amazing that they actually don't need staking. They really are quite incredible. Remember, bees are going to adore those. I've got so many videos on my phone of bees buzzing around the alliums last year. It was incredible. I'll be doing the same again soon. YGTV1224 is where you'll access that amazing £10 saving. It's half price here today, and even more if you're in the club, just £8.98. What about a hydrangea for your garden? The Hydrangea paniculata, the diamond rouge. Love this colour. It's going to come out that beautiful pink. You're going to get those lovely fading colours to the kind of blush pink and then into the white as well. And this is your paniculata variety. So we are talking about great big dense panicles of flowers here. Imposing as a cut flower, absolutely I do mean imposing in a really positive sense, by the way. They're used a lot in, like, you know, cut flower displays, wedding displays as well, because you get a lot of flower for your money when we're talking about this. You're going to get 3 of those 9cm pots included as well. So we are talking about creating some really good displays once these get established and start growing. £17.97 is your discount price there if you are in the club. £29.97 normally, so lovely £10 saving here. Now, this one is our Stewart's top tip for you for the show, and I love this because, I mean, it's super interesting as well. It's an established plant in a 5-litre pot. Love that columnar. I mean, the way that grows in that lovely column shape, but still growing beautiful apples on there. Look at this when it's got the blossom as well. I think it's really interesting. I'm quite tempted by this one myself as well, actually. Just £15.29 if you're in the club. A big £18 saving on there. And obviously that 10% extra if you're in the club as well. 300292. Really interesting and massive saving. That's why it's one of our top tips for you. Another one in our Grow Your Own selection here. We've got the Tayberry. Tasty as a raspberry, big as a blackberry, really, really easy to grow, an amazing discount price on there as well. Just £7.99 or £7.19 if you are in the club. You don't often see Tayberries available in the shop. I think it's because they're a soft fruit. They don't travel well, basically, which I think is why you don't really see them being sold in the shops. Well, you don't need to worry about that. You can grow them yourself in your garden because we've got gardening for everyone. 310-062 is the item number that you need. Just £7.19 if you are in the club. Go to YouGarden.com in order to place your order, or our phone lines are open until 4 o'clock this afternoon for you to place your order over the phone. Just tell the operator you've got a code you want to use, YGTV1224. Now, these are the most affordable items on the show. So if, for example, you've got a basket that's got £6.99 postage on it, and by placing your order for the blackcurrant summer pearls, the double-up deal, if that £6.99 for that double-up deal tips you over the £40, it's well worth it, isn't it? Because then you're getting plants that you can grow your own food from, and you're not paying that £6.99 postage. I think that's the best way to do it. This will tip you over that £40 mark. If you want to go for one, you can, but we do have that lovely double-up deal there. We've got the blackcurrant summer pearls, 310124, or you can go for the summer pearls red currant, which is 310152. Same deal there, £4.99 for one, or £6.99 if you want to do that double-up deal. Double-ups, put 2 in your basket and enter the code. That's where those savings get accessed. And if by the way, that's all you're ordering today, your red currant summer pearls or the blackcurrant summer pearls, as long as you enter that code, you'll still get your free gift. You can still do that. £6.99 for those, you'll get a £9.99 Sarah Bernhardt Bare Root Peony as a free gift entered into your basket. Now we love this collection. This is a super collection. We had this last week, didn't we? It was really popular.
Not surprising.
It is a Lucky Dip perennial collection. So it's a Lucky Dip. We can't guarantee what you're going to get, but we're going to run through some of the varieties for you. But what you said to me, and I completely 100% agree with you on this, everyone's a winner.
Yeah, and that's the great thing. I think there's 12, isn't there? I think in total.
I think it's 12, something like that.
So you're going to get 9 sort of out of the kind of mix. That one there is, that's the Hydrangea, yeah, or obedient plant. That has sort of white spikes of flower on and little tiny flowers like snapdragon flowers. And it's called obedient plant because apparently you can manipulate the flower to a certain position and it's meant to stay there. I've tried it, it didn't work for me, but that's why it's called an obedient plant. But great little plant. Great for kind of quite damp conditions, although I've seen it grown in quite dry conditions. It originates from sort of woodland areas in America. But yeah, really tough perennial that will come up year after year after year. Gora. Now, if you want a perennial that's going to come up year after year after year with these gorgeous butterfly-like type flowers for month after month after month, for a really hot, dry, sunny position, really poor, awful, ghastly, dreadful soils, this is the one to go for. Tough as old boots, the meaner you treat it, the better it does. It really is a fabulous perennial. Campanulas, about sort of 18 inches or so tall, lovely purple bell-shaped flowers for weeks after weeks after week after week. Again, comes up year after year. Trim it back after it's flowered. It will reshoot. It'll give you more flowers. Probably put that sort of about midway in the border, halfway between the back and the front of the border. Gorgeous plant. Look at the roots bursting out the bottom of that pot as well.
Yeah, there are actually.
Yeah.
Look. Delphinium.
Delphiniums, we all know delphiniums, don't we? Tall, stately, elegant, huge, great big tall spires, probably a blue flowered one. You got, which is glorious. Just give these their own space. Don't make delphiniums compete with other plants. If you put them in their own space, you'll get the tallest, most boldest spikes of flower. Heuchera. Yeah, well, Gora, we mentioned a minute ago for full sun. Heuchera, great for shade. I've got these in a north-facing border in my garden. They like quite damp, cool, shady conditions. Great for right at the front of the border. And then every so often, they send up a little stem with little bell-shaped flowers on there. To be honest, the foliage really is the high point on these. The flowers are nice. But, you know, I love the foliage.
I think these are great. My mum's got loads of these. It's one of her favourites to have in the garden. It really softens the edges of the borders, you know, front of the border, and evergreen. They always look good, don't they?
Tough as old boots as well.
Really
Take
easy.
frost, anything.
Achillea?
Achillea or yarrow is its common name. Again, this is a plant that will take the most punishing of positions, really incredible hot sun, dry soils, poor soils, sandy soils, gravelly soils, easy to grow. Cow parsley-like flat heads of flower. Not sure what colour. Oh, paprika. So that's going to be an orangey coloured one, I would guess, on that. But even the foliage is gorgeous on that as well. Geums again are good. They will grow in sun, but geums are also good for shade or semi-shady areas. They're related to the buttercup family, so they quite like quite damp sort of soil, meadowy kind of places. Great for parks, borders, troughs. Yeah, really, really good plant. Which variety is that one?
Mrs. Bradshaw.
Mrs. Bradshaw, which
Furball.
I think probably going to be a orange one off the top of my head.
Those.
Yeah, but they can be orange, red or yellow generally.
So those are just a few of the Lucky Dip selections for you. You're going to get 9 of them. Genuinely, we've run through all of these. They are all absolutely incredible. I think they'll be really exciting to get that delivery home, open up the box and start looking through what have I got. If you then want to go on and do your research on the website, you'll be able to find all the information on the plants. If you've got a few gaps in your borders, this is absolutely a great solution, isn't it? If you've got a brand new garden, this is a fantastic idea.
And I can't believe these are the same samples we had last week and the week before, and they've almost doubled, tripled in size, haven't they?
Well, this is the magic time. We're in the magic time, aren't we? Where days are getting longer, the ground's getting warmer, everything's really starting to shoot up and grow.
It's deep breath test. That's sort of like time, isn't it?
561046 is your item number. It works out £2 a plant, basically. I mean, that is incredible for perennial plants, year after year. Heights, sizes, colours, loads and loads of different things you're going to get in there.
Drama all the way round.
Totally. I really enjoy that one. I think it's a lovely idea to get a surprise collection, basically.
Flowers from February to October, November.
Easily, yeah. Echinacea Green Twister is the next one. This is part of our weird and wonderful category. They are a little bit when you look at the colours. Echinacea are kind of a staple if you've got a cottage garden style feel and look to your garden. But it's the colour combination of this pink and this lime green that's incredible on here.
Yeah, because I mean, I've planted oodles of echinaceas over the years, and normally they're kind of the white variety or the pink variety. This is great because, again, in a small space, if you want lots of colour but in a small space, well, one plant is going to give you green. I mean, like acid green. It's going to give you pink. It's going to give you red. It's going to give you kind of colours kind of in between those as well, but all on one flower, which is absolutely bizarre and different, like a sort of a Catherine wheel of sort of colours really coming off of that. You've got that central button in the middle of that flower as well. Vigorous, upright, straight stems, make nice cut flowers. And Bex was saying recently in your garden, Bex, you say the flowers last for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Weeks, honestly, I was very amazed. So I planted the green twisters, and they were great last year. I got a couple of different varieties of echinacea, and I was amazed at how long the flowers lasted for. You know, I was getting 6-7 weeks out of the flowers, and it wasn't like they were on the flower but that started to fade. No, they looked amazing for that long.
That's incredible,
so
isn't it?
On the plant they look incredible. They look great if you want to use them as cut flowers as well. They're long lasting. But what I really enjoyed about them, because they're called cone flowers, aren't they? The petals actually reflex, so they bend away from that central cone, which really stands that cone up loud and proud, and pollinators adore it.
And they're compact, aren't they? They're nice compact plants, and because they've got those sturdy stems, even if it's wet and windy, the flowers don't flop or fall over. Yeah. And another good thing I like about them, a bit like we said with the lupins, once the central flower is finished, if you cut that off, you get lots of smaller flowers come up from that stem, don't you?
Yeah.
But you do get months and months and months of flower from echinaceas. And again, they're good plants for really hot, sunny positions, and they don't mind poor soils. Yeah. Gravelly soil, sandy soil. What they hate is really wet, heavy soils and shade. So if you've got an area where other things struggle because the soil is poor, because it's super sunny and they're drooping and wilting all the time, echinacea will say bring it on. Once they're established, they love that kind of position.
Excellent. So you are going to get 3 of the 9-centimetre pots there. That's a big saving as well, isn't it? £18 saving on that one. And they are just that little bit unusual, something a bit different for you to add into your garden. Just £3.99 each. They should be £9.99 each. So we are talking a third of the usual price. YGTV 1224. There is a section when you place your order saying, do you have an offer code? Put that code in there. That's where you will access the savings. That is the best offer code, I promise you. Right, so we're on to our azalea Encore collection. This is one of the 4 items we've got on the show that are going to require an ericaceous compost. They're a bit like a rhododendron, though, aren't they? Rhododendron?
Yeah. Well,
one of them.
I think they're pretty much moved azaleas and rhodies into the same family now. I think they call them all rhodies now, rhododendrons, or is it one? It's one or the other. But anyway, they're pretty much all in the same family. And these are called Encore. And going back to my French O-level, Encore means again.
Yes, it does.
And the reason they're called Encore is because these flower in the spring. In fact, there's a lovely little red one
lovely,
with some bloom on already.
And then there's buds coming down there.
Later in the summer and into the autumn, the cheeky little so-and-sos will flower for you all over again. So there you go, Encore again. They will give you a double flowering period. Quite often, azaleas will flower in the spring, and they'll look like this in the spring, and then that's it. You've got to wait a year to the following season. These will double flower. These will repeat flower. Remontant is the posh word for that, for plants that repeat flower. You've got that super glossy foliage there, which looks absolutely amazing.
Yep.
And azalea flowers, wow, again, I mean, they just give so much. I mean, so bright, so joyful, so colourful. The pollinating insects, the bees, everything love them. And when you see these bright, gorgeous, stunning colours above that foliage, oh, it's epic, isn't it, really?
It really is absolutely beautiful. They look like silk flowers, don't they? They look like a beautiful, you know, faux silk flower collection. It sometimes takes your breath away when you see them in real life because they're so petalicious. They really are very beautiful. 511258 is your item number for that one. 3 9cm pots included. Now we're going to move on to, wow, these are great. Are these the same ones? These are the same plants.
I'm going to say take it away, Bex, on these because you again. Oh, and do we know the colour?
It's purple.
Hey!
It is. Right, so, okay, we brought these to you last week, and I'm just a little bit amazed because that's grown massively, hasn't it?
Yeah, look at that.
I mean, admittedly, it's been in the greenhouse, but check out the growth on there. If you were watching last week, you'll... No, anyway.
Look at the flower buds as well.
Yeah, there's flower buds on the end there. It's not
and in the axils at the side there as well. So, yeah, so, I mean, when we say these flower from low down, they flower from low down. I'm going to shut up though because Bex grows these and she's got the story.
Well, no, I planted one last year. I didn't bring my pot with me this week, but yes, it's that purple one that you're looking at right there. I checked out some pictures I've got on my phone, and it's definitely this one that I've planted. The Boulevard Patio clematis collection. I love them. We all love a clematis, don't we? But generally, when we plant a clematis, we've done it in the past where you plant it up on a fence because you want to cover that fence because the fence is ugly and it's boring. Or you're growing it up over the side of the shed. And then what happens is, because normal clematis, it tends to flower right up at the top, and then it all disappears over the fence into next door's garden. So they get all the benefit of looking at the flowers, and you've just got a bit of foliage.
Those brown wiry stems.
Exactly, or
really
brown
boring.
wiry stems. Yeah, you don't get all of the beauty, but that's not the case with this, is it?
No, these have been bred by a chap called Raymond Everson in the UK, and these have been bred to really not get more than about a metre tall. So that's why we say the tower pots are absolutely superb for these, because that's about the height they'll get. And they flower all the way from the base all the way to the top. So you're kind of getting flowers 360 degrees worth of flower, but you're never going to get a clematis that's going to go berserk and just, as I say, go up to the top of... You know, sometimes people grow clematis around the base of apple trees. They might grow them up into fruit trees. They might grow them up between climbing roses. And you've got to look skywards to see the flowers because all the flower and growth is at the top.
Yeah.
Well, now you can get clematis flowers at like ankle height or knee height. In fact, I can prove it's ankle height. Look at this one. Look, this one here. That's about ankle height, look, and it's got a flower bud.
It's got a flower bud right at the bottom there.
At ankle height, right there. Look at that. That's not higher than your ankle, unless you're a camel. But I mean, you know, I'm talking humans. But yeah, that's about ankle height there.
So got 2 buds on there, though.
When we say they flower from the base all the way up,
they really do.
On that metre height, that means when you've got them in a tower pot, and you've got 3 of those in a tower pot, you're going to get that 360 degree of colour. Just magnificent plants. Just a couple little tips with clematis, the Boulevard ones, and all clematis really. They're very heavy feeders, so keep them fed. Use a liquid feed. Our Blooming Fast is absolutely brilliant because it's got all the trace elements as well.
Yes.
They like to have their tops in the sun, and they like to have their base cool and in the shade. So if you're growing them in a tower pot, for example, put other pots around the base of the tower pot to shade it. The bottom's in shade, but the tops are in sun. Yeah, or put a nice thick layer of strolch around the base as well, just to kind of keep the heat out. But I put some stones on the top of mine when I took it home the other day. So I put some like flat stone on the top, so it's covering it up. So that should help as well. White stone is good. Yeah. Black stones don't put because they'll absorb the heat. So if you put white stone on there, that reflect the heat. So yeah, keep the roots cool, water them regularly, feed them, and you will actually get clematis that you can enjoy at your height rather than having to kind of look up there to see the flowers.
Well, you're getting all 3 colours included, so you are getting the purple, the red, and that beautiful pink colour. I think you can, if you can, why not go for the tower pot and plant all 3 of these together in the tower pot? We think that'll create the most beautiful display because they'll all sort of mingle into each other and look really, really beautiful, won't they?
1 bag of compost. You think 1 bag of compost would fill that? It would, wouldn't
I think
it?
it's
pretty much.
It's not even 30 litres, so yeah, absolutely.
So a bag of our compost as well would be brilliant.
20-something litres. It's under 30 litres basically, so yeah, absolutely.
Because you've got the slow release feed in that as well, haven't you?
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. So that is my tower pot from my garden. That's got a clematis in it at the moment, and I've got another one with a jasmine in. There's 2 more in my car. I placed an order. I've just picked those up, so I'll be taking those home as well. Big fan of the tower planter, and we do have a double up deal for you today.
Can you see buds on that wisteria yet? Already the flower buds coming yet?
No, not yet.
No, not yet. But,
not yet.
Oh, just got to hold on a little bit longer,
I
a little
know.
bit longer.
There's so many things that are early, so I was dead excited to see if the clematis was, but it's not having it.
Got a picture of that when it flowers.
Okay, so go for your tower planter in line with your Boulevard Patio clematis collection. And, okay, so echinacea was a bit weird and wonderful. This one is definitely a bit weird and wonderful. Excited about this one. Our ginger lily. Now, you've grown this. And it's hardy. Yeah. It's amazing that something looks like this is hardy.
I've got it. And also, I've been really cruel to it as well. I've been a really bad gardener because I actually dug mine up last autumn. And I said to my other half, I've dug these up. You want them in the front garden. I've put them in a pot in the greenhouse. No soil on them. And he's left them there all winter. I did put a little bit of soil in the end, but poor things. But even though I've abused them that badly, they're starting to shoot and they're starting to grow.
Amazing.
And what's bizarre about these is I've been lucky to travel to a lot of hot places in the world, and I've seen ginger plants grown in tropical countries, and I never thought I'd live to see the day that you'd find a hardy ginger plant in the UK, but I've left mine in for 2 or 3 years in my garden in Norfolk, and we had -11 one winter. And I will be honest with you, I did put a thick layer of strolch over the top of where they were.
Yeah.
Only, to protect them, but also so it kind of told me where they were under the ground.
That's always helpful.
Yeah,
so you don't go digging it up.
Exactly. I didn't want to go and plant something over the top of them. And although I had to wait until about late May, early June, every year they've come through.
Amazing.
And then by late summer, autumn time, wow, you just get these huge, tall flower spikes, these incredible leaves, fragrance, and just drama and a wow factor.
Yeah, I love the leaves on them as well, because they're those big sort of, like banana leaves, aren't they? Really big sort of tropical looking foliage that you get on there, and then there's just incredible flower spike coming out the top of there. I just think it's so weird and so wonderful, and it's definitely a talking point. If you want to try something a little bit different, something that'll get the neighbours going, what's that flower you've got? Then definitely add the hardy ginger lily into your basket. You will get 2 of those tubers, and they look like a piece of ginger. Honestly, it looks like you've gone down to the supermarket and picked up a piece of ginger out of the fruit and veg section. Just £9.99. It's a £5 saving there for you. And obviously, if you're in the club, you will get that extra 10% discount. Just make sure you enter our discount code YGTV1224. That's how you get your savings. Right, well, we're going back to your lovely rosemary. Well, this is so fascinating, though.
It is.
Because rosemary, so we've got other rosemary standards that grow in what you would consider to be a traditional shape, that traditional bush shape, even as a standard. But this, you've got these lovely upright bits, you've got these lovely kind of drooping, trailing bits as well. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it has this prostrate growth. So if you actually just planted one of these, not as a standard on the ground, it would literally kind of crawl along the ground, level with the ground, or if you plant it near the edge of a wall, it will trail down. And that's what's happened with this one, because we put it on this standard stem. I don't know if they'll all be like this, but this has actually got a spiral stem as well, and I find that really interesting and different in itself.
Yeah.
And then you've got a rosemary plant, and you can use the rosemary from this for your cooking. Just because we're saying this is an ornamental plant, this rosemary, the leaves on this are just as good to use in your stews, with your chicken, whatever you want to cook, as any rosemary you buy in the supermarket. So you've got the wonderful fragrance of the foliage. When you brush that foliage, you've got that lovely, super fresh.
I love it. I cannot walk past a rosemary bush, plant anything without doing this.
And again, I'm thinking of, well, you were talking about one of your chicken roasts earlier. Now
Chicken roast, I'm going to be doing
I'm
it.
thinking of chicken. I'm thinking about Patio stuffing balls. You know, just that chicken, crispy roast potatoes, lovely rich gravy, Yorkshire pudding. You know, and that's all from this plant. But in addition to that, the foliage is evergreen, so this looks wonderful all the year through. And then flowers. I mean, the amount of flower buds on this is mental.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
just that one that I just stroked, I can see. So you can see all the flowers that are up here, but can you see down here, look? These are all buds that we're looking at down here. These are all flower buds. It's going all the way down as well, right the way down the tip to the tip of there.
So it's going to flower for months.
Honestly, the flowers you get on this, I think this feels like it's a more floriferous variety than the one I've got in my garden. They're beautiful. I mean, I grow rosemary personally because I use it a lot in cooking.
Yeah.
So my dad did a cutting of his rosemary bush, and that's what I'm growing in my garden. But this it has both the usefulness, but also this stunning beauty.
Yeah, I mean, it's stunning. It's edible. It's evergreen. It's on a standard. It's got that lovely stem. It's got these wonderful purple flowers. Rosemary, again, is super drought tolerant. This is a plant that originates in the Mediterranean areas. When I've been to the south of Spain, places like that, the Canaries, I've seen rosemary growing in the driest, awful, kind of hot, sunniest dunes and cliff faces and places where it almost gets no rain. Very frost hardy as well, very frost tolerant. Pollinating insects adore rosemary. And this one, again, because it's a standard plant, you could put that in a pot, then you could underplant it with some more kind of Mediterranean kind of type plants if you wanted to, or petunias or geraniums or whatever you wanted. But
so ideally it wants a sunny spot, but it could cope with a bit of shade as well.
Yeah, it could cope with a little bit of shade, as long as it's not deep shade all day long. If you put this in deep shade all day long, some plants like this will become what they call etiolated, which means the growth becomes spindly and thin and quite weak. So if you keep it in full sun, the foliage will be really bold and strong and glossy.
I found with mine as well, which admittedly is a different variety to this, but if I keep it trimmed, then you get a dense foliage from it.
Yeah.
So obviously I go out and I cut it to use in my cooking, but once or twice a year I go out and I really do prune it back, and it gives it that nice dense kind of foliage.
That is just a brilliant thing to do, Bex, for rosemarys, because rosemarys are not the longest lived plants. I mean, this will live 6, 7, 8, 9 years, but they kind of have a finite, well, we all do, but these have a finite kind of lifespan. So if you keep clipping them back, you will extend. It's like with, with your lavender, where you trim your lavender back every time.
I always do that. I hate it when it gets leggy.
Yeah, and then it keeps regenerating. It stays young and youthful looking, whereas if you leave it, it gets all leggy and scruffy.
Yeah.
Doing that with your rosemary, same principle.
Lovely. Well, I think it's a very elegant option to go for, particularly if you are looking at sort of the standards that we do. We do so many standards, and this one I think is really elegant and a bit unusual. 511534, £10 saving on that one. £26.99 if you're in the club. Do make sure you enter the code. That's where you get your savings from. I'm going to drag him away from the rosemary. Can't keep sniffing the rosemary anymore.
I need to tell my other half that I'm going to get a chicken. I want a roast chicken dinner later on.
I'm doing a chicken dinner. Who did? Julia? June, you're the same as me. You can't walk past a rosemary without doing that.
No, it'd be. You're missing out if you don't do that, aren't you? You're missing out.
All right, I'm bringing you back. I've been told I'm not allowed to touch the flower.
No.
Did you watch last week? Did you see when I completely destroyed the camellia flower last week?
You loved it to death.
I loved it to death, didn't I? Kept stroking it, went to stroke it, and it fell apart in my hand.
Yeah.
That's not normally the case. I'm gonna do it.
Oh no. Oh no, no.
I'm not doing it, that's enough.
No, leave
They're
it be.
quite sturdy, they are quite sturdy, but obviously they do have a life cycle, and that's why mine fell apart. But she is gorgeous. I think the size, check out the size of that flower as well. My big hands on here. These are absolutely incredible, aren't they? They're just so beautiful. And when you see a camellia, that's nicely established, decent amount of growth on it, and the amount of flowers you can get, it is breathtaking, isn't it?
It is breathtaking, and Bex and I don't normally struggle to kind of get across what we're trying to say, but with this one, you almost got to see it to believe it. I mean, that is it. Well, I've been gardening professionally 37 years, been gardening since I was 5 years of age. I've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of different types of camellias, but I have never seen a camellia with a flower that big. And with that many petals, that depth of petals and gorgeousness, and the background there, those super glossy leaves. And camellias are bone hardy, ridiculously hardy plants, again grow in similar parts of the world as the rhododendrons, so they can grow in quite elevated places, quite cold places. If you've got acid soil, you can grow these straight into the garden. If not, they make fantastic pot plants. You can prune them back after they're flowered. If it gets too big, just literally cut them back to the size you want them to be, straight after they're flowered. The new growth that comes will be your flower growth for next year. And this is exactly the same family that your cup of tea comes from. Camellia sinensis is tea. That's what tea plants come from. That's where tea comes from. Chamomile is
slightly different.
Yeah, it's another plant that they mix with tea. That's to make your Earl Grey. Yeah. I think they can add that in, and something else as well. I can't think what it's called now. But yeah, I mean, really super tough plants. And this, this morning I went off to get a couple of samples, and I come back with about 2 or 3 because I couldn't make up my mind which one to go for. Because
they all look beautiful.
They all look so stunning.
They all look so good.
And yeah, I mean, you can get multiple flowers on this as well once it becomes more established. And you can leave this to become a shrub that grows in its own right, in its own space, or you can train it against a wall. They train very well against a wall.
Right.
So just keep clipping it back to about a foot, 18 inches out from the wall, and train it sideways, and then you'll get that whole wall of wonderful flowers. They do say with camellias as well, it's always best to make sure you don't plant them somewhere where they're east facing, because if you get frost on the flowers and then the sun defrosts that too quickly, it can turn the flowers brown.
Oh, okay, yeah,
So
that
they
makes
always say
sense.
to put it somewhere where the frost can melt first before the sun gets to the...
Yeah.
But that, again, shows you how hardy they are. You know, these can be covered in frost or snow, and they still keep flowering their socks off. They're not bothered. They're just blasé about cold weather.
All right, that's our beautiful femme fatale. She's one of my absolute favourites that we've brought you in the last few weeks. I just think it's amazing, and a plant that you will have in your garden for decades, 50, 60 years probably. These will last for easy.
They grow into trees if left to their own devices. Eventually, if you want them to. So
511519 is the item code that you need. £22.49 if you are in the club. Let's go to our head gardener, Peter McDermott, who is an absolute expert when it comes to all things horticulture, and he's had a major hand in making our premium professional compost what it is today.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, there's slow release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see that there's another one just down below. That is amazing because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic. And plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in. But most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's, what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon the well, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough.
Yeah, we definitely cannot recommend it highly enough as well. Peter, he's our head gardener. He's worked in horticulture, a bit like Adam, since he was a baby. He's been in it for a long, long time. And he has had a major hand in being able to bring that compost to us, so that you and I are able to buy it. It never used to be available, actually, but it was only available to people here at the nursery, but he has made it available to everybody now. And so many people recommend it. So many people, excuse me, have given it their absolute 5-star top recommendations. It is 100 litres that you're getting, 2 50-litre bags. If you are wondering and umming and ahhing, just ask the chat. Go onto YouTube, go onto Facebook, wherever you're watching us. Ask the people in the chat, is this any good? Excuse me, because they will often answer that question for you. Perhaps you want to go and have a little look on our website, because we have hundreds of reviews on the website as well that will tell you how amazing this premium professional compost is. 100 125 is the item number. Adam can't hear at the moment because he's struggling. And I've obviously got a tickle, so we're doing well between us. All right, 300292 is the item number you need for our beautiful apple tree, the Bolero, the column shape of apple tree that you're getting here. I think this is really interesting. I've got a little apple tree growing. I've got the apple teeny, you know, the one that grows the tiny little apples on it. It's not going to get very big, but I really like the idea of this, because this is full-size apples, but in this beautiful column shape.
Yeah, I saw one of these because I was a bit cynical about these previously. I've seen these in catalogues and things, and I thought, yeah, they've stuck those apples on. That's made up. Then last year, I can't remember where, but I went to quote for a job at a customer's, and she had one of these, not this variety, but similar, in a pot. And it was late in the summer, and there's apples all the way down. And I was like, whoa, that's true. They do work. They exist.
That's
they
amazing.
do. Yeah, and it was brilliant. And so this one has been bred to be like this as well. You might look at the upright growth of the one we've got in the studio and see these, what they call side spurs. They haven't been pruned back to be short like that. They've been bred to be short like that. So this is never going to grow really, really wide. These spurs are always going to stay nice and short.
Amazing.
So that means you get this tall, narrow effect with this apple tree. So in effect, you can grow this 3 floors up on the balcony if you want to grow your own apples. The pot that it's in, it'll be happy to be in probably for this year if it wants to be. But look, already flower buds coming on the top of that. So that means apples for this year. Because this has already got to the point where it's mature enough to flower, it means once the bees have pollinated those flowers, by the way, apple blossom flowers are stunning and gorgeously fragrant. Late summer into autumn, you're going to get your own super crispy, crunchy, gorgeous apples. And when you've grown your own apples, it's magnificent. It's such a good feeling. And a little tip for apples as well, sometimes to know when they're ripe. If you actually just grasp the apple and lift the apple up kind of towards the sky. And if it kind of then just breaks away from the stem,
it's ready.
It's ready. But
if you've got to tug at it,
yeah, leave it a little while longer. Yeah, leave it a little while. And that is the great thing about growing your own. It means you can eat an apple. At that point, you've never tried an apple before, so it's at that perfect point where it's bursting with vitamins, minerals, sweet juices, that crisp crunch, warmed by the sun, grown by you. Oh, magnificent.
Yeah, I love it. And I think this is a great idea. If you've got a smaller space, you know, I couldn't grow an apple tree, and I could grow some of our patio ones, to be honest, but I don't have masses of space. Also, I've put loads of plants in my garden. But yeah, if you're short of space, if you do have a smaller garden, smaller area, then this is what we talk about when we say it's gardening for everyone. We bring things to you here at YouGarden, at YGTV, that suits a whole variety of garden spaces. We all have different sizes of gardens, we all have different spaces, but what we bring you is something for everybody. So if you've got that smaller space, this is going to be absolutely perfect. But even if you've got masses of space, why not try something a bit different?
Well, you could grow that, I think, as we saw that on your patio table, on your picnic bench, because it is that small. I mean, that table in the background that's got that little bowl of plants in, you could put it on there if you wanted to.
That looks like our mini buddleia.
It does look like a little mini buddleia there, doesn't it, in the background?
Maybe it is our mini buddleia.
But, and you know, you don't even need to think about repotting this one this year. As long as you keep it in a saucer, so you know, you can keep it well watered and fed, that apple tree will still be happy in that pot for this year. And then next year you can put it in a slightly larger pot if you want to.
All right, so that one is a massive saving on this one for you, because it is it on our rundown list, Stu? Rundown, clearance. That means when it's gone, we're getting rid of it. I think people saw it in the catalogue and were sceptical about it, so that means we've got some left, which means you can take advantage of it. 300292 is the item number. I'm a bit tempted by that one myself. Just £16.99 or £15.29 if you are in our amazing discount club, where you get an extra 10% off all of your purchases. Right, we're going to move on to a stunner, the beautiful Kojo no Mai, the absolutely gorgeous cherry blossom that you get on here, that's really coming along now with the foliage as well. Look how much foliage we're getting on here now too.
Isn't it great? I mean, I love
this one.
Well, the weird thing is about this as well, this is the same plant.
It is.
We've been talking about.
Because we've had these two tall bits.
Yeah, same plant we've been talking about for three or four weeks.
3 weeks, yeah.
Still flowering, and has still got some lovely pink blossom on there as well. I mean, yeah, it's slightly starting to kind of go over now, but you know what? I mean, normally you think about really huge cherry trees, they can be almost over in a week, can't they?
Yep.
Some of them, it seems, no sooner as the blossom's coming out, it's falling on the floor.
Absolutely.
And you've got to enjoy it really quickly. These flower for week after week after week, but like a little apple tree next to it. This is never going to be a cherry tree that gets absolutely huge. This is probably only even going to get to about 1 metre tall. In fact, on my estate where I live, there's 2 houses opposite, either end of the street. One has got a standard one of these, which is about kind of chest height on me. And the other one has got the one the same as it's grown from ground level, and that's about waist height.
Yeah.
And they've both been stunning for weeks and weeks and weeks. And they've got this habit as well, as they start to mature, the branches go a bit zigzaggy as well. So you get that zigzaggy growth. You get these incredible purple pink flowers, and then you get this really wonderful lime green fresh spring foliage.
It's very fresh,
that looks magnificent.
But there's lots to look at with this plant, because you get obviously the beautiful cherry blossom, you get that foliage that comes on, beautiful lovely fresh green foliage, you get a blaze of the foliage in the autumn time as well before it drops. You get lovely colours coming from it, don't you?
Cherry colour in the autumn is knockout, and I mean it really is just magnificent in autumn, sort of reds and yellows and oranges. But again, you know, and I keep saying, I know I'll say this, if you just got a balcony 3 floors up again, you know, you can enjoy a cherry tree even that high up, because look at that, this is always compact and small. This is never going to get huge or big. It's not going to send out all those big surface roots that are going to lift up your paving and sort of cause problems like that.
That's June that sent that picture in. Thank you so much for sending that. That's just in a little pot on her doorstep there. Look, she shared some more of her garden. Yeah, let's have a little look.
I was going to...
Oh, go on. Sorry. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, you could see where the bit was grown in front of the duck. Look, see where it's gone zigzaggy, the tall duck.
Yes.
You can see the zigzagginess on the... Yeah. And those ducks are lovely as well. I like the ducks.
They're very cute.
Beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, let's have a look at the rest of them. So we've got pansies in there.
And some eucalyptus.
Eucalyptus as well. Oh, yeah, eucalyptus.
In the middle there.
Yeah, it must be the compact
Yeah, that's Gunnii, that one.
Absolutely beautiful. Lots of fresh colour going on. That's some magnolia right there, isn't it?
Crazy early, but I think think that's probably the stellata type, the one that has the star-shaped kind of flowers.
Yeah, beautiful.
Stunning.
Oh,
look at that.
Look, gorgeous daffodils. Got some mascari going on in there as well.
Yellow and blue,
you,
such a great colour mix, isn't it?
It's
Yellow
really
and blue.
good, isn't it? It definitely feels like spring when you see those two together. So we had a couple of special shows going on earlier on in this week. On Wednesday, we had Dave the Plant Man. If you're on Facebook and Instagram, you'll have seen him. Interesting fact, that's how he ends his videos. He came in and spent a bit of time in the potting shed with Sean on Wednesday. We also had our head gardener, Peter McDermott, in the potting shed with Greg Wallace. You know, that guy off the telly. So we've had a couple of special shows here this week. You can watch those back, by the way. They are on YouTube. They are on our website, so you can go and you can watch them. They're really, really interesting. But let's have a little listen to Sean and Dave when they went out onto the nursery floor, just outside those doors there, to look at the Kojo no Mai.
Well, I'm here at the YouGarden nursery with Dave the plant man, and we both walked past these and we went, oh, I've got to talk about them. I love this one, don't you?
I do. It's prunus, which means it's a kind of a dwarf cherry. And Kojo no Mai, I think, means something like whirling butterflies. And if you look at it, it looks like it's got little tiny zaggy stems.
Yeah.
So you could put this in a Japanese-style pot on your patio, and it's proper Japanese garden. It's really oriental plant. It's beautiful.
I love the fact that you get all the blossom just before the leaves are coming out. And then in autumn, it turns a beautiful fiery red, doesn't it?
Tremendous autumn colour.
Yeah.
So
it doesn't go too big either.
No, it's like a bonsai. I mean,
yeah.
If you put this would be an ideal one to put in a pot on your patio, because it's just in a really good, it loves living in pots.
And it likes sun, doesn't it? Loves sun, well-drained soil. Yeah. But I love it too. It's an absolute beauty. If you haven't got one,
makes you smile in spring.
It does. Mine's just come out in blossom. And yeah, every time I leave the house, I sit, I'm like, spring's here. So Kojo no Mai, or some people say Kojo no Mai, but yeah, it's an absolute winner. And every spring, about this kind of time, March, it's going to delight.
Yeah, there we go. It absolutely will be delightful. I've got one in my garden, and I planted it as a baby. It was in a 9-centimetre pot. It was like this big last year, and they're really lovely and slow growing. And I'm keeping it in a pot. There's no way that's going in a border. If I ever leave, that's coming with me. They really, really are very beautiful. 510014 is the item number you need for the Kojo no Mai. It's in a 3-litre pot, so it is a very well established one. I mean, the one I planted last year is nowhere near this size. You know, this is at least 3 years old. Lovely slow-growing beauty. So just $14.99 as well.
Yeah, that is a really mature plant.
$13.49 if you're in the club for a mature plant that looks absolutely fantastic, that you're going to have for years. Sorry, I just realised what the price was. That is an incredible price for this.
And Kojo no Mai is
Flight of the Butterflies.
Flight of the Butterfly. Wow, butterflies. You can see that, can't you?
Yeah,
looking at the flowers.
Right, we've got to go quick. Stu's going to crack the whip. 30 years of Sophinia. You are going to get 18 of these plug plants, £10 saving, £13.48 if you're in the club. All 6 varieties are included. Lynn, thank you so much for your pictures. Unfortunately, Stu is having some technical issues and we can't load them. We're going to play with it. We'll probably have them for the next show, but thank you for sending us your pictures. Adam, tell us about these.
Well, colour range is magnificent on these as well, but, I mean, goodness me, the fact that these will tumble and trail down to a metre, perhaps even 1.5 metres, the original and the best trailing petunias. Look at that. I mean, oh my goodness me, that is insane. That is just absolute beauty, isn't it, in hanging baskets. I mean, just imagine the joy and pleasure and happiness that's bringing to the owners of that house, people walking by. On a dull, wet day, that would lift your soul. On a bright, blue, sunny day, they'd look even more magnificent.
They really will. And these have been bred to be, you know, more resistant to the summer weather. Other petunias can really suffer if we get a wet summer. And let's face it, we have no idea what kind of summer we're going to get. But these are the best.
They are the best.
And they are absolutely the best out there.
And thousands of flowers, isn't it? I mean, thousands of flowers over the season.
Absolutely.
And they're fragrant.
And if you look at all those professional displays, it's Sophinia petunias they're using. 400881 is your item number. Get those into your basket to get that £10 saving. Onto our fuchsias, the jumbo flowered collection. I mean, Sophinias, fuchsias, petunias and fuchsias. summer garden, those are two staples, right?
They are, yeah. I mean, once you get to mid to late summer and you've got these, explosions of fuchsia flowers. These are the American fuchsias, huge, great big fuchsias. There are 4 different varieties. You've got swing time with the bright red and white flowers. You've got the deep purple, which is deep purple, very appropriately named, with a hint of magenta. You've got Bella Rosella, which is deep pink, and then Voodoo, that's one I really love the sound of, purple centres with red sepals. So magnificent mix here, and these sort of almost like ballerina kind of dresses of flowers hanging down with these huge stamens coming out the middle. Almost palm-sized flowers on those as well. I think that must be the deep purple, that one, I'm guessing.
I think so.
Yeah, looking magnificent. And just months and months and months of flower from these. They deadhead themselves, so you don't even need to fiddle about deadheading, they just drop off. And just, well, I mean, the amount of buds and flowers, it's just remarkable, really. Feed them, keep them watered, use our blooming fast to keep them regularly fed, and they'll just keep flowering for you right up until the frosts. And I believe these ones are hardy fuchsias as well, these varieties. But
What you're looking for is a little badge on the website. It says winter hardy and it's shaped like a snowflake. If it says that, it's winter hardy.
Have we got the
and
winter
it has our
hardy on that,
lifetime
Stu? Can you see, or like?
No.
Yeah. Oh, no,
these are the
I've got that
ones.
completely wrong.
We do have some hardy fuchsias.
Yeah.
The thing with these ones is that these are the bigger ones, okay?
Yeah.
So this is the thing to remember. These are the mega size. I mean, honestly, on my hand, they would be absolutely fantastic. You do get less of them, but the size makes up for how many less you get.
Yeah, the pure drama of the size of these is amazing. But yeah, not frost hardy. But having said that, if you keep them frost free through the winter, you can get them started again next spring.
Absolutely. It's amazing how you can do these. Right, we haven't got long left, so we're going to move on. 400072 is your item number for your fuchsia jumbos, but we're going to talk about Tumbelina Ruffles collection. These are really pretty, the bi-colours you're getting on here. Now remember, we're going to show you on the website, it's because this is why you want to tune into YGTV, okay? This is our item number, so 12 plug plants, £19.99. Our deal is 18 plug plants. That's 6 more for £2 less. This is why YGTV is the best place to be. This is why you need to be tuning in to our shows, because we bring you the best deals, basically. So you're going to get 18 of these plug plants. Look at how pretty they are, aren't they incredible? Tell us about these then. Where do we want to plant them? How much sun?
Well, first thing to say, bred in the UK, near Cambridge.
Yes.
So they have been bred for the conditions we have in the UK. So you will get these magnificent flowers, whether it's a hot, dry summer, whether it's a wet, cool summer. But come on, look, I mean, they're like can-can skirts, aren't they? I mean, look at the magnificence. That's like a raspberry ripple ice cream, isn't it? With all those colours going through it, those mixed colours, those sort of bi-colours, those super double flowers. They do have a very slight kind of fragrance, but months and months of absolutely shocking, brash, gorgeous, vibrant, wonderful, brilliant, out there, in-your-face colour that's just going to lift your mood and make your baskets, your borders, your beds, your pots, your troughs look magnificent.
Absolutely beautiful. They have a lovely sort of tumbling effect to them. So 400458 is the item number that you need for those. Just £16.19. If you need to get your basket over the £40 mark, top tips for you. These are the most affordable items on the show. Those are the black currant and the red currant. We have a double up deal included on both of those for £6.99. So it's the same deal for both. You can get one for £4.99, £4.49 if you're in the club, or you can double up for £6.99 and get an extra 10% discount if you are in the club. Those are your black currant summer pearls, 310124, or you can go for the red currant, 310152. Exactly the same deal again there. If you want to double up, you put 2 in your basket. Then enter the offer code YGTV1224. That's how you access those amazing savings. Always make sure you enter the code. Even if you think it's not going to do anything, enter the code. It'll also give you your free gift, which is our beautiful Sarah Bernhardt Bare Root Peony, which is going to give you decades of flowers in your garden. Right, we're coming back. This is our favourites table for this week, and we're going to talk to you about the sedum. I love this one. I've I've got this in my garden. I use it at the front of the border, softens the edges, just tumbles over onto the... I've got this slate sort of edging the border, and it just tumbles over onto there and softens it slightly. But it's really quite a versatile plant, isn't it?
It's a humble plant size-wise, but goodness me, it's a tough plant. This is super, super drought tolerant, very frost tolerant, will grow well in full sun, will grow in really poor dry soils, sandy soils, chalky soils, stony soils, gravelly soils, great for rockeries, great for those little alpine gardens, as Bex is growing it, great at the front of the border, and so many attributes this plant as well. When the foliage comes through, it's different colours to begin with, before it becomes kind of its, more regular green and then yellow variegation. And then to top it all, it has lovely spikes of yellow flowers as well. Beautiful plant, magnificent.
Yeah, and
was it 2019?
Yeah, Chelsea winner.
Chelsea, Plant of the Year.
Yeah, really, I mean, that is one heck of an accolade we're giving that one there, by the way. Chelsea Flower of the Year, or Plant of the Year, I should say. That is a brilliant accolade to get. So that's the Sedum Atlantis 560609. You are going to get all three of those included for £11.67 if you are in the club. What are we going to do? 3 more items before we finish. On to our beautiful buddleia, the little ruby. Let's get those butterflies into our garden, but let's do it with a beautifully compact buddleia that's also a slightly different colour.
Yep, slightly different colour. And this is going to get to about 60 centimetres, not 6 or 12 foot. So you won't need a machete to kind of deal with this after a few months or a few years. You can grow this in a pot on your patio table, on your balcony, 3 floors up. So all the gorgeous colour of buddleias, all the wonderful pollinating insects, all the fragrance, just all the joy and love. And buddleias always remind me of my grandparents, because they had buddleias in their garden when I was a kid, and I remember the white admirals and the, all the butterflies and stuff. Red admirals, sorry, not white. Red admirals, all the butterflies over them. Beautiful plants.
Yeah, it's an amazing one. Definitely, if you want to get all of those pollinators in, particularly butterflies, they really do enjoy the buddleia. It is a double up deal, so put 2 in your basket and you will get 2 for £14.98. You have to put the code in though. If you don't put the code in, unfortunately you'll pay full price, and we don't want you to pay full price. We want you to get those savings. They're what, sorry, 12, they're normally £12.99 each. £12.99 each without the code. We can do better than that here at YGTV. £14.98 if you put the code in, so that works out as £7.50 each. And then, of course, if you enter the, if you are a club member, you'll get an extra 10% off that one as well. Right, lupins. Looping back to the lupins. All 3 colours included. 3 9cm pots, £13.57 if you're in the club. Go for it, Adam.
Compact, colourful, repeat flowering, uplifting, joyful, wonderful plants that come back year after year after year. And Bex and I walked in separately this morning, and the first thing we both said was the lupins are going to be really, really popular today, because they just so stand out. Even the foliage is gorgeous, easy to grow, middle of the border, front of the border, back of the border. A real staple for cottage gardens, great for pots, just magnificent.
Yeah, they're incredible, honestly. Adore these. 560709 is your item number. If you've not joined the club yet, we've had so many club members join today. I'm very, very pleased that you have, because it'll give you 10% discount off every single item that you place an order for in the next 12 months, and costs just £5 to join the club. Think about joining the club for me today. Final item today.
Yeah. Sometimes you learn things as a gardener. You're taught things, and all of a sudden, one of the plants comes along and kind of tears the rule book up and throws it all out of kilter. Well, I was always taught that rhododendrons like shade, they're like cool positions. Yeah. Don't put them in full sun. No, don't put them somewhere where they're hot. They won't like it. Not this one.
Forget that.
Forget that. This one is great for full sun. This one's great for hot positions. So it's not going to frazzle up and show off and die. It's going to do well in that kind of position. Incredible, super, 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 super hardy green foliage. Brilliant buds on here as well. Fantastic explosion of reddish pink, wonderful flowers. A plant that's going to live for donkey's years. Yeah. Oh, I love rhodies.
Yeah, and it's a perfect time to get this right now, because it is ready to go into bloom. You will get the best of this year, and as Adam said, for many, many years to come. 511096 is the item number. Couple of things to remind you of. Make sure you enter the code YGTV1224 when you place an order. It accesses all the deals, all the savings. Get your order to over £40. Enter the code, you'll get free postage. If it's under £40, you'll only ever pay one postage cost. Join the club. Costs you just £5, so it's going to give you 10% discount for the full year that you're placing orders for. Join our beautiful Sean Ryan on QVC. He's going to be there at 5 o'clock this evening, so if you can, please tune in and watch him as well. We will be back for you on Wednesday. It's me and Sean on Wednesday, and Adam will be back at some point very soon, I'm sure.
I think I'm back with you Easter Sunday.
Are you back on Sunday?
Yeah.
All right, lovely. Thank you so much for your company. Thank you for sending all your messages. Thank you for sending all of your pictures. Sorry we didn't get to them all, but we will, I'm sure. Stuart's going to play with them and make sure that they look right. Going to go and enjoy a roast dinner now, aren't we?
Yeah, roast chicken. Yum, yum.
Roast chicken. Mwah. See you soon, everybody. Have a good Sunday. Bye.